Chapter 1073. Blood Deity was only one of Fang Yuan's long-term plans. Fangjing was the second part of this plan. The first part of this plan was to refine Blood Deity Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was something that Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life. In order to obtain the immortal goo remnant recipe, he even went to find trouble with vicious lightning fiend. Only after refining Blood Deity Immortal Goo could he kill his kin and refine a Blood Deity. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe, it was only 70% of the remnant recipe. When he was an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and energy to complete this Immortal Goo recipe. But now, after Fang Yuan revived, Wisdom Goo could not use the light of wisdom anymore. Even if I do not use the light of wisdom, with my Blood Path and Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level, I can deduce the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe. But the time and energy I have to waste is not as efficient as using the light of wisdom. Even if I refine the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe, to kill Fangjing and refine a Blood Deity, I will need to teach him a lesson and make him not hate me anymore. Because the Blood Deity refined from hatred will turn on the Master, it is like a double-edged sword. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself if one is not careful. Actually, there were many ways to influence a person's feelings or feelings towards another person in the world of Goo Masters. Wisdom Path had countless methods, and Emotion Path was the best at this. Fang Yuan had many of these methods. As long as he was willing, he only needed to use one of them to make Fangjing submit and be loyal to him. But this way, Fangjing would only be influenced by external forces and his true intentions would be obscured. And when he was killed, when refining a Blood Deity, using these Wisdom Path methods would erase all the Wisdom Path Dao marks on his body. Only the purest Blood Path Dao marks would be left. This way, Fangjing's true intentions would recover. Fang Yuan could only teach it slowly. Only by completely changing Fangjing's heart and mind would he be able to refine a blood god that met his standards. Obviously, Fangjing's training was a long process. Blood Deity's Immortal Goo recipe was still far from completion, at least Fang Yuan had no time to care about it now. Not to mention, after perfecting the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe, he would need to prepare immortal materials to refine Blood Deity. However, the last point was much easier than the other sections. Blood Path Goo worms had a characteristic: the cost of refining them was very low. These factors determined that the refinement of the Blood God's son could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he approached step by step and didn't give up, persevering, there would come a time when he would complete it. What Fang Yuan was doing now was taking advantage of his busy schedule. He took the time to train Fang Yuan and approached his goal step by step. You can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, and you can't form a river without accumulating water droplets. After understanding Fangjing's situation, Fang Yuan activated the Goo worm again. A fake will was produced and flew away from him. This fake will would even fly into Fangjing's mind to replenish the wear and tear of the fake will from before. Several days passed. Fang Yuan's handling of the interior rain had reached the acme of perfection. Land Spirit of Langya gave him another set of immortal materials. It allowed him to familiarize and train his Goo refinement methods. This was Fang Yuan's main focus. He placed it here in preparation for refining the immortal Goo change form. When he had free time, he would pay attention to the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the changes and managing the immortal aperture. At the Goo Master cultivation stage, they needed to nurture their aperture and produce primeval essence to activate Goo worms. But be it Goo worms, Goo materials, or Yuan stone, these cultivation resources of Goo Masters all depended on the outside world. At the Goo Immortal cultivation stage, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and it was very safe and reliable. It was not like the outside world's resources, which needed Goo immortals to guard and prevent others from stealing them. The immortal aperture was the safest production base for Goo immortals. If they managed it well, it would be a huge help to the Goo immortal. It was their main source of support. Because the Dao marks were the same, it could produce the most suitable cultivation resources for the Goo immortal. It could help the Gu Immortal feed Gu. Foreign trade could help the Gu Immortal earn more Immortal Yuan stone. It could even create new wild Immortal Gu in the Immortal Aperture. Fan Yuan inspected his Immortal Aperture. His Immortal Aperture was divided into 10 layers. It had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it created by spectral soul, or was it formed naturally? Fan Yuan did not know. After all, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was not created by him. He was only a lucky person who obtained the final results. Fan Yuan could not be bothered to name the parts. He directly copied the names of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only adding a small word in front. For example, Kokidahara, Mini Eastern Sea, and so on. After observing for a while, Fan Yuan gradually discovered some small secrets of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He found that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in terms of structure, the environment was also very similar. For example, Kokidahara was a flat grassland. There were more wind path Dao marks in the Immortal Aperture. Or Mini Western Desert, most of the fire path Dao marks were in this area. Southern Border had more earth path Dao marks. There were also a portion of poison path Dao marks. After discovering this, Fan Yuan distributed the cultivation resources that he had accumulated earlier. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in Mini Western Desert. He placed the dragonfish in Mini Eastern Sea. The regretful spiders were placed in Mini Southern Border. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were placed in Mini Blue Heaven. As for Kokidahara, there were a large number of snow monsters. These were left behind from the first earthly calamity. There were a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast level snow monsters. Fan Yuan did not have the time to deal with these snow monsters. He put them aside for now. After all, Kokidahara was empty. There were no other precious resources. He let these snow monsters move around for now. Kokidahara was huge. The snow monsters could not penetrate aperture walls like ruin bats. Air bubblefish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, dead eggs of worldly sand gull, a small amount of oil water, rockmen, a small bludgy forest, a small area of mirror willows, and so on were all arranged properly. While Fan Yuan was tempering his Gu refinement technique, he also spent some of his energy. He took care of these resources. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were moved into Mini Blue Heaven. But the production of Gu worms was falling sharply. And the eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish were also falling slightly. Only the daily production of regretful spiders was at the same level as before. There was no helping it. Even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had great prospects and unlimited potential, it had only gone through one earthly calamity currently. It had down marks of all paths, but most of them only had around 100 down marks. Regretful spiders relied on wisdom path down marks, dragonfish relied on food path and water path down marks, and eerie fire dragon pythons relied on fire path down marks in their environment. Arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass had star path mortal Gu production. Star path down marks. Earlier, these resources were placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. The former had gone through 5 or 6 earthly calamities. It had a lot of down marks. Fire path and water path down marks surpassed the current Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Star Form Blessed Land itself focused on star path. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture could not compare to it in this aspect. But in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, not all paths only had around 100 down marks. Chi path down marks were a level higher. This was because Fan Yuan was in Southern Border's 5 regional mountain range. He killed the Chi path Gu Immortal Chi Zai and obtained his Chi path down marks. But Chi path down marks were not the highest. Most were ice and snow path down marks. Fan Yuan had gone through his first earthly calamity not long ago. It was not accurate to call it an earthly calamity. All in all, it had terrifying power. It surpassed even the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had to go hand in hand with fortune and disaster. Calamities and tribulations were powerful. After passing them, the Gu immortal would gain more benefits. The benefits here were the down marks. Fan Yuan obtained a large number of down marks from his first earthly calamity. He obtained a large number of down marks. Among them, ice and snow path down marks were the most, followed by strength path and transformation path down marks. The latter two down marks. They were inferior to chi path down marks. After all, chi path down marks were accumulated by rank 7 Gu immortal Chi Zai's entire life, while strength path and transformation path down marks were obtained by Fan Yuan's first earthly calamity. These down marks had already started to affect Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The other 4 regions were not affected yet, but in Kokitahara, a huge snowfield had already formed, and the edges of the snowfield were still spreading. This environment was enough for Fan Yuan to transplant many cold-resistant plants. It was enough for them to grow. Like in the past, after several earthly calamities, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment was improved. Hu Immortal could transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flower, and others. One of the main methods of managing an immortal aperture was to adapt to the local conditions. To refine change form immortal Gu, Fan Yuan was actively making preparations. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Ing Wu Xie and the rest were not idle. They had already obtained the light of the immemorial era. According to the immortal Gu recipe, they started to gather other immortal materials. They used their own treasures to settle a small portion, but there were still many that needed to be traded with the outside world. Ing Wu Xie inherited the remnant forces of Central Continent's Shadow Sect. He was also the leader of Defy, so his priority was to exchange resources internally with Defy. They negotiated and haggled, before making transactions one after another. Gu immortals chased after benefits. Defy's structure was loose, the transactions of immortal materials were not smooth. Because of this, Ing Wu Xie and He Lulan were almost at their wits' end. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yinxing were not suitable for haggling. After putting in a lot of effort, Ing Wu Xie finally gathered 3 complete sets of Gu refinement materials. Yu Mu Chun is already dead. I can only give up on the hairy man natural style and use the human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. The success rate of this method is very low. 3 sets of immortal materials are not enough. It is not safe. Ing Wu Xie did not stop buying. To refine Gu, he and the other 3 immortals took a risk and returned to Earth Abyss. The Super Gu formation that Shadow Sect set up in Earth Abyss was very helpful for Gu refinement. When Ing Wu Xie gathered 6 complete sets of immortal materials through Defy, an accident occurred. One of Defy's members, the demonic path Gu immortal Gong Sun Liang, who was hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Gong Sun Liang asked for help from Defy, and Defy immediately fell into a huge commotion. Gong Sun Liang had hidden himself very well, but he was actually captured. And most importantly, Celestial Court personally made a move. This was shocking. Most of Defy's members were oppressed and ostracized by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They had secretly formed an alliance to survive. And the 10 great ancient sects were only subordinate sects of Celestial Court. Facing the colossus that was Celestial Court, Defy's members were in danger. They were afraid that Gong Sun Liang would expose clues and implicate them. Damned Celestial Court! Ing Wu Xie could only curse at this. Because of this, Defy's other members went into hiding. They did not dare to communicate with him, let alone trade immortal materials. Ing Wu Xie knew that they were not only afraid of Celestial Court, they were also suspicious of him, the boss. After all, some time ago, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal Gu to Ing Wu Xie. Now that he was killed, the immortal Gu was still in Ing Wu Xie's hands. Was it because he was greedy for immortal Gu, so the boss purposely did not save him? This question was a huge blow to the boss' reputation. Gong Sun Liang's capture directly cut off Ing Wu Xie's best way to gather immortal materials. Without a choice, they could only use Jewel Yellow Skies. This was the largest trading market in the 5 regions. But the fees were very high, and it was not confidential. It was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, Ing Wuxia and the rest would not use this route. Gong's son Liang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ing Wuxia was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory. Even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Shirnu was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing had just ascended to immortal. Their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Ing Wuxia was lacking in money. He could only split $1 into 2. This way, he would haggle over every penny. Who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him? Eventually, when Ing Wuxia used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of Gu refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness. His eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal Gu, they would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies. It would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Ing Wuxia and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory. They had nothing to do. This time, I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Ing Wuxia was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Fan Yuan's side was very comfortable. Fan Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langia, even if the first refinement failed, they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the second and third refinement, Fan Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Fan Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. The flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. But only a portion of these resources were sold by Fan Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langia, Fan Yuan had purposely pawned Dang Hun Mountain. Anyway, Fan Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langia extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langia was a little worried that the first Gu refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Dang Hun Mountain? Chapter 1074. Several days later, in the depths of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shirnu returned from outside, reporting to Ing Wuxia. Master, old slave has already investigated. Because of the super collapse, there was a huge commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent 3 Gu immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, Old Slave has already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 groups of desolate beasts to the collapsed area. Adding on the appearance of wild immortal Gu, these 3 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will definitely be very busy. Shirnu was a rockman. This kind of variant human had Earth Path down marks to begin with. With Shirnu's Earth Path cultivation level, he was like a fish in water in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia nodded. You did well in this matter. But Providence is everywhere. We cannot be careless. Maybe when I refine Gu, Providence will affect these Gu immortals and make them come here, spoiling Shadow Sect's plans. Shirnu thought about it. Master is right. But in this direction, we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they break through the obstruction of the beast groups and come here, we will have enough time to react. Ing Wuxia shook his head. You have not seen the true power of Providence. It does not only affect Gu immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At that crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might also attack. Shirnu's expression changed. If the desolate beast groups attack, what should we do? The implication was that his previous preparations to lure in the beast groups, wasn't that just shooting himself in the foot? No matter. My reliance is not on these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts, but on this super goo formation. It is this super goo formation, Ing Wuxia said as light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. This could be said to be the safest place in Central Continent at the moment. This super goo formation covered all aspects. Not only could it conceal providence and defend against wisdom path goo immortals' deductions, it also had extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities, as well as the miraculous effect of goo refinement. Spectral Soul continued to devour souls in the door of life and death. He took the cultivation memories and experiences of countless goo immortals as his own. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive. His aptitude were at the peak. A lot of formation path and refinement path experiences were absorbed by Spectral Soul. It saved him a lot of time and energy, allowing him to push his formation path, refinement path, and many other paths to the level of a great grandmaster. And this super goo formation was personally designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ing Wuxia was using this super goo formation to refine goo. It was a wise move. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts attacked, he could use the super goo formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to attack the super goo formation and temporarily increase the power of the goo formation. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything like shooting oneself in the foot. Shirnu's worries were superfluous, because although he had lived here for a long time, he did not know about this goo formation's marvelous use and battle ability. I did not destroy the spring-autumn cicada, this goo has providence residing in it. Thus, the location of the super goo formation was already known by providence. But it doesn't matter, even if the rank 8 goo immortals of the Celestial Court come to attack, I have the confidence to defend this place for some time. Moreover, Heaven Overseeing Tower is already destroyed. Even with Fate goo, the possibility of the Celestial Court finding this place is too small. Ing Wuxia did not give up on Spring-Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fan Yuan could use Spring-Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow 600,000-year plan. Then why couldn't he, Ing Wuxia, use Spring-Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Providence was vast and mighty. It cared about balance and did not hold grudges. Whoever threatened heaven and earth, or threatened the survival of other life forms, Providence would target them. Right now, Providence's main target was Fan Yuan, but not Ing Wuxia. Thus, even Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Providence, was of great help to Ing Wuxia. Moreover, in Ing Wuxia's plan, he intended to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and get rid of the Providence inside, truly making this legendary immortal goo his. However, these were all part of his later plans. Right now, all of Ing Wuxia's thoughts were placed on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal goo was the key to breaking out of his predicament. With this immortal goo, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea, or a tiger returning to the mountains. There is no time to lose. We will start refining Spring-Autumn Cicada now. Shirnu, don't resist. I will activate the goo formation and move you to the formation core. You will assist me in refining the goo. Ing Wuxia ordered. Yes, master, old slave will do her best. I will not regret it even if I die. Shirnu quickly accepted the order. After arranging Shirnu, Ing Wuxia also entered the most central formation core. As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, they had already been placed in the other two formation cores. Although it was only rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this goo refinement not only concerned the future of Shadow Sect, it even faintly affected the situation of the 5 regions. It had great significance. The goo refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Change form immortal goo also began its first attempt at refinement. Fan Yuan stood on Cloud Cover Continent, waiting with a solemn expression as he looked up at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was no longer as sage-like as before. It was mighty and majestic. Its muscles bulged and its body was covered in black hair. It floated in the sky with its head raised like a demon god. It opened its mouth and roared. The roar shook heaven and earth, even the clouds could be seen. Traces of light seemed to have been lit up by the roar, spreading over a range of tens of li. Most of these Dao marks are refinement path Dao marks. They are excellent for assisting in Gu refinement. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth and introduced proudly. It roared again. Along with the roar, lumps of light appeared in the sky, each shining with dazzling colors that dazzled people's eyes. What is happening in the sky? Look, the immortals have appeared again. Not long ago, it was the seven-colored heavenly pillar. This time, it is the sky full of colorful stars. What a magnificent sight! For a time, the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents on the surface of the sea were filled with excited voices. From the beggars to the nobles, all of them raised their heads and looked at the starlight in the sky with burning and yearning gazes. Every star is emitting dense immortal Gu aura. It seems that these are components of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. Fan Yuan spoke, asking in a guessing tone. The land spirit of Langya nodded, saying regretfully, "You guessed correctly. It is a pity that many of the core immortal Gu are lost now. If refinement cauldron was complete, the possibility of refining change form immortal Gu would be 60%. But so what if it is lost? I do not intend to repair refinement cauldron, so what if it is complete? True strength does not lie in immortal Gu. It lies in the Gu immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am going to start." At this moment, the Dao marks in the surrounding 100 li were all lit up, the stars in the sky were shining with colorful lights. The land spirit of Langya was hovering in the sky. Countless Gu worms flew around him. Large numbers of mortal Gu materials were refined by him in an instant. The speed was so fast that Fan Yuan felt dazzled just by looking at it. After a while, the land spirit of Langya growled, "It is your turn." In an instant, Fan Yuan's vision changed. He replaced the land spirit of Langya's position, floating in the sky. And the land spirit of Langya was standing at the place where he had just stood, looking up at him. It turned out that in this Gu refinement, the land spirit of Langya had used a dual immortal Gu refinement method according to the situation. The land spirit of Langya was in charge of the hairy man Gu refinement method, while Fan Yuan was in charge of several important immortal materials in the process. There was no clear difference in priority between the two, they were both equally important. Fan Yuan was not surprised, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. While in the sky, he immediately waved his hands, taking out a large basin of interior rain and started to refine it. The land spirit of Langya watched for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Fan Yuan was calm in the face of danger, his foundation was solid, there was a trace of indescribable profundity in his skillful methods. This lad is worthy of being reborn. With his previous life's experience, his refinement path attainment is about to reach Grandmaster level. But it will not be easy to take this step. The land spirit of Langya evaluated in his mind. The Gu refinement proceeded smoothly. All the steps were done in an orderly manner. Even if there were some accidents, they were small and not worth worrying about. Fan Yuan and the land spirit of Langya had made sufficient preparations. Moreover, there were people like Fan Yuan and the land spirit of Langya. They could not be considered weak refinement path experts, they could be said to be experts working together. Thus, it was not strange for them to have such progress. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land spirit of Langya and Fan Yuan did not sleep or rest, all their efforts turned into an incomplete immortal Gu. The land spirit of Langya was overjoyed. It seems that the first Gu refinement is likely to succeed, as long as there are no mistakes in the last few steps. He had not finished his words. There was a loud rumble in the sky, thunder rumbled like a drum, resounding everywhere. The immortal Gu was about to be formed, the tribulation was about to descend. Fan Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still as steady as before, controlling a special ice flame to roast the incomplete immortal Gu. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu's tribulation, it is nothing. What? The land spirit of Langya's tone suddenly became high-pitched, like a rooster whose throat was being grabbed. His eyes were wide open, looking at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky in shock. The tribulation had not erupted yet, But its might and aura had already surpassed the rank 6 standard in the memories of the land spirit of Langia. In fact, even the standard of a rank 7 immortal goo could not compare to this tribulation lightning. How can this be? The land spirit of Langia could not understand. He shouted angrily. First Supreme Elder, take charge of the goo refinement. I will deal with this immortal tribulation. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and said, No. Most importantly, you cannot leave. Your dog shit luck path can protect the immortal goo. Let me deal with this tribulation, boys. Form the ancient battle formation with me. The land spirit of Langia shouted. As he shouted, close to 10 hairy man goo immortals flew to his side. Silver light flashed. A tall and arrogant silver giant appeared. The number 2 ancient battle formation in the world, Heavenly Giant Solar. Central Continent Earth Abyss. Huff huff huff. Ing Wuxia breathed roughly, his eyes were bloodshot. He was like a pitiful gambler who was about to lose everything and wanted to win back his losses. Half a month ago, he had tried to refine fixed immortal travel. Up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 more chances. I have the goo formation's help, but I still failed 8 times. The success rate of the human isolation style goo refinement method is not as high as the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Yu Mu Chun reappears, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Providence also wants to get rid of me. Once I give Providence a chance, it will use the tribulation to show its might. If a random tribulation happens to counter the super goo formation, it will be troublesome. Chapter 1075. Boom! 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 Loud sounds continued to resounding in the sky of cloud-covered continent. It was deafening. This is heavenly drum thunder tribulation! Within the silver giant formed by the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, land spirit of Langia shouted. His face was filled with shock and confusion. This heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder rumbles, formless lightning will form. It will directly affect the goo immortal's body and destroy their internal organs. It has the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. It is also sound path and lightning path compatible. Ordinary goo immortals cannot defend against it. They will most likely die if they encounter this tribulation. But Fan Yuan, don't be afraid. Our world is covered in refinement path Dao marks. It is the best defense. Furthermore, I have my own methods to counter it. As long as I, Heavenly Giant Solar, am around, you will be safe. In a hurry, land spirit of Langia transmitted to Fan Yuan. He was afraid that Fan Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation and fail the goo refinement. Even though land spirit of Langia wanted Dang Hun Mountain, if Fan Yuan failed the goo refinement, it would be a huge problem. But land spirit of Langia was a man of his word. This goo refinement was the agreement between thieving heaven demon venerable and long hair ancestor. He had to help Fan Yuan with all his strength. He did not have any ulterior motives. Fan Yuan floated in the air, turning a deaf ear to the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm. His mind was also as calm as ice. Land spirit of Langia's worries were unnecessary. Fan Yuan had been through countless battles. He had been through the 5 regions chaotic war and the battle of Etian Mountain. He was immune to these disturbances. He was not flustered. His fingers moved like flowers blooming. He advanced the goo refinement steadily. Boom boom boom. With every rumble of thunder, the silver giant Heavenly Giant Solar's body shook slightly. The hairy man goo immortals in the battle formation were all frustrated. All of them felt irritated and irritable, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. Land spirit of Langia snorted coldly. I have a move that counters sound path. Look at my immortal killer move, Silence of Heaven and Earth. The silver giant suddenly burst forth with boundless radiance. The silvery white light was very dazzling, like a fragment of the sun. Fan Yuan closed his eyes in time. He had already activated several defensive killer moves. A silver light suddenly appeared, then rotated to style_txt and disappeared without a trace. The world was silent. There was no more sound of thunder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and countless bolts of lightning flickered in the clouds. But every time, the thunder that accompanied the lightning would disappear completely. After a long while, the sound of thunder gradually grew louder and louder. Even if your heavenly drum thunder tribulation scale is increased by more than 10 times, it cannot interfere with this gu refinement. The land spirit of Langya had just spoken with a smug tone when the dark clouds in the sky rapidly changed. Countless blue balls of light shot out of the dark clouds. Each ball of light was a blue charm shadow. This was a lightning fairy with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 gu immortal. Back when Immortal Fox underwent her tribulation, he was killed by a blue charm shadow. Right now, Fan Yuan was facing 20 blue charm shadows. The land spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open as he shouted, "What's going on? Why is there a second blue charm shadow tribulation? And the scale has increased by 20 times. Even though the land spirit of Langya had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable, he could not help but be moved. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. This scene was so similar to his tribulation not long ago. My first earthly calamity. Calamities and tribulations are so terrifying that they surpass heavenly tribulations. This time, change form immortal gu is the same. 20 blue charm shadows appeared at once. If I had encountered this during the earthly calamity, I would have died without a doubt. Fan Yuan's first earthly calamity. Heaven and earth she formed into several iron crown eagles, and 2 or 3 ancient ruined bats. He even encountered many ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of scale, his first earthly calamity was naturally stronger. Fan Yuan barely passed it. But if the earthly calamity he encountered was these 20 blue charm shadows, he would have no chance of survival. When he was undergoing the earthly calamity, the ancient ruined bats had not formed for long. Fan Yuan did not hesitate. He used his full strength to destroy these earthly calamities. Fan Yuan was strong in offense and weak in defense. He was making full use of his strengths. But against 20 blue charm shadows, it was a different story. The blue charm shadows were extremely fast. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 6 gu immortals. Even if Fan Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave, he might not be able to hit them. Fan Yuan had many rank 7 and 8 immortal gu, but they were not defensive immortal gu. Fan Yuan's offense was strong, but his defensive methods were too weak. He was countered by the blue charm shadows. In the end, I developed too quickly. My foundation is not stable. I have many shortcomings. Fan Yuan had this thought. Actually, he had already discovered this problem. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, time was too tight. He had no time to make up for these shortcomings. 20 blue charm shadows shot towards Fan Yuan at lightning speed. They were fast like lightning. They only left behind several blue marks in Fan Yuan's eyes before they got close. Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously, using an immortal killer move. The silver giant's body shined with light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 times its original size. The silver giant's body was huge to begin with. After this transformation, it turned into a heavenly pillar that stood on cloud-covered continent, and had an immortal aperture above its head. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook. It used an immortal killer move again. The blue charm shadows had already gotten close to Fan Yuan, but suddenly, a huge wall of light appeared in front of it. It crashed into it, and was repelled. After getting out of trouble, the silver giant stretched out its hands. Its 10 fingers formed a ball, wrapping Fan Yuan in its palms. The space between its hands was huge. It covered several li of space around Fan Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against the blue charm shadows, it will obstruct your gu refinement. You need to be careful. There might be intense fluctuations coming towards you. If you cannot stabilize yourself, the gu refinement will fail miserably. Land Spirit of Langya transmitted again. Fan Yuan nodded. He did not speak. He had a solemn expression. He was refining gu now. There were countless refinement path down marks around him. There was also refinement cauldron in the sky. But the battle between the silver giant and the blue charm shadows, it would interfere with the down marks and cause countless tremors. This was very disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. It was extremely disadvantageous to him. If he made any mistakes, all his efforts would be wasted. Boom, boom, boom! A series of booming sounds could be heard. They entered Fan Yuan's ears. The blue charm shadows were like a swarm of blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking the giant's hands. They were very fast, but the silver giant was very clumsy. You fools! Land Spirit of Langia scolded. He had to protect Fan Yuan, he had to keep his hands stable at all times, he could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm shadows could only be left to the other hairy man-gu immortals. But these hairy man-gu immortals had low battle strength, they could not control the giant well. Even though they tried their best, many of their immortal killer moves failed. Even if they succeeded, it would be reflected to the outside world with a huge commotion, but the results would be minimal. After fighting for a long time, only one of the blue charm shadows dissipated. This was the luck of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Land Spirit of Langia did not even have the energy to curse anymore. This time, it might not be good. He was filled with worry. The silver giant was formed from heavenly giant solar, it had expanded by more than 10 times, its defense was not as good as before. It could only take a beating, the blue charm shadows were bombarding it. It was getting thinner, it was almost transparent. And even though Fan Yuan stabilized the situation, because of the outside world's interference, his speed fell. Langia Land Spirit estimated based on his speed. The silver giant would not be able to last until then. He could not spare any attention now, while Fan Yuan was completely focused on the gu refinement, he could not leave to fight. Without any external interference. It could be said that his defeat was already set. Thankfully, this is my first attempt. Even if I fail, I still have the capital. Fan Yuan had a good attitude. His attitude was also very proper. When refining immortal gu, who would dare to hope to succeed on the first try? Fan Yuan could accept failure, but in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Ingwu Xia was already at the end of his rope. This is the last time, this is the final immortal material, I cannot fail again. Ingwu Xia was sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth. He was like a lone wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Once he failed, it would be very difficult for him to gather more immortal materials. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. Even if there are repercussions, I need to get through this first. Ingwu Xia made up his mind, he activated an immortal killer move. Boundless pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul started to turn into fuel, rapidly being expended. At the same time, his luck started to rise rapidly. My main body had once explored 88-point Xinyang Tower and created this killer move. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 Soul Howl Gu not long ago. I can use it after modifying some mortal gu. A resolute look flashed in Ingwu Xia's eyes. He staked it all on this. He wanted to use a huge amount of luck to help him refine fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time. He screamed in his heart. Inside Langia Blessed Land, it was already in danger. The silver giant was extremely weak, it was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man-gu immortals inside the giant were even more injured, some of their heart meridians were broken, they were coughing out blood, some had already fainted, some were trembling intensely, foaming at the mouth. They formed the ancient battle formation, the damage to the ancient battle formation was reflected on them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fan Yuan or Land Spirit of Langia, they were already in despair. For the second gu refinement, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style anymore. Fan Yuan swore in his heart, he now felt that the human isolation style was very amiable. We are actually going to fail this time. We are ruining the reputation of Langia Blessed Land. It is all because the calamities and tribulations increased so much for no reason. Land Spirit of Langia was also furious. Alright, it is time to stop. Gu Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Langia Blessed Land. There were 3 of them originally, but now, he was the only one left. He was the one who contacted Ingwu Xia secretly. leaking information about the blessed land and Fan Yuan to the latter. In this battle against the blue charm lightning shadows, he had put in a lot of effort. It was naturally all destruction. From the perspective of Shadow Sect, he naturally did not want to see Fan Yuan refined change form immortal goo. For the final attack, I will use the killer move Warrior's Arm. Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Although this move was very powerful, it would greatly weaken the Silver Giant's body. Right now, the Silver Giant was on the verge of collapse. Warrior's Arm would definitely break apart. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation will collapse. Not only will Fan Yuan's goo refinement fail, the backlash of the battle formation will also take the lives of many hairy man goo immortals. If I survive, I will be entrusted with more responsibility. This is amazing, amazing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The traitor Sixth Hair decisively used Warrior's Arm. One of the Silver Giant's arms separated from its body. As it fell down, it shined with a bright light. Oh no! Which idiot! Land Spirit of Langa was shocked. He was about to curse. Suddenly, this broken arm was hit by another immortal killer move. The explosive force was completely absorbed and sent far away. Boom! With a loud sound, an earth-shattering explosion happened. It also affected the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm shadows were flying in all directions. Coincidentally, most of them had gathered together at that moment. They had been hit by the explosion and were all destroyed in an instant. An astonishing result! Fan Yuan stared blankly. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. This works? Land Spirit of Langa was also dumbfounded. After a while, he shouted, "Good job!" After this change, the Silver Giant broke apart. The hairy man goo immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation changed drastically. But Land Spirit of Langa alone was enough to defend against these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was filled with regret. He wanted to make a move, but Land Spirit of Langa ordered him to take care of the other hairy man goo immortals. An hour later, Fan Yuan held on to change form immortal goo that was still warm from the refinement. He could not believe it himself. He succeeded on his first try? Central Continent Earth Abyss. Guh! Ingwu Se coughed out blood. He fell backwards. His expression was pale as paper. He fainted. The final refinement of fixed immortal travel failed again. Chapter 1076. The butterfly fluttered its wings, flying high and low. Its exquisite and graceful butterfly tail sprinkled specks of emerald green light in the air. Eventually it landed on Fairy Myrtle's white and slender index finger. Fairy Myrtle looked at this jade butterfly with a deep gaze. She smiled and said softly, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "That's right." An old goo immortal beside her replied expressionlessly. This old granny had a hunched back. She had yellow hair that resembled straw. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. Fairy Myrtle turned around and thanked sincerely. "This is just a rank 6 immortal goo. It actually troubled a refinement path great grandmaster like Granny Sha to make it. It is its honor." This old goo immortal was a member of Celestial Court. She had just woken up. Her cultivation level was rank 8. She was thousands of years old. The details could not be verified. Celestial Court had many such old antiques, but a refinement path great grandmaster was very rare. Fairy Myrtle knew more. She was a wisdom path goo immortal. She could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Sha in front of her did not have much lifespan left. She had to hibernate in Celestial Court to delay her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation. They had feelings for each other when they were young. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself. This news finally alerted Granny Sha. She ended her hibernation and woke up. Granny Sha looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Myrtle's hands. She sighed deeply. "I am an old woman whose body is lying in a coffin. What honor is there to talk about? Can I really help you capture that Fan Yuan by refining fixed immortal travel?" Refining fixed immortal travel required the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By now, ordinary goo immortals could not gather it, but Celestial Court was an exception. This was the #1 goo immortal organization in the world. Since its establishment in the primordial era, it had always firmly occupied the top position, overlooking the river of history and looking down on the heroes of the 5 regions. The Wind Cloud Manor was just one of the 10 lower sects of the Celestial Court. There was primeval light and the treasury. Naturally, the Celestial Court had even more in its own storehouse. Thus, Granny Shah directly rushed to refine fixed immortal travel, not worrying about a shortage of immortal materials. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court, which had stood for more than 3 million years since ancient times. Facing Granny Shah's question, Fairy Myrtle smiled and answered, "This is the result of my divination, I'm 60% sure." A peculiar light flashed in Granny Shah's eyes. "You and that heaven supervising ghost are wisdom path goo immortals on par with each other. With 60% certainty, there is a need to try." Fairy Myrtle nodded lightly. "Speaking of which, I was lucky to be able to deduce it. I recently received a few crucial clues. It was no secret that Fan Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada and other goo. Not long ago, we captured a demonic path goo immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We found out that the boss of the organization had borrowed goo from him. Later, we deduced that Fan Yuan could appear in several places. Pot River was one of them. Coincidentally, Wind Cloud Manor's goo immortal, Feng Chanzi, secretly sold the light of the immemorial era to outsiders from the sect's treasury. So you deduce that Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel has been destroyed, right?" Granny Shah asked. "It is only a possibility, but from the results, it should be true," Fairy Myrtle answered. "That Fan Yuan has many immortal goo. Spring-autumn cicada is sealed, and fixed immortal travel is in our hands. This way, it will be much easier to capture him," Granny Shah said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing. "Actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is just a rank 6 immortal goo, there are too many ways to deal with it." "That's right," Granny Shah agreed. "It is almost impossible to advance fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8, because it uses too much light of the immemorial era. Even if we take all the light of the immemorial era from the Celestial Court's treasury, we can only try 3 times. We can only try to advance to rank 7 3 times. Rank 8 fixed immortal travel is already extinct. The light of the immemorial era could be obtained as much as one wanted in the immemorial antiquity era, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. And fixed immortal travel needed the light of the immemorial era. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not carry rank 7 goo immortals, not to mention rank 8 goo immortals. These goo immortals had abundant down marks on them. Fixed immortal travel needed to carry them. It was like a baby carrying an elephant. Unless they were space path goo immortals, or used special immortal killer moves. But such situations were rare. In conclusion, fixed immortal travel was limited to rank 6, even though it was powerful, it had little use on rank 7 and 8 goo immortals. Granny Shah continued. Actually, in the history of the Celestial Court, they had possessed fixed immortal travel several times. Most of the time, they were given to lower sects to use, but they lost it due to tribulations or other reasons. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of a goo immortal from the Celestial Court, Liang, and even advanced to rank 7. This person also cultivated Space Path, but back then, when the immemorial desolate beast Calamity Space rampaged, he died in battle and his rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Fan Yuan, but in the eyes of the Celestial Court's goo immortals, it was nothing. It could not be used, it was not convenient. Thus, most of the time, the Celestial Court gave it to lower sects to suppress Central Continent. But who could have thought that Fan Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create such a huge commotion? In the end, it was still the same sentence. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master, goo immortal. The effect of a goo worm did not depend on the goo worm itself, but more on the goo master. Fairy Myrtle continued. Refining fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada is only to cut off Fan Yuan's wings. The true difficulty is to deduce where he is hiding. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce and find him in Central Continent. Granny Shah, I will have to trouble you to refine immortal goo and help the Celestial Court rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Shah nodded. Her tone was slightly melancholic. Heaven Overseeing Old Ghost is dead. I cannot save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure that if his soul returns to the door of life and death, he will be glad to know this. Goodbye. Granny Shah left. Fairy Myrtle summoned another Goo Immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi used public resources for personal gain. He almost made a huge mistake. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long. The Celestial Court has become overstaffed. How can such a profligate person be allowed to tarnish the reputation of our Celestial Court? He will be punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Di Zhengxing for 20 years. During this period, if that evil dragon makes a comeback, it will be due to his negligence. He will be punished with his life. Fairy Myrtle said, her eyes shining with cold light. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded, frowning slightly. What about Old Man Beifeng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Beifeng's grandson. He was doted on by the latter. Most importantly, according to Old Man Beifeng's accumulated contributions and battle strength potential, he could already be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 Goo Immortals could be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. They had to be the cream of the crop. Fairy Myrtle smiled. If Old Man Beifeng wants to be promoted to the Celestial Court, I will personally welcome him. But right now, his beloved grandson is guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level is not enough. Coincidentally, no one in the Celestial Court is willing to take over this mess. Let Old Man Beifeng take over. After pausing for a while, Fairy Myrtle continued. I called you here because I have deduced the identities of many of Defice members. I will have to trouble you to capture a few of them for me so that I can obtain more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order and left. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead. As the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grand Master, Fairy Myrtle naturally became the leader of the Celestial Court. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were most suited for this job. Of course, being the leader of the Celestial Court was only temporary. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals had equal status. It was not a place where rank 8 Goo Immortals could make decisions alone. Everything had to be discussed. Unless an Immortal Venerable was in charge, that was a different matter. Granny Shah, rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon, kill and capture Defice members outside. Wei Ling, investigate the internal affairs of the Celestial Court. At the same time, modify the Celestial Court's inspection method. We can't let any spies infiltrate the Celestial Court. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce Fan Yuan's location. This matter should be done as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. Her recent deductions showed that the more she attacked Fan Yuan, the closer Fan Yuan would cooperate with the Shadow Sect. For the Celestial Court, Spectral Soul was their main target. They had to kill him to be at ease. But now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's giant dream realm. The Celestial Court did not need to make a move, and could not make a move. They could watch as Spectral Soul died in the dream realm. Thus, the Celestial Court's target was Fan Yuan and the Shadow Sect's remaining forces. They wanted to prevent one or both of them from coming to save Spectral Soul. As for the Shadow Sect's remaining forces like Zombie Alliance, Fairy Myrtle had already arranged for people to kill them. Fan Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not a problem, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Fan Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central Continent deep in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia slowly woke up. What happened? This is... Ing Wuxia was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed? I did not succeed now, and my soul's injuries are severe. Ing Wu Xie's expression was pale, he clenched his fists. He was annoyed, but also at a loss, he did not know what to do next. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, the super goo formation that Ing Wu Xie was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no! A wisdom path great expert is deducing me, the super goo formation's defense is triggered. Ing Wu Xie shouted in his mind, his pale face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. Chapter 1077. In Central Continent, who could deduce Ing Wu Xie? The first thing that popped up in Ing Wu Xie's mind was Celestial Court. A novel. The number one goo immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Celestial Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Celestial Court that had been ruled by 3 immortal venerables. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not want to attack Celestial Court. The Supreme Celestial Court. The Super Goo formation continued to work, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert. The entire goo formation was emitting eerie black light, it was emitting creaking noises due to the heavy load. In such a short period of time, who can make this super goo formation so overwhelmed? It can only be the rank 8 wisdom path great expert of Celestial Court. Ing Wu Xie's expression was pale, he was already sweating profusely. Shadow Sect was created after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, his soul returned to the door of life and death, after 100,000 years of development. Because of their brilliant strategy, they reached their peak. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, they suffered terrible losses, only some remnant forces were left. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the dream realm, Ing Wu Xie was their only hope. Ing Wu Xie knew how heavy the responsibility on his shoulders was. If he was deduced and did not have fixed Immortal Travel's teleportation method, he would definitely be chased by the relentless Celestial Court Goo Immortals, he would die. It doesn't matter if I die, the problem is that my main body will fall into a hopeless situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will truly die. I will become a record in the river of history. I am not resigned to this. Ing Wu Xie shouted, he struggled to sit up. He injected his mind in immortal essence, he started to control the super goo formation. The goo formation quickly stabilized. Eerie light flowed like water, flowing in the formation. The creaking noises that were unable to bear the heavy load gradually weakened. Whether there was a goo immortal controlling it. The power displayed by the goo formation was completely different. Earlier, without Ing Wu Xie controlling it, this super goo formation could still defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But now, with Ing Wu Xie controlling it, its power increased by more than 10 times, stabilizing the situation. On the other hand, Ing Wu Xie's situation was getting worse and worse. He had just woken up from his coma, and his condition was not right. Because the goo refinement failed, he had to use his trump card killer move. In order to increase his own luck, his soul was severely damaged. After waking up, he was busy maintaining the super goo formation, he did not even have time to heal his injuries. After controlling the super goo formation for a while, Ing Wu Xie felt dizzy, he saw stars and his body was shaking, he almost fainted again. I can't! This super goo formation was hard to control, it also had to resist wisdom path deductions. It consumes a large amount of my essence, energy, and spirit. I can no longer persevere. Ing Wu Xie's heart sank. Sure knew! Hey Lulan! He transmitted, he had no choice but to tell them the secret of the super goo formation. Handing it over to the other party to use. Not long after, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master! Shirnu was loyal and devoted. After being able to control the super goo formation, he found that Ing Wu Xie was in a bad state. He immediately activated the goo formation and healed Ing Wu Xie. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. The situation gradually stabilized. Ing Wu Xie finally woke up. His condition was much better. Once he woke up, he asked, How long have I been unconscious? Shirnu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, Master. Did the other party stop deducing? Ing Wuxia asked again. No. This time, it was He Lulan who transmitted. Ing Wuxia's expression was grim. His heart had sunk to rock bottom. They actually deduced for 2 days and 3 nights without stopping. It seems that the other party is most likely a Wisdom Path great expert of Celestial Court. Their Wisdom Path foundation is comparable to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Sigh, Celestial Court. Celestial Court's waters were too deep. After 3 generations of immortal venerables, countless rank 8 Gu immortals had entered it. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years. It could be said to be a huge force, but compared to Celestial Court, its foundation was still very shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years, relying on a fortuitous opportunity and paying a huge price. They succeeded in planting a spy in Celestial Court, Lian Jiuxing. But after Lian Jiuxing entered Celestial Court, he did not obtain much information. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were mostly in hibernation, they rarely moved out. However, this little information showed a portion of Celestial Court's strength. It also made Shadow Sect quite apprehensive. First and foremost was the rank 9 Fate Gu that Celestial Court possessed. Even Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only damaged this immortal Gu in the past, he did not completely destroy it. With rank 9 Fate Gu as the core, the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower was even more powerful. It could monitor the entire world. The investigation range of the person who defied fate included the whole 5 regions, White Heaven and Black Heaven. It was shockingly huge. Secondly, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven had always been free of calamities and tribulations. It seemed to be because it had annexed a large number of fragments of the immemorial 7 heavens. Finally, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' research on immortal apertures had reached an unfathomable level. In this aspect, even Spectral Soul felt that he could not compare to him. The first thing rank 8 Gu immortals who joined Celestial Court had to do was to offer their Grotto Heaven and merge it into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. When they went out of Celestial Court, they would obtain a special phantom aperture. It was used to store immortal essence and Gu worms. This method involved the deepest secret of Celestial Court. It seemed to be the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Gu immortals merged their immortal apertures into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from calamities and tribulations. They would be able to sleep and delay the loss of their lifespan. Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era, 3 million years ago. During this period, 3 Immortal Venerables Grotto Heavens and countless rank 8 Gu Immortals Grotto Heavens were merged into Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven was extremely vast. The immortal materials and resources inside were unparalleled. With just these resources, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven could be completely self-sufficient. It did not need to obtain anything from the outside world of the 5 regions. Even most Celestial Court's members did not know how many rank 8 Gu immortals were sleeping in Celestial Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand how vast and terrifying the Celestial Court's hidden power was. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu was the orthodox method of increasing lifespan. Celestial Court's Gu immortals could sleep to extend their lifespan. There had to be some drawbacks. It was just that Lian Jiuxing had not been able to find out what this drawback was. This was one of Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, which had only existed for over 100,000 years, was simply too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, while Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was the exposed part of the iceberg. Old Man Inkstone, Bo Qing, Zishan Makoto, and the rest were the part of the iceberg under the sea. And Celestial Court was the sea with the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep, there were icebergs floating on the surface. What was hidden in the depths of the sea? Maybe there were countless dragon pythons and immortal warriors. Or maybe the Gu immortals were all dead. No one knew the truth, it might never be known. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lian Jiuxing, Bai Tian, Fairy Myrtle, and Granny Shao were only the rank 8 Gu immortals who had joined Celestial Court in the last few thousand years. They had not sunk into the depths of the sea, they could be considered huge waves on the surface. Master, what should we do now? Shirnu asked. Ing Wu Xie fell into deep silence. He racked his brains for a solution. Right now, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were like a spear, forcing Ing Wu Xie and the rest to raise their shields and defend, to control the Super Gu formation. Although the Super Gu formation was powerful and could block Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this way, the Super Gu formation needed Gu Immortals to control it. It was like restricting Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Moreover, if they simply defended, they would be too passive. They would definitely lose if they defended for too long. It was not a wise move. Celestial Court attacked me. I'm afraid it was not just against my shadow sect, it was also trying to kill Fan Yuan. My body is Fan Yuan's, to a certain extent. I am helping Fan Yuan block his calamity. It is very strange that fixed immortal travel's refinement failed this time. 10 chances, along with the sudden surge of luck at the end. Even if it was because of the luck connection that my luck was thinned, the chances of success were still quite high. Fan Yuan succeeded in that situation. My situation was far better than his, but I still failed. It is likely that fixed immortal travel was refined by someone else. If that is the case, it is likely to be Celestial Court. At this time, over at Langya Blessed Land, the traitor Sixth Heir had already sent a letter to Ing Wu Xie asking for forgiveness. Thus, Ing Wu Xie knew about Fan Yuan's situation. It seems that I can only sacrifice myself to save myself. Ing Wu Xie had a resolute expression. He decided to sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for his own life. With the Super Gu formation's ability, it could conceal his aura for some time. Fairy Z-Wei's deduction ability would be restricted to the Gu formation. This way, Ing Wu Xie would be able to escape and cross the 5 regional walls, leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a dangerous place. Shadow Sect's remaining forces were too few. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a whole new world for Ing Wu Xie. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but my cultivation level is only at the bottom of rank 6. It is not as difficult to cross regional walls as rank 7 or 8. Now, I can only work harder and move around the 4 regions to gather all the remaining forces. And even if Celestial Court has rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu Immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower is also destroyed. I am not afraid of its investigation. I can only abandon this camp. And the people controlling the Gu formation are at least 2 rank 6s, or 1 rank 7. Ing Wu Xie thought about it, and decided to abandon Shirnu, leaving with Tai Bai Yinxing and He Lulan. He could be assured of their loyalty, especially He Lulan, followed by Shirnu and Tai Bai Yinxing. The most important reason was that he would need to cross regional walls many times. When crossing regional walls, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more advantageous it would be. The rank 7 Shirnu would be a burden instead. Ing Wu Xie made his decision and immediately carried it out. Shirnu had no objections. His loyalty was as clear as the sun and moon. He even handed over all of his Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie's immortal aperture was a dead land. He stored his Gu worms and sent the Rockman tribe into He Lulan's immortal aperture to be nurtured. Chapter 1078. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder boomed, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Is identical to nets greater than over equal to. Amidst the rising dust, Ing Wu Xie suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the sky. His roar could not be heard by physical ears, but the 3 attacking Central Continent Gu Immortals shook intensely. Their souls shook intensely. Not good! This is a Soul Path Immortal killer move! The 3 Central Continent Gu Immortals quickly defended themselves. Retreat! Ing Wu Xie shouted and led Tai Bai Yinxing and He Lulan to leave. By the time the Central Continent Gu Immortals regained their senses, the 3 Immortals were nowhere to be seen. What Soul Path killer move is this? How powerful! At that moment, I felt like my soul was about to scatter. These 3 Gu Immortals, according to their auras, are from Northern Plains. So secretive and secretive. Who exactly are they? They actually appeared in the earth abyss of my ancient soul sect. Could it be that the previous landslide had something to do with them? The three central continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. They conversed while healing their injuries. I've already reported this information to the sect. This sect is currently mobilizing reinforcements. Chase them. The three of them were hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. They cannot escape. The three central continent Gu immortals stabilized their injuries and set off in pursuit. Net == After tracking for a while, the connection suddenly disappeared. The leading central continent Gu immortal was perplexed. Strange. My immortal killer move was only created a few years ago. It has a tracking effect. Very few people know about it. How did he do it? There are many types of immortal Gu, and killer moves can be formed by combining them. Gu immortals had uncountable methods. Maybe he has a method against Fangjing that counters your immortal killer move. That might be possible, but not likely. In my opinion, it might not have been lifted. Perhaps it was only temporarily suppressed. Or perhaps they used some kind of method to block it. The leader of the three immortals pondered for a while before saying, We chased until here, but the connection to the immortal killer move suddenly broke. There must be something amiss. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture? The immortal aperture was a small world. They were different from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fate-defying people stayed in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They could avoid heaven overseeing towers detection. If Ing Wuxia entered someone else's immortal aperture, the 3 immortals' tracking methods would not work. But the matter of entering other people's immortal apertures. It was very rare in the Gu immortal world. Firstly, the Gu immortal's immortal aperture was of utmost importance. Very few would let others enter their immortal aperture. Secondly, this move had its drawbacks. Gu immortal's immortal apertures contained down marks. The Gu immortal entered someone else's immortal aperture. The down marks of both sides would interfere with each other, impede each other, and even repel and deplete each other. The specific consumption would depend on the specific situation. Generally speaking, it was more stable to use the big to wrap the small and the big to wrap the small. Even if the immortal aperture was large, as long as the gap between the two sides was not too big, the immortal aperture could be used to store Gu immortals. Equals? Greater than over equal to 4 all? The net, however, will more or less suffer losses in various aspects. If the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, it could connect to the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. It would be akin to attaching itself to the 5 regions. It would be much more stable than the immortal aperture inside the Gu immortal's body. It could include more Gu immortals with higher cultivation level. If the Gu immortal entering the immortal aperture had too high a cultivation level and too many down marks, the immortal aperture might even explode. Just like the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, only those with a certain cultivation level were allowed to participate in the exploration. Gu immortals with high cultivation level could not enter. Forcefully entering would only cause the fragment world to explode. There was also a special situation, that was the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a land of death. Time was synchronized with the outside world. The internal space continued to disintegrate. It could be seen as the down marks in the immortal aperture scattering and returning to the Gu immortal's body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture entered a Gu immortal's body, it would be useless. It would not cause down marks to be consumed. At most, the immortal aperture's dead land would disintegrate, and the speed at which the immortal aperture's down marks would return to the body. Leader 3 immortals had already calculated this situation. Thus Ing Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lulan were all hit by his immortal killer move. Thus, no matter who entered whose immortal aperture, there would still be one person left. He sensed them. While the 3 immortals were thinking, a guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Don't tell me, someone placed their immortal aperture and hid themselves and the other 2 Gu immortals inside? But it is easy for Gu immortals to store their immortal aperture, but placing it requires time. It would cause the world to shake. How could they place their immortal aperture so quickly and silently? But Gu immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of strange things. There is always someone stronger. Maybe the other party has a method to quickly place their immortal aperture? This central continent goo immortal thought about it but could not come up with anything. But this did not hinder him from dealing with it. Greater than over equal to for all, for all, for all, for all, for all, for all. My connection was suddenly cut off here. Rather than chasing aimlessly, why don't we stay here and investigate? We can preserve the scene and wait for our wisdom path goo immortals to deduce. The central continent goo immortal said. His suggestion made the other two nod their heads repeatedly. No one raised any objections. They are not leaving, it seems they want to stay here. Inside the super goo formation, Tai Bai Yinxing observed as he sighed. These 3 goo immortals are the 3 rank 7 goo immortals that ancient soul sect sent to investigate the super collapse. Master, it is fortunate that you were able to escape. Please heal your injuries quickly. Shi Nu urged. He Lulan was silent. Ing Wu Xie's expression was extremely ugly, his voice was hoarse. To think that these 3 goo immortals were waiting for me here. He had already decided to sacrifice himself, but to think that not long after he left, these 3 goo immortals from ancient soul sect would find him. After an intense battle, Ing Wu Xie's group was not their match, they could only retreat to the super goo formation. With the concealment of the super goo formation, the immortal killer moves that He Lulan and the rest were temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 goo immortals from ancient soul sect were flying above the super goo formation. But the super goo formation was extraordinary. Not only could it conceal itself and not reveal any signs, it was also in a phantom state without a solid body. The 3 central continent immortals could not detect anything. What should I do next? He Lulan thought as she looked at Ing Wu Xie with a questioning gaze. Ing Wu Xie turned his face away, his eyes flickering. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We're in a desperate situation. This is the only way." A moment later, jewel yellow skies v. A beam of treasure light soared into the sky. It was thick and large, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of countless people in the jewel yellow skies. What kind of treasure can produce such a magnificent treasure light? Immortal goo, it is actually an immortal goo. Someone wants to use jewel yellow skies to transport immortal goo. How extravagant. Countless wills. The goo immortals who were paying attention were conversing. The familiar scene in front of them reminded them of the land spirit of Langia that had passed through jewel yellow skies not long ago. The situation of sending sword path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. But soon, there was a commotion in the crowd. The guardian immortal goos had announced, this immortal goo was to be sold, anyone could buy it, but they had to exchange goo for goo. Or if they gathered the immortal materials on the list, they could exchange them directly. The goo immortals were all shaken. Exchanging immortal goo for immortal goo was the norm in the goo immortal world. It was also the only way to exchange immortal goo. But to think that this immortal goo could be exchanged with immortal materials. This was both a pleasant surprise and a pleasant surprise. At once, the whole of jewel yellow skies was in an uproar. Central continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, Northern Plains, goo immortals from all over the world showed great interest towards this immortal goo. Especially when they found out that the immortal materials on the list were not ridiculous. As long as they could gather them, they would definitely make a profit by exchanging for this immortal goo. Time flowed. A sudden immortal goo transaction caused a commotion. It had spread to the whole of jewel yellow skies. More and more goo immortals learned of the situation here. They looked over with concerned gazes and came to inquire. The price was very fair, countless goo immortals were moved. Ing Wu Xie sneered at this scene. The person selling the immortal goo was none other than himself. Immortal goo were normally not sold. Because goo refinement was difficult, immortal goo were unique, even 100 sets of immortal materials might not be able to refine them. But Ing Wu Xie was forced into a corner, he had no other choice. He had no choice but to sell the immortal goo. He had immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes in his mind, they were all given to him by the demon Venerable's will in the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's will was limited, these things were carefully selected. Only then did Ing Wuxie remember them. They were all very precious and had great value. But he could not sell these things, they were very useful for saving the demon Venerable's main body. Selling them would be exposing his secrets to others, he could not sell them. These things could not be sold, his cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials. They were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then Ing Wuxie only had one way, that was to sell immortal goo. He had many immortal goo. Most of them were obtained from Fang Yuan. What he was selling now was the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Fang Yuan once possessed. In the current goo immortal world, even though there were few strength path goo immortals, this immortal goo caused a huge commotion. Because the price was not high, many rank 6 goo immortals without immortal goo could afford it. As I expected. I will first sell this Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to cause a commotion, then I will sell other immortal goo. I will be able to get a higher price. Ing Wuxie sneered in his heart. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, do you know about Jewel Yellow Skies being born in Central Continent? Granny Sha used a goo worm to transmit. Fairy Myrtle received it. Fairy Myrtle had been trying her best to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body had been separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Ing Wuxie, who was closest to her. As for Fang Yuan, he was hiding in Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her deductions were almost useless. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Myrtle smiled, stopping her deductions. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength immortal goo in Jewel Yellow Skies? And using fixed immortal travel and other space path immortal goo to exchange for it? It seems that Fang Yuan has been forced into a corner by me. He has no choice but to use this method. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be able to interfere. But my celestial court is an exception. Men, open the treasury. I want to make a transaction with the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies. The heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies was extremely arrogant. It rarely appeared. Even the celestial court did not care. When a venerable threatened it, the heavenly spirit would rather die than submit. The venerables were helpless. In the huge celestial court, it was impossible to force Jewel Yellow Skies to expel Ing Wuxie. Chapter 1079. Southern Border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun hung high in the sky, its radiance dazzling. There was a sea of people on Shangliang Mountain, and it was bustling with noise. The rank 4 peak stage goo master Shang Buli appeared on the peak, attracting everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was experienced, at this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Because right now was Shang clan's grand ceremony, it was extremely important. There were representatives from the Tai clan, Yi clan, Wu clan, Ho clan, and other super forces of the southern border. There were also famous experts and heroes from the evil Dao and rogue cultivators. It could be said to be the gathering of the elites of southern border's goo master world. The difference between Shang clan and other super forces was in Shang clan's martial stage policy. The battle stage of other righteous path super forces were targeted at their clans. But Shang clan's battle stage could take in demonic path and lone cultivator goo masters. Shang clan was based on business, and their main base was Shangliang Mountain. Everything was negotiable, and it was the biggest hub of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This did not only apply to the goo master world, it also applied to the goo immortal world. Shang clan's goo immortals were often the middlemen of the righteous path and demonic path. Seeing Shang Buli, countless goo masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that Shang clan's ceremony was about to begin. The entire Shangliang Mountain became silent. This made Shang Buli feel even more pressure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised his head and chanted, "Shang clan leader enthronement ceremony, begin!" In the next moment, magnificent and beautiful music resounded. Countless colorful birds fluttered in the air, and golden flowers fell from the sky, creating a beautiful and splendid scene. From the inside of Shangliang Mountain, a long path of white rainbow light extended outwards. A woman, dressed in splendid attire, walked step by step on the path of white light, appearing in everyone's vision. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were like light willow smoke. Her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was tied up in a high bun. She was dressed in splendid attire, as she slowly made her appearance. It was Shang Xinci. All of a sudden, countless Gu masters on the mountain subconsciously held their breaths. So beautiful! This is the next clan leader of Shang clan? This woman is so gentle and beautiful. She's practically a female immortal. Where did she come from? Everyone discussed animatedly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. However, these noises were all drowned out by the magnificent and resonant ceremonial music. As for the various VIP seats on the mountain peak, they were occupied by the various superpowers. The experts of the Devil Dao and itinerant cultivators were also watching Shang Xinci's appearance and secretly communicating with each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. He was not famous, his talent was not good, and his cultivation was weak. To think that in the end, she was the one who became Shang clan leader. Fate makes fools of people. What a pity! Countless heroes died in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. All the forces in the southern border are in turmoil. Shuffle the cards again. And that battlefield remains of Yitian Mountain has already become the greatest mystery of the southern border. Step by step, Shang Xinci walked on the light path of the white rainbow. Under everyone's gazes, her clothes fluttered about as she leisurely ascended. She left Shangliang Mountain summit and headed straight for the sky. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky. Tens of thousands of multicolored lights gathered to form a throne. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at Shang Xinci. Today's southern border Gu Master World. You are the only protagonist, Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who supported Shang Xinci, allowing her to become Shang clan leader. Shang Xinci became Shang clan leader. Shang Qingqing had already concealed herself to prevent anyone from causing trouble. She was secretly suppressing the situation. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, southern border has fallen into the most chaotic situation in the last few hundred years. Can this woman really lead Shang clan and gain a foothold, or even expand our territory? Shang Tanmo asked. He had the appearance of a young man. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a thin body. Right now, he looked at Shang Xinci with deep suspicion and probing. Shang Qingqing laughed. Generations of clan leaders have gone through trials and tribulations. Furthermore, what I value the most about Shang Xinci is not her ability, but her heart and breadth of mind. These traits give her an indescribable charisma. She is truly unique in the current mortal world. Look at the mountain peak, her subordinates are tearing up, they are so loyal and passionate towards Shang Xinci. But the truth is, these subordinates of hers have complicated backgrounds, but now, they are all loyal to her. Oh? Shang Tanmo heard this and was moved. Only now did he realize that Shang Qingqing did not choose this woman to be Shang clan leader just because of her character, but after careful consideration. He followed Shang Qingqing's finger and looked down. To think that Missy would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob, 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 Missy, we have finally made it. Xiao Dai cried tears of joy. She was Shang Xinci's trusted servant, and was inseparable from Shang Xinci and Zhang clan. She followed the caravan all the way to Shang clan city, and went through thick and thin together. She was extremely loyal. Master, if you knew this in the door of life and death, you would be very happy. Missy is completely different from Master's other children. She will definitely bring a different future to Shang clan. Servant Xiao Lan's eyes were red. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. Because of her ability, Shang Yanfei assigned her to Shang Xinci. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Yitian Mountain, her loyalty to Shang Yanfei was completely transferred to Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was the clan leader of Zhou clan. He was arrogant and virtuous. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was forced to live outside, managing a shop in Shang Clan inner city for a living. Later, he was forced by Fan Yuan to become Shang Xinc's subordinate. Seeing Shang Xinci slowly sit on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was dazed. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Fan Yuan, his lips curled into a complicated smile. Black and white demons, should I thank you? Now that Missy has become Shang Clan leader, there is hope for my Zhou clan. But immediately, Zhou Quan thought again. No, the matter of reviving the clan has to be put aside. Missy might be the clan leader, but her situation is not good due to internal and external troubles. How can I leave her at this time, when she needs the assistance of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan did not get carried away by the grand scene around him. He first looked at Shang Buli and Wan Wanshan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the battle of Yitian Mountain, of the 5 great generals, only 2 were left. They were Shang Buli and Wan Wanshan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, the latter was in charge of the resource development of Shang clan's mountains. Mines, medicine, hunting and so on. One was Shang, he was the representative of Shang clan. The other was Wan, he was an external elder, he represented the external Gu masters of Shang clan. With these 2 experts, Missy's situation in Shang clan is like this. Missy's situation in Shang clan was truly a powerful subordinate and weak master. If things go wrong, these 2 might work together and make her a puppet clan leader. After all, Missy's identity cannot gain the support of all Shang clansmen. She is the illegitimate daughter of the previous clan leader. The internal situation is worrying. Outside, there are many undercurrents and dangers lurking. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, too many leaders and heroes died. Everything is being reshuffled. The ownerless resources need to be fought over again. The manpower and material resources available to the young miss were simply too little. They couldn't be compared to the other brothers and sisters. Not to mention dealing with external matters. And at this time, Lady Wei is going to leave her. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked angrily at the mature Gu master Wei de Xian beside him, feeling very unhappy. He was Shang Xinc's chief steward. He knew a lot of information. Wei de Xian was the wife of Wei clan leader. She had the ability to train guards, she was pregnant and wanted to protect her husband's only bloodline. Thus, Fang Yuan targeted her weakness and threatened her, eventually making her submit to Shang Xinci, helping Shang Xinci to nurture a group of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xinc's guards. Right now, she had already given birth to a son, successfully continuing her husband's bloodline. Because she often showed her face in public. Her news was known to her younger brother, Wei Xinjian. Not long ago, Wei Xinjian sent a letter, asking Wei de Xian to join him and work for Wu clan. Wei de Xian was moved. After all, when she submitted to Shang Xinci, it was Fan Yuan who used both soft and hard tactics, mostly threatening her. But Zhou Quan did not know that while he was worrying about this situation, Wei de Xian was also worried. Zhou Quan was once a clan leader, he could see the big picture. Wei de Xian was the same. She was the clan leader's wife, she could see more than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is dead, my enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by He Sha to work for young miss. But after interacting with her, I gradually understood young miss's character. Young miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world after all. Little brother, big sister is sorry, I cannot go to your side to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan, even though you are ostracized, at least your life is not in danger. But young Mrs. side is filled with danger. Wei de Xian sighed in her heart. No matter what, as the steward of young miss, I need to consider everything for her. Now is the time to use people, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, these 3 demonic path brothers, we must keep them here, we cannot let them go. Zhou Quan looked at the 3 people in the crowd as his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, as the leader of young Mrs. Guards, I need to plan for her. Shang Yanfei is dead, Shang clan only has 2 capable people left, to prevent them from taking over, we need to quickly promote new people. Xiao Yan, he was a very good candidate. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he also worships Wei Yang. Because of the black and white twin demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young Miss when he was alive. Xiao Yan is also closer to her. Wei de Xian looked at Xiao Yan in the crowd as she quickly calculated. In the sky, Shang Xian spoke for the first time. It was short, but the meaning was deep, making people think deeply. This was not her idea, it was Wei de Xian and Zhou Quan's plan. After she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers as Shang Xian's figure gradually faded. But the ascension ceremony was not over yet. There would be a day and night of celebration, good food and wine, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, sweeping away the sorrow and dejection of the clan's elite's sacrifice. After disappearing from the sky, Shang Xian directly appeared in the inner city's city lord's residence. So tired. Without anyone's attention, she relaxed, feeling a deep exhaustion in her body and mind. But she knew now was not the time for her to rest. She started to use goo worms to call her trusted aides. Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan, Wei de Xian, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Shang Xian had things to do. Yi Fan walked on the road with bright light in his eyes. He walked with a majestic gait. Ever since he refused to retreat and protected Shang Xian, he obtained Shang Qingqing's recognition. She gave him a great inheritance and a large number of goo worms. Yi Fan had no direction in his cultivation. After obtaining this inheritance, his future was clear. He no longer lacked goo worms. His future was bright. He could be said to be Shang Xian's benefactor. He could freely enter the city lord's residence without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xian actually became Shang clan leader. But it is not easy to be a clan leader, not to mention Shang clan's leader. How can I, Yi Fan, watch without doing anything? Thinking of Shang Xian, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He was developing feelings for Shang Xian, but he did not know how Shang Xian felt about him. He knew that Shang Xian was in the city lord's residence, thus he came uninvited. Closer, even closer. The final door was right in front of him. He would be able to see Lady Xian soon. Yi Fan's footsteps could not help but speed up. He stood at the door, straightening his back and tidying his clothes, about to knock on the door. But he heard Shang Xian's voice from inside. Everyone, listen to me first. After becoming clan leader, I want to do something. This matter has been bothering me for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to cancel Brother Black Demon Fangjing's arrest warrant. Of course, there is also Sister White Demon. Yi Fan was stunned. His finger that was about to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xian was discussing with her subordinates, while Shang Qingqing and the other Gu immortals were in Living Treasure Blessed Land planning for Southern Borders matters. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land. It was their headquarters. It was located in Southern Border at all times. It was very stable and could allow Gu immortals to enter and leave. This blessed land's door was the Living Treasure door. It liked to dig its nose randomly. After the Battle of Etian Mountain ends, Southern Border's Gu immortal world will be in chaos for the next few decades. Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke slowly. He looked around as he continued. There are 3 major matters in our clan now. First, all the region's zombie alliance have disappeared mysteriously. Southern Border's Zombie Alliance branch is no exception. They occupy a lot of resources. Our Shang clan can use them. Second, Etian Mountain is surrounded by a giant dream realm. Our Righteous Path forces need to unite and encircle this place. We need to research it and prevent any demonic path or lone immortals from entering. Third, Etian Mountain's unprecedented gamble ended without any results, but there is an enormous amount of cultivation resources left in Jewel Yellow Skies. And the Gu immortal Gua Lao, who participated in this gamble and is still alive, is the only candidate to inherit this resource. We must control him in our hands. Shang clan's Gu immortals nodded. The 3 major matters that first Supreme Elder mentioned were also major matters in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. they affected countless people's hearts. I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, I will not hide it from everyone. Shang Qing had just spoken when her expression changed. She cried out. What is going on? Jewel yellow skies actually closed. Chapter 1080. Jewel yellow skies originated from Taoist Duo Bao. This person was a Gu immortal from the medieval antiquity era. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He obtained a yellow heaven fragment and fused it into his immortal aperture's grotto heaven, creating treasure yellow heaven. Once a Gu immortal's immortal aperture devours a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the 5 regions and could not be moved. Jewel yellow skies was the same, it had remained in the same place for over 300,000 years after it first appeared. But where was the exact location of jewel yellow skies? This was a huge mystery that nobody knew. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had tried to deduce it but did not obtain an accurate answer. The original owner of jewel yellow skies was Taoist Duo Bao. Since then, there had never been a successor. Even the generations of immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies has existed for so long, it has already become the #1 trading market in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Why did it suddenly close? Shan Clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Ever since Taoist Duo Bao created jewel yellow skies, it had been open for over 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the main support for Gu immortals' cultivation, occupying an important position in their hearts. Since a long time ago, Gu immortals were already used to the existence of jewel yellow skies. Now that jewel yellow skies suddenly closed, many Gu immortals were caught unprepared. Why do you think jewel yellow skies suddenly closed? Oh no, we want the gambling capital for the Battle of Etian Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge gambling capital is still in jewel yellow skies. Don't tell me, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies also wants to embezzle this huge sum of money? Shang Clan's first supreme elder shook his head, denying. The heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies does not care about this gambling capital. If it embezzled, jewel yellow skies would not have its current reputation and status. There were no records of jewel yellow skies being greedy in history. However, there are several records of the closure of jewel yellow skies. Is that so? We would like to hear the details. Shang Qingqing hurriedly asked. Shang Clan's first supreme elder said slowly. He revealed a secret. It turned out that the closure of the jewel yellow skies in history was all related to the same thing. This was a fragment of the primordial yellow heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Now, only black sky and white sky remained. The yellow sky had long since shattered. Back then, Taoist Duo Bao knew that he could not transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to use his immortal aperture. After swallowing a fragment of the immemorial yellow skies, it became the jewel yellow skies. Although he was trapped in the jewel yellow skies for the rest of his life and lost his freedom, there were no disasters or tribulations after that. Jewel yellow skies had devoured the primeval yellow skies fragment. From then on, it could only devour yellow skies fragments in order to expand itself. In the historical records there were several transactions. There were various people who went to the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies. They sold the primeval yellow skies fragment world. After obtaining it, the heavenly spirit took the initiative to close the jewel yellow skies and wholeheartedly devoured the yellow skies fragment to expand itself. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same situation. Finally, the first supreme elder of the Shang clan guessed. His guess was not wrong at all. The only thing in the world that could move the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies was probably the yellow skies fragment. The primeval 9 heavens had been shattered for a long time, and the yellow skies fragment had long gone extinct. Only those with great luck and fortuitous encounters would have a chance of obtaining it. However, the celestial court had a long history. The treasury was unimaginably rich. They could also take out the primeval yellow skies fragment, and the scale was not small. If the scale was small, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies did not need to close the jewel yellow skies. They could devour it with just a portion of their strength. Right now, the closure of jewel yellow skies was definitely because the yellow skies fragment was too huge. The heavenly spirit had no choice but to devour it wholeheartedly. Jewel yellow skies had always remained neutral, aloof from worldly affairs. Its location was extremely mysterious. Even the celestial court could not do anything to it. If the celestial court forcefully requested the heavenly spirit to ostracize Wuxia, the heavenly spirit would not care about it. Moreover, the other 4 regions Gu immortals, they would not have many concerns. The 5 regional walls were still around, the celestial court's influence and control. It was only limited to Central Continent. But the celestial court was extremely rich. It directly sold a huge yellow skies fragment. As a result, Wuxia's plan to save himself was completely destroyed. Damn it! The celestial court actually did this! Wuxia had a ruthless expression. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was furious, but the celestial court was pressuring him with their power. He could not resist it. He could only let them do as they wished. He was helpless. Guh. Suddenly, Wuxia's anger attacked his heart. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He directly fell down. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, there was also a bone-chilling coldness. The celestial court directly sold the yellow skies fragment, paying such a huge price to get rid of Wuxia. It could be seen that the other party was determined not to give up until they achieved their goal. Desperate situation. The celestial court's action was equivalent to blocking Wuxia's final path of retreat. It was too ruthless. Without jewel yellow skies, even if Wuxia wanted to sell the immortal materials, he could not do anything. They could only rot in his hands. What made him feel even more disgusted was that his immortal Gu, Iron Crown Eagle strength, was trapped inside. Without the immortal materials, how could he continue refining Gu? Without immortal Gu, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. How could he break the current stalemate? Jewel yellow skies closed on its own. The heavenly spirit absorbed the yellow skies fragment. This was not something that could be done in a day. According to historical records, the shortest time was more than 2 months. There was no other way out. It seemed like he could only let the celestial court make deductions. Wuxia and the rest could only defend passively and stall for time. Eventually, the enemies that they could not resist would come to them. Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan's appearance had changed. He had become an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path immortal killer move that could switch between life and death. At times, he would become a living Gu immortal. At other times, he would become a dead immortal zombie. But right now, he was not using this method. He had lost all of his Strength Path immortal Gu. He could not use that Strength Path killer move. Fan Yuan's method was simple. His soul flew out of his body and entered a Strength Path immortal zombie corpse. These Strength Path immortal zombie corpses came from Blazing Heaven Demonis. After Fan Yuan reborn, to be safe, he made sufficient preparations for his life and death immortal aperture. He obtained many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses from Blazing Heaven Demonis. These corpses were placed in Starform Blessed Land. After Etion Mountain, they returned to him from Land's spirit of Langya. Other than these immortal zombie corpses, there were also a large number of precious immortal materials. Many quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained by Fan Yuan from the Gu Formation in Earth Trench. Most of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were obtained from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited from immortal zombie Bo Qing's awakening and Central Continent's dominance. Fan Yuan did not have much immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone, but he did not lack Gu refinement immortal materials. It was just that these immortal materials were too high in quality. They were not suitable for the current situation. The immortal materials were not important. The important thing was Wisdom Gu. Fan Yuan stared at Wisdom Gu for a long time, but it did not move at all, not to mention the light of wisdom. I used other immortal zombie corpses to replace myself, but it was ineffective. I still cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan was not surprised at this result. Actually, he had already done a similar experiment in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom Gu had never been refined by Fan Yuan. It was only because of the winds of assimilation that it made an agreement with Fan Yuan to survive. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom Gu seemed to recognize Fan Yuan as a whole. Both the body and the soul were indispensable. Only then could it draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, be it the body or the soul, they would not work. This means the most direct method is to take back my body? Fan Yuan pondered. His original body was still an immortal zombie. It did not need to be modified, it was the most suitable body to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although direct, was not practical. Ing Wu Xie has already gone missing. He might have spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal Gu. Other than that, there is also He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. They might be helping him. Earlier, Fan Yuan had no time to care about them because of the calamities and tribulations. Now, every time he thought of the troublesome Ing Wu Xie, Fan Yuan would feel a headache. That is why I need to refine Fan Jing into a blood deity. Fan Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He had no parents, there was no bloodline connection between him and all living beings in the world. But Fan Yuan still wanted to refine Fan Jing into a blood deity. Using Fan Jing to refine a blood deity could counter Fan Yuan's body. Even if he could not take back his original immortal zombie body, Fan Yuan could use this Fan Jing blood deity as a foundation and modify it. Maybe, by combining it with his own soul, he could regain Wisdom Gu's recognition. Of course, this was just Fan Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fan Yuan's blood path attainment level was already at Grand Master level. When Fan Yuan tested Wisdom Gu, Land Spirit of Langya was observing from the side. After seeing the result, he sighed faintly, feeling very regretful. Fan Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya. I wonder if First Supreme Elder has any method to use Wisdom Gu? Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fan Yuan, saying unhappily, There is a simple method. That is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Gu. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. I know of this method, what I want to ask is, are there any other methods? Sigh, there is a method that is not a method. That is, I will feed it Lifespan Gu. If I feed it enough, I might be able to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition. If this method succeeds, Wisdom Gu will belong to me. By then, you will have to give it to me even if you don't want to. Land Spirit of Langya thought of this and chuckled. Fan Yuan's eyelids drooped. Is it really okay for you to be so direct? Chapter 1081. Fan Yuan shook his head, sighing. Sigh. The price of feeding Wisdom Gu was too high. It was the Land Spirit of Langya that was willing to pay the price. Fan Yuan used Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to revive. He was now 16 years old. The average lifespan of humans in this world was 100 years. Subtracting 16 from 100, Fan Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was quite long. But even so, Fan Yuan knew that if he obtained Lifespan Gu, he would use them on himself. Even if he did not use them now, he would store them for emergencies. Lifespan Gu was only a mortal Gu. However, Lifespan Gu was the strongest currency in Gu Immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare to it. Gu Immortal cultivation had two major obstacles, calamities and tribulations, and lifespan. Even the strong Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were restricted by these two obstacles. In fact, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal set up 88-point Jinyang Tower, the most important goal was to search for Lifespan Gu in Northern Plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding Wisdom Gu, that was secondary. In Giant Sun Immortal's later years, Wisdom Gu was in a hungry state for a long time. It had to hibernate and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88-point Jinyang Tower, he found Wisdom Gu inside. Unfortunately, he could not use it, he could not afford to raise it. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, he did not even have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he had already comprehended many things. he did not need wisdom goo much. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, a great era that belonged to him came to an end. After that, lifespan goo started to appear in the world again. After that, it started to flourish again. Another earth-shattering expert appeared, that was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He wanted to extend his lifespan. In his later years, he searched for lifespan goo, but the number of lifespan goo was not enough. Gradually, they became rare and went extinct. After Paradise Earth died, the world went on a cycle, he recuperated, lifespan goo appeared again. 88-point Jinyang Tower held an imperial court contest every 10 years. They searched for lifespan goo in northern plains. Wisdom goo was gradually fed and recovered. Until Fan Yuan destroyed imperial court blessed land. Next, under the urge of survival, Wisdom goo and Fan Yuan arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a series of events, he ended up in Langya Blessed Land. When I was in Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 lifespan goo in an attempt to refine second aperture goo. But that could not be helped. In my previous life, I obtained a lifespan goo from Blazing Heaven Demonis. After rebirth, he did not have this opportunity. He did not even have a single lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demonis gave me a lifespan goo. She should have more than 1 lifespan goo in her accumulation. She eventually died in the 10 extreme formation. What a pity the lifespan goo in her hands was also destroyed. Something's not right. Fan Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Lifespan goo are hard to find. Even the immortal venerables and demon venerables coveted it and needed it. Blazing Heaven Demonis died because of Spectral Soul's scheme. All of her accumulations were destroyed. They were all taken away by Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance are still there. Their wealth is still very shocking. As for the land spirit of Langya's hands, they also had quite a sizable amount of lifespan goo. Almost all of these lifespan goo came from Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history, over 300,000 years. It had 2 generations of venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had a huge space inside. Later, it was purposely turned into a blessed land, but Refinement Cauldron was fused into the Immortal Aperture World, causing Langya Blessed Land's space to increase instead. It was bigger than many Grotto Heavens. A vast number of hairy men lived here, forming 3 nations. Countless living beings lived here, generation after generation. Lifespan goo originated from life. As long as there was life, it was possible for wild lifespan goo to be born. The space was huge, there were countless people, it had a long history, along with land spirit of Langya's complete control over the blessed land. Once a lifespan goo was produced, it could be harvested immediately. All these factors combined caused land spirit of Langya to accumulate more and more lifespan goo. Even though Fan Yuan did not know the exact amount, he could easily guess that it was not a small number. After all, ordinary goo immortals had lifespan goo. But land spirit of Langya did not need it. Using wisdom goo requires the goo immortal's lifespan. But raising wisdom goo requires lifespan goo. For now, it is better to let land spirit of Langya feed it. Fan Yuan did not need to probe the land spirit of Langya's scheme, he could vaguely guess it. There was no helping it. Fan Yuan did not have lifespan goo, he could not feed it. Moreover, he could not even protect himself. Goo Immortal's tribulations got harder each time, the calamities and tribulations got stronger each time. Fan Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity. He had no time to care about wisdom goo. Ever since wisdom goo was brought out, Fan Yuan had not fed it even once. Speaking of which, land spirit of Langya could be said to have helped Fan Yuan. Taking a step back, even if wisdom goo joins land spirit of Langya, it is a good thing. I can also use my current identity and borrow land spirit of Langya's methods to use wisdom goo. At most I will have to pay some sect contribution points. All goo worms were tools. All of his hard work was towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fan Yuan had given up too much, there was nothing he could not give up. This experiment on wisdom goo ended in failure. But Fan Yuan was not disappointed. Before leaving, he asked for something from Land's spirit of Langia. It was an information path mortal goo. Inside it was the scene of him refining change form immortal goo. The goo refinement this time was extremely strange. The calamities and tribulations suddenly became so strong. It was a fluke that I could succeed. Fan Yuan, you have to tell me what you research. Land's spirit of Langia instructed Fan Yuan before they parted. First Supreme Elder, even you did not research anything, it is even more impossible for me. I will try my best, Fan Yuan replied. He vaguely felt that the strange increase in the calamities and tribulations was related to sovereign immortal fetus goo. But he would not tell Land's spirit of Langia about this even if he was beaten to death. Other than researching the calamities and tribulations, Fan Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Langia sect and see if there were any traitors. All along, Fan Yuan had this knot in his heart. Shadow sect had planted 2 traitors in Langia blessed land. They were both hairy man goo immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Langia blessed land, these 2 hairy man goo immortals played a crucial role. But other than these 2, are there any other traitors in Langia sect? The answer to this question was very important to Fan Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langia sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to rely on Land's spirit of Langia to help him pass tribulations and cultivate. He had just started his investigation. He did not have the time or energy before. After flying for some time, Fan Yuan's residence was already in sight. This was a tall and majestic city. Pure white city walls stood tall and majestic. The tall towers had flags flying in the wind. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent there were 12 cloud cities. Each city was a mortal goo house. When activated at the same time, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. It could cover the whole of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities had been upgraded from the former 12 cloud pavilions. The current land spirit of Langia liked extravagance. He was completely different from the previous one. This cloud city in Fan Yuan's vision was allocated to him by the land spirit of Langia. It was his residence. The rest of the hairy man goo immortals, including the land spirit of Langia himself, each occupied a cloud city. There were very few residents in the city, but in the future, there would be more and more. Because the land spirit of Langia's plan was to start a war between the 3 continents, and choose outstanding hairy man goo masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent and nurturing them. Fan Yuan flew to the sky of the cloud city and slowly descended. Several hairy man goo masters came out to welcome him. They were elites among the hairy man goo masters. They were chosen by the land spirit of Langia and were arranged to stay by Fan Yuan's side. On one hand, it was to take care of the miscellaneous matters in Fan Yuan's life. On the other hand, it was to let Fan Yuan guide their cultivation. Fan Yuan naturally did not care about these hairy men. But the leading hairy man goo master respectfully reported to Fan Yuan that the 6th city lord had come to visit Fan Yuan. He had already been sitting in the guest hall of the city for a long time. The 6th city lord was Goo Immortal 6th Hair. He was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fan Yuan was puzzled. He came to the guest hall and saw this Goo Immortal 6th Hair. I am 6th Hair, greetings to the 2nd city lord. I am here to ask for guidance on battle. Goo Immortal 6th Hair greeted as he spoke of his purpose. Fan Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze became extremely cold. It turned out that although 6th Hair said this, he secretly transmitted to Fan Yuan. It was a different story. Fan Yuan, I am representing Lord Ingwu Xie to make a transaction with you. Ingwu Xie. Shadow Sect. 6th Hair was the traitor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind like lightning. Sure. We are all from the same sect. I can't ask for guidance, we can spar. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He had a passionate expression. He dismissed his attendants and asked 6th Hair to sit down. He walked to the main seat and sat down. These few steps were not far. But in Fan Yuan's mind, there were many thoughts. 6th Hair is the traitor. Is he the only traitor in Langia Blessed Land? He is representing Ingwu Xie to make a transaction with me. What does he want to do? What is the situation with Ingwu Xie? Why is he suddenly making a transaction with me? Is he sincere? Or is it a trap for me? Or is it a probe from the land spirit of Langia? After all, I joined Langia sect because of the Information Path Alliance agreement. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan sat down. Chapter 1082. Sixth Hare looked at Fan Yuan and laughed. He was not afraid at all. Plus or minus, if he wanted to interrogate him, Fan Yuan would have already made his move the moment Sixth Hare transmitted. But Fan Yuan did not do so. He sat down before uttering empty threats. As for the reason, Sixth Hare knew it well, he said. I am in charge of supervising the 12 cloud cities. Before you came, I had already set up an immortal goo formation here. Not only can it disguise itself and not be discovered by the land spirit of Langia, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can give it a try. Fan Yuan had already joined Langia's sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement. He could not do as he pleased. Especially when he talked to Sixth Hare, a traitor of Langia's sect, it was a violation of the alliance agreement. But hearing Sixth Hare's words, Fan Yuan tried it out. As expected, he did not suffer any backlash from breaking the alliance agreement. Fan Yuan's gaze was deep, he said after a while. It seems you are really a traitor of Langia's sect. What deal do you want with me? Sixth Hare relaxed a little. He was afraid that Fan Yuan would capture him without asking any questions. Now it seemed that he had passed the first round. But he could not be careless. Fan Yuan was shameless and despicable. He was crafty and had no bottom line. And he had taken the risk to come here and expose his identity. He was still in danger. But there was no helping it. Ing Wuxia was at his wit's end. He could only use this method. Making a deal with Fan Yuan was like asking a tiger for its skin. It was too dangerous. Only after the deal was made would there be evidence. He could turn around and bite him at any time. Drag him down with him. At that time, Sixth Hare would be completely safe. But how could he ensure that he could achieve his goal? He would not lose too many benefits. Sixth Hare felt troubled, because he was in a weak position. Ing Wuxia and I have deep enmity. Now, he suddenly came to me, even exposing himself as a traitor. He needs my help. Interesting. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. Fan Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. To tell you the truth, Lord Ing Wuxia's side is already at the end of the line, and he's in imminent danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to appear and trade with you. Sixth Hare suddenly said. Oh? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows and sized him up again. Sixth Hare was so honest, Fan Yuan was inwardly surprised. There was no such thing as before the trade negotiations. Expose your own shortcomings first? Fan Yuan's eyes flashed as he immediately realized that Sixth Hare was deliberately doing the opposite. Even if Sixth Hare didn't say it, Fan Yuan could guess it. Now that he said it, it seemed like he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and put himself in a hopeless situation. Looks like I've been with the land spirit of Langia for a long time, so I've let down my guard. Although he's a hairy man, he's a traitor of the Shadow Sect. How can he be as easy to bully as the land spirit? Fan Yuan raised his guard. After thinking for a while, Fan Yuan said. He said slowly. Ing Wuxia has my body and the accumulation of goo worms. He also has the help of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. How could he have fallen to such a state? I don't believe it. Sixth Hare shook his head. Fan Yuan, there's no need for you to continue probing. You planted it deliberately. The self-destruction of the goo worms caught Lord Ing Wuxia off guard. He tried his best to preserve only 30% of the goo worms. As soon as he said that, Fan Yuan was finally convinced that the Sixth Hare in front of him was really a spy from the Shadow Sect and Langia Sect. Fan Yuan's mind raced. Just now, he had also lied to Sixth Hare. This allowed Fan Yuan to immediately obtain a lot of valuable information. I didn't expect Ing Wuxia to really control black and white. He Lulan was a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but with the death of her aunts, the difficulty of controlling her was much lower. She has the great strength true martial physique. If used well, she would be a great pawn. And Tai Bai Yunxing is a good person. Even though he is indecisive, he has 2-time path immortal goo that can help him a lot. But they were both controlled by Ing Wuxia, what a pity! Fan Yuan sighed internally. Fate was truly mysterious. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he and Ing Wuxia had swapped positions. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus goo, while Ing Wuxia inherited most of his accumulations. He could use He Lulan to control Tai Bai Yinxing. Ing Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had extraordinary methods to control these two. Ing Wuxia obtained my immortal goo and the help of Black and White. This time, he took the initiative to make a deal with me. I will make him pay a terrible price. Fan Yuan swore internally. But next, after Sixth Hair exposed his weakness, he changed the topic. Before the deal, let me express my sincerity. Take it as me giving you a piece of information for free. This information is extremely precious. It concerns your future cultivation, Fan Yuan, or more accurately, it concerns your life and death. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, saying with an unfriendly expression, whether information is precious or not depends on your bragging. I want to know the content and evaluate it myself. Fan Yuan, do you know what providence is? Sixth Hair asked. Providence? Fan Yuan was puzzled. Sixth Hair observed his expression and nodded, saying, You have indeed forgotten a lot, Fan Yuan. What do you mean? Fan Yuan frowned slightly. Sixth Hair said, You once relied on Providence's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ing Wuxia, disguising yourself as a pure dream reality seeker physique body and snatching sovereign immortal fetus goo. But you do not know that this 11th extreme physique was developed by Old Man Inkstone. It has a huge flaw. Any soul that enters the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose all their memories. Later, even though Old Man Inkstone tried to fix the flaw, he could only eliminate the flaw of deep sleep. The soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique body would still lose its memories. The longer time passes, the more they will forget. Precisely because of this, Lord Ing Wuxia lost his memories and could only remember the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying so, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal goo. He rubbed the goo worm with his finger, sighing internally. This goo worm did not have much value to him. But to Fan Yuan, it was extremely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he give this goo worm to Fan Yuan? In Ing Wuxia's original plan, he wanted to use this flaw of Fan Yuan's to deal with Fan Yuan. But to think that there would be a moment where they would take the initiative to fix this flaw of Fan Yuan's. This letter goo records the entire Battle of Yitian Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the goo worm to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan received it and inspected it. There was no problem. He activated the goo worm and the scenes of Yitian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was missing many crucial memories. No wonder I felt something amiss but could not find anything. So I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. If one lost their memories completely, they would not be able to sense it if they were alone. If they felt like they had forgotten something, it was not complete, they could still recall it. However, the information path mortal goo gave Fan Yuan a feeling of déjà vu, but he could not eliminate the possibility that the other party was lying. After inspecting it 3 times, Fan Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how do I know if what is recorded here is real or fake? Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the difficult part of this transaction. Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxia had deep hatred towards each other. They were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. They could not be trusted. How to express their sincerity and make the other party trust them was the most difficult part. If this problem was solved, then this transaction would be easy to complete. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly, thoughts flashed in his mind. He was considering his words. He had to be careful. Fan Yuan could kill without batting an eyelid. If he said the wrong thing, he might die, but Ing Wuxia had the heavy responsibility of saving his main body. He could not afford to fail. After a long while, Sixth Hair spoke. Fan Yuan, you have spring-autumn cicada. You have been reborn, everyone knows this. But the truth is, you have even more secrets that outsiders like us know about. Providence is vast and omnipresent. It covers the 5 regions and 9 heavens, past, present, and future. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. Human Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. The two are opposites, they contradict each other. Thus, all the past venerables, all the legends, are targets of Providence's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan Gu, they are Providence's 2 trump cards. Fan Yuan, you have undergone 2 tribulations, once was the earthly calamity, once was the immortal Gu's tribulation. The power of the 2 calamities and tribulations is beyond common sense. It is because you use sovereign immortal fetus Gu to revive. Your new body and immortal aperture have endless potential. Once you grow up, you will definitely surpass the past venerables. Thus, Providence is very wary of you. It is trying to restrict you and kill you in advance. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Ever since the tribulation, he had been thinking about this question. But now, Sixth Hair suddenly provided him with an answer. Providence. Fan Yuan muttered, pondering over this word. Sixth Hair sighed deeply, continuing. My main body, spectral soul, created Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, and refined the sovereign immortal fetus. I planned for 100,000 years, but I failed in the end. This was also the work of Providence. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, there were also people who surrounded me. The celestial court led by Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was one of them. And you, Fan Yuan, were the hidden killer of the human tribulation. What do you mean? Fan Yuan squinted, bright light flashed in his eyes. His interest was piqued. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's following words would bring about an earth-shattering change to him. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew, once he said what he was going to say, the huge flaw of Fan Yuan not knowing about Providence would be completely fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fan Yuan's unstoppable rise in power. Fan Yuan was currently like a python trapped in a quagmire. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know what was going on. It could only roll around in the quagmire. But if he told this to Fan Yuan, it would be the same as removing the black cloth covering the python's eyes. The python's eyes would brighten. It would see the vast world. It would see the quagmire that trapped it. It was very shallow and small. With a clear direction and understanding of its situation, this python would raise its head towards the sky. It would summon the wind and rain. It would become a dragon and roam the world. Chapter 1083. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fan Yuan, but he had no other choice. Ing Wu Xie's situation forced him to do it. Breathing in deeply, Sixth Hair said slowly, Fan Yuan, you were able to snatch sovereign immortal fetus Gu at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own strength, but because you received guidance from Providence, right? In fact, the reason why you obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada's revival was also because of Providence's scheme. It arranged for you to return to the past and stop my shadow sect from achieving greatness. Fan Yuan heard this and was greatly shaken. The first half was fine, but the crucial part was the latter half. Even with his years of mental fortitude, he could not control himself at this moment. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a loud sound in the outside world. What is going on? In just a short moment, Fan Yuan stabilized his emotions. He sat up straight and activated his Gu worm. His eyes shined with bright light. His gaze pierced through the clouds and looked at the vast sky. There was an indescribable sound of thunder. There were also flashes of lightning. A bolt from the blue. Sixth Hair sneered, but he felt desolate. Fan Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation. There is still a lot of Providence left in Langya blessed land. My words earlier exposed Providence's scheme. It caused the heavenly Tao to be furious. But any blessed land or grotto heaven is a small world different from the 5 regions. Providence cannot control this place. Now that the tribulation is over, no matter how furious Providence is, it is useless. Fan Yuan did not deny it. He looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue. Sixth Hair was hesitant at first, but now that he had said it, he felt much better. His words became smoother as he continued. Fan Yuan, your Spring-Autumn Cicada also contains Providence. This has already been proven by Lord Ing Wu Xie. This is the best proof. Fan Yuan, that every time you revive, there is Providence's influence. Spring-autumn cicada is the sacrifice of the Gu Immortal's entire body. Only a portion of the Gu Immortal's will is left. This will was carried by the spring-autumn cicada and entered the river of time, going against the flow and returning to his past body. To achieve the effect of rebirth. Fan Yuan, you should have used it several times, so you should be very clear about it. Fan Yuan was still expressionless, either agreeing nor disagreeing. Sixth Hair continued. The spring and autumn cicada contains the power of providence. Fan Yuan, every time you activate the spring and autumn cicada, the power of providence will increase. This is the perfect time for providence to exert its influence on you. Because at that time, all that was left of you was a remnant will. Without the assistance of a physical body, his attention would be focused on the river of time, and he wouldn't be able to foresee any internal schemes. After you've been reborn, you naturally have to scheme. He thought about how to use the advantages of his rebirth to better cultivate. It was precisely because of this that he fell into Providence's trap. The things that you experienced before your rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, are really only as much as what you know now. Those so-called opportunities are just bait that Providence deliberately left behind, letting you, a chess piece, walk on Providence's chess path step by step, and finally arrive at Etian Mountain, ruining our Shadow Sex grand plan. According to our speculations, the future before your rebirth. Our Shadow Sex plan should have already been realized. But Providence doesn't want my main body to ascend to the position of Venerable again. The reason why Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed back then was because his essence was one of the main body's split souls. Moreover, the main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and was reborn. After growing up, he would definitely surpass the previous venerables. In the future, I'm afraid that Providence will no longer be able to eradicate the main body. Because of this, Providence thought of ways to arrange a scheme to send you back and borrow your hand. To change the past and reshape the future. Fan Yuan said. Wait, I don't understand. Why did Providence only choose me? Because you're an otherworldly demon. Only otherworldly demons can change the past. As long as it was not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable would be powerless. Red Lotus Demon Venerable worked hard his entire life, but he could only destroy Fate Gu, he could not destroy it. Not to mention any harm to Providence. Of course, you're not the only otherworldly devil. Maybe you were in that period. Regardless of whether it's in terms of vision or circumstances, he's most suited to be a chess piece. Sixth Hair replied. Fan Yuan remained silent. It was a brand new and shocking perspective. Sixth Hair's words made Fan Yuan realize that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy around him. Bertrand he thought back to the 500 years of his previous life. He had been a vagrant for hundreds of years. Could Providence suppress him? Was it the will of the heavens that he wanted to refine the blood god? The process of obtaining spring-autumn cicada's immortal Gu recipe was indeed quite easy. Not long after he refined the spring and autumn cicada, he was immediately surrounded by the forces of the 10 great ancient sections. Sixth Hair observed Fan Yuan's expression and saw that Fan Yuan was moved, but did not show any clear expression. He cursed internally and said, Your spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why does it succeed every time it revives? That's not true, it failed the last time. Fan Yuan said, but suddenly he was stunned. This point was precisely the irrefutable proof of heaven's will. His amnesia was not related to this. He remembered that the last time he used spring-autumn cicada to revive, it was because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. He could not dodge it and had to choose to revive. But before that, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was also smashed into smithereens by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be said that the great strength true martial immortal zombie was destroyed, the 10 extreme lifeless formation was damaged, it could not refine Gu. Shadow Sex plan failed, the only variable was He Lulan, but she was not at Etian Mountain at that time. Thus, Providence no longer needed the pawn Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's activation of spring-autumn cicada failed. Instead, Shadow Sect did not want to admit their failure. Providence gave up on Fan Yuan, but Shadow Sect used the power of the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fan Yuan revive and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to take another step forward. What? You don't know about my last activation failure? Fan Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Of course he did not know about this. Firstly, he was a split soul, he did not even participate in the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was confined in Langya Blessed Land. Secondly, he only had Ing Wuxia left, most of the information he obtained came from Ing Wuxia. But he knew about Ing Wuxia's activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Originally, Ing Wuxia had been schemed against by Fan Yuan, he had no way to turn the situation around, but because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, he managed to turn the situation around and reach this point. Sixth Hair was considering whether he should tell this secret to Fan Yuan. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. He was not sure how Fan Yuan would react if he told Fan Yuan about this. But at this moment, Fan Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief, took the opportunity to organize his emotions, and continued, "Providence's arrangement of you as a pawn, Fan Yuan, is really brilliant. We all subconsciously thought that the otherworldly demons would not have anything to do with Providence. Thus, even my main body was deceived. Actually, as early as after the inheritance of the three kings, one of the main body's split souls, Elder Inkstone, discovered that you have the Spring-Autumn Cicada and are a person who has been reborn. But firstly, you had already gone to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Secondly, Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan was right in front of them. They did not want to complicate matters, so they plotted against you in secret. Thus, Elder Inkstone concealed your deductions and instead lured the Central Continent Gu Immortal Feng Jioga's group to Luopa Valley. In that battle, even though the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped, he fell into old ancestor Shui Hu's hands. The Celestial Court and Northern Plains people were all secretly influenced by Providence. They were a part of my main body's human tribulation. Fan Yuan, after you regained your life, you went from southern border to northern plains. You encountered many accidents, right? These were all part of Providence's arrangements to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Ing Wuxia is in a desperate situation now. Part of the reason is because he inherited your body. He attracted many strong enemies for you and blocked the calamity for you. Fan Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board. You are wanted by the 10 great ancient sects and are even being pursued by the Celestial Court. Lord Ing Wuxia's present is your future. Do you think you can hide in the other 4 regions and not go to Central Continent? When my main body refined Gu, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could chase after me. The 5 regional walls are not an obstacle to some Gu Immortals. The reason why Gu Immortals do not attack is mainly because of calamities and tribulations. Once they attack, the outcome is hard to predict. If the tribulation is affected, they will be the ones suffering the calamity. Furthermore, the immortal apertures of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals belong to the Celestial Court Grotto Heavens. There are no calamities or tribulations there. Outside, they only use phantom apertures. They also have hibernation methods to extend their lifespan. Fan Yuan, let me ask you, if I did not tell you today, would you have known about Providence's existence? The schemes that you have? You and I have deep hatred, that is true, but there is also a deep connection between us. Lord Ing Wuxia is in danger. If he falls into the hands of the Celestial Court, your relationship with him, as well as your current information, will be leaked. The Celestial Court will definitely send people to kill you. Because the Celestial Court is a group of lackeys that protect Providence. Earlier, Feng Jioga and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals entered Northern Plains to investigate. Later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's group attacked Northern Plains and destroyed it. Fan Yuan, you and Lord Ing Wuxia are bound together. If Lord Ing Wuxia dies, your good days will also come to an end. Sixth Hair's eloquence was unrestrained. He spoke with fervor and assurance. Moreover, he had a clear hierarchy of reasons and evidence. He understood the other party's emotions and moved them with reason. Fan Yuan was moved. He blurted out, "You are right, this is true insight. I think we can make a deal. Sixth Hare was overjoyed, he thought. This matter is a success. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. Recently, he had been under a lot of pressure. Because of him, Fan Yuan was able to pass the tribulation and refine change form immortal goo instead. No matter what he did or what his motive was, the result was clear. He had sinned. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Thus, he had to make amends for his sins. This time, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to persuade Fan Yuan. It was Ying Wuxie's intention, and it was also what he, Sixth Hare, was willing to do. Now, it seemed that everything was worth it. Fan Yuan was Ying Wuxie's only way out. Sixth Hare used his own strength to pave this path of survival for Ying Wuxie. Chapter 1084. Then how do we transact? What do you need? Fan Yuan asked with a pleasant expression. I want to see. Fan Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials you picked up from Earth Trench have problems. They are filled with providence. We do not need them. But in Falling Heavenly River, you obtained a lot of immortal materials. You can use them for this transaction. This is the list, take a look. Sixth Hare tossed out an information path mortal goo. Fan Yuan received it and checked that there were no mistakes. His mind entered and nodded as he browsed. After a while, Fan Yuan said to Sixth Hare, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya sect, can't you get them from Langya sect's treasury? Sixth Hare smiled bitterly. Times are different now, the new land spirit of Langya is different. In Langya sect contribution points are the biggest rule. If I want to get the treasury, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my contribution points are far from meeting Lord Ying Wuxie's minimum requirements. You are right. Fan Yuan nodded, asking, I can pay for these immortal materials, but how are you going to deliver them to Ying Wuxie? Jewel Yellow Skies is already closed. Ying Wuxie selling immortal goo caused such a huge commotion. Fan Yuan naturally knew about it. Sixth Hare said, Without Jewel Yellow Skies it is indeed troublesome, but there is a way to deliver them to Lord Ying Wuxie. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect. Before the Battle of Etian Mountain, because old ancestor Shui who stole the immortal zombie body, Zombie Alliance ordered the other branches to set up supergoo formations to connect the 5 regions. In the future, even if someone attacks the branches, they can use these supergoo formations to transport the immortal zombie body to Zombie Alliance. I thought this was just an excuse to frame all the immortal zombies, to think it was true. Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hare smiled bitterly. This is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo was not our Shadow Sect's plan. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he had no choice but to do so. In fact, there were more benefits in keeping the Zombie Alliance. I will not sacrifice them. Fan Yuan nodded. He suddenly thought of his previous life 500 years ago. At that time, the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance still existed until the 5 Regions Chaotic War, and before Fan Yuan was reborn. They still played an extremely important role in the general trend of the world. But it was different now. You must watch the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance had become an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and refined in the 10 Extreme Lifeless formation. Now, the 5 regions were in turmoil because of this. After all, when the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance was still around, they controlled a lot of resources. These resources were ownerless. This caused the goo immortal experts and super forces of various regions to compete with each other, creating a bloodbath. Looks like the Shadow Sect really succeeded in my previous life. The existence of the Zombie Alliance proved this point. Also, the Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioga died in Langya Blessed Land. This is also suspicious. The Shadow Sect planted traitors in the Celestial Court. Who knows, Spectral Soul might have revived and controlled the Celestial Court for his own use. Fan Yuan's thoughts scattered for a while. He immediately felt that many of the things in his memories had other possibilities. There was more to it than meets the eye. The waters of this world are really too deep. Legends are emerging one after another. Countless experts are competing and scheming against each other. They are like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Even though I am a top-notch person, I am nothing compared to these geniuses. This is the reason why it is so interesting. Isn't that so? Ha! Fan Yuan thought of this, and his mood became better. On his face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Sixth Hair was somewhat baffled. He thought, what is he smiling at? Also, why is there a bad feeling lingering around the bottom of my heart? Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. He looked at Sixth Hair with a bright gaze. The smile on his face became even more obvious. Then what can I get by paying the immortal materials? Immortal goo. Sixth Hair answered calmly. Interesting, very interesting. Very interesting. Fan Yuan rubbed his palms and laughed lightly. What else could Ing Wuxie sell immortal goo? It was definitely Fan Yuan's own immortal goo. Selling Fan Yuan's own immortal goo to Fan Yuan, Ing Wuxie's plan was extremely meticulous. But even Fan Yuan himself felt that Ing Wuxie's idea was quite brilliant. Let's ask, who else in this world wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Fan Yuan? In this world, who wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Fan Yuji? To other goo immortals, these immortal goo were unfamiliar, they needed to be familiar with them. But Fan Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo, he had mature methods to use them. But Fan Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo, he had mature methods to use them. The value of these immortal goo in Fan Yuan's heart was often higher than that of others. Moreover, many immortal goo needed suitable goo immortals to be sold. For example, Strength Path immortal goo were not very interested in other paths. Because the paths were not compatible, not only would the down marks clash, the effect would be reduced, it was also not good for raising them. Unless they were supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. But such situations were very rare. One could say, Fan Yuan was the most suitable buyer. Not only did he need these immortal goo, more importantly, he had the capital to buy them. As for how to exchange for the immortal goo, it would be the super goo formations of Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan continued to smile. How many immortal goo do I have left? Not only do I want to buy them, I am also interested in He Lolan's self-strength immortal goo and Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before and landscape as before. I want to include these 3 immortal goo in the transaction. Sixth Hair thought about it and nodded. I can make the decision on this, I can agree to it. With Ing Wuxie's control over Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan, he could definitely make them hand over the immortal goo. The most important thing now was to get out of danger and escape. Other matters could be put aside for now. Fan Yuan continued, money and goods, you bring me the immortal goo, I will give you the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. To tell you the truth, Fan Yuan, you will need some time to see the immortal goo. You are definitely aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance divisions are being coveted. If Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City had not sunk into Earth Trench, it would have been visited countless times already. The Super Goo formation is set up in Dark Flow Giant City. I will need some time to get the immortal goo. But before that, I hope you can provide some immortal materials in advance. Because these immortal materials need to be used to refine goo, the earlier the better. I don't know how long Lord Ing Wuxie can last. Fan Yuan heard this. He laughed coldly in his heart. Sixth Hair's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. Earlier, he said that Ing Wuxie was in imminent danger, and now he says that he can still hold on for a while. On the surface, Fan Yuan kept a straight face. He flatly refused. No, that's impossible. I need to pay the immortal materials first. If you don't sell me your immortal goo, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry, Fan Yuan. I have already prepared an information path immortal killer move. Bind both sides and not allow either side to go back on their word. Sixth Hair said sincerely. Fan Yuan chuckled and waved his hand and said, Don't mention whatever information path means to me. I don't believe in that. Since you were able to subdue He Lulan, you must have removed the Information Path Alliance pact from her, right? As for me, I'm not an Information Path expert. Wouldn't I be a fool to form an alliance with you guys? This? Sixth Hare fell silent. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not form an alliance pact with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hare quickly thought of a good idea. I will use the information to exchange for some immortal materials. How about that? These information and secrets are extremely valuable to you, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know the limits of Providence? Our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Providence? And the information on otherworldly demons, and even Langya Blessed Land, don't you want to know? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with eagerness. Providence! After understanding Providence's scheme, how could Fang Yuan not pay attention to Providence? And in this world, who had more authority than Shadow Sect in dealing with Providence? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to trade, Fang Yuan would still be kept in the dark for a long time. As for otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan had always been curious about them. Why did they transmigrate to this place? Who were the otherworldly demons? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And the information on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. What else was hidden in it? To Fang Yuan, who borrowed the power of the land spirit of Langya, and also wanted Langya Blessed Land, this was extremely important information. Undeniably, this information was extremely valuable. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the hall became quiet. Both sides were silent. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Sixth Hare waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely agree. It was all because the temptation of this information was too great for him. Of course, if not for the situation, Sixth Hare would rather die than let Fang Yuan know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke but changed the topic. I still have something I don't understand. Since there is a supergoo formation, why did Wu Xie and the rest not use the supergoo formation to escape? Sixth Hare explained honestly. The supergoo formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies can also be considered immortal materials, but they must not contain an immortal aperture. It is too difficult for goo immortals to teleport across regions. There are a few methods that cannot be replicated. Fixed immortal travel is one example, but immortal goo are unique. Not everyone can enter an immortal aperture. Stargate goo is another example, but it has greater limitations. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate goo. Fang Yuan had used it many times, and even gave the goo recipe to the land spirit of Langya. It was not strange for Shadow Sect to know about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate goo, they had high requirements for the goo immortal being transported. The goo immortal had to have very few down marks to be transported. Especially Stargate goo, it was only immortal goo, even though it borrowed the power of Black Heaven. Only bottom-tier rank 6 goo immortals or rank 6 goo immortals who had passed several calamities and tribulations could use it. Of course, the things in the goo immortal's immortal aperture were not counted because they were in another world. Thus, back then, when Fang Yuan stored rank 9 wisdom goo in his dead aperture, he could use Stargate goo to move between regions. Using low-level goo immortals or immortal zombies as boats, using fixed immortal travel and Stargate goo to transport them across regions? This method was very feasible. But it could not be popularized. There was only one fixed immortal travel, and the Stargate goo was only in the hands of a few people. Moreover, rank 8 goo immortals had too many high-rank immortal materials and immortal goo. It was a huge burden on their immortal aperture. A living immortal aperture would burst, a dead immortal aperture would collapse, it could not be transported many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed all the high-rank immortal materials he obtained in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. Blessed lands that were located in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 goo immortals had their own method to travel between regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Like earlier, when Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord led a group of people to attack southern border and spoil Shadow Sect's plan, they traveled in White Heaven. Chapter 1085. There had never been a good method to transport Gu immortals across regions. I want you to take me to read a book, W less than W. 1 because Gu immortals had little need in this aspect. When Gu masters become immortals, because of the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions, they would become Gu immortals of each region. For example, Northern Plains Gu immortals, Central Continents Gu immortals, and so on. Gu immortals had a strong sense of region, foreign Gu immortals were easily ostracized. Towards the end of the Battle of Etian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing were chased by southern border Gu immortals, this could be seen. In this regard, East Ocean was relatively open-minded. The concept of region was not important. The most important thing was that the Gu immortals' immortal aperture would land in the outside world once in a while and absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize itself. At this time, there were strict requirements for the chi of heaven and earth. If Northern Plains Gu immortals placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent's world and absorbed Central Continent's heaven and earth chi, it would be detrimental. The third reason was the calamity. Gu immortals faced calamities and tribulations constantly. Who would have the time to run around? What was he doing in the outer realms? Unless it was an extremely important matter, like a great immortal opportunity with a clear clue, or an important mission like Feng Jioga's exploration of Northern Plains. There was one thing that needed to be distinguished. Gu immortals traveling across regions had little demand, but immortal Gu and immortal materials were different. The demand in this area was still very high. However, jewel yellow skies had already greatly satisfied these needs. All sorts of reasons led to very few people researching the transportation of Gu immortals across regions. In history, there were no outstanding research achievements. The Super Gu formations that Zombie Alliance set up in the various divisions were only used to transport immortal materials. Who would want to research something that was not very useful and thankless? Gu immortals also faced great pressure to survive. Although it had the word immortal in it, it wasn't exactly carefree and easy. Managing the immortal aperture, raising immortal Gu, and dealing with heavenly tribulations were enough to make almost all Gu immortals exhausted. Thus, from ancient times until now, the transportation of Gu immortals across regions was very primitive, it developed very slowly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent sent Gu immortals to Northern Plains to investigate, but they had to forcefully barge through the regional walls of 2 regions. 400 to 500 years later, there would be no need to research the transportation of Gu immortals across regions. Because the 5 regional walls were slowly disappearing. The entire 5 regions would become one. This was a story to be told later, so let's not talk about it for now. In the hall, Fan Yuan suddenly let out a burst of hearty laughter. After probing for so long, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this transaction. To have a clearer understanding of the book I want to read. Fan Yuan, what are you laughing at? Sixth Hair had a bad feeling about this. Because I'm happy. Even though the Super Gu formation could only transport immortal materials, it was enough. As for intelligence, he would put it aside for now. The condition I want is my original physical body. Give him to me first, Fan Yuan said quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about Wisdom Gu. If Fan Yuan regained his fleshly body, he would be able to fuse it with his soul. By activating the light of wisdom, he would be able to borrow a trace of Wisdom Gu's power. What did that mean? He was like a tiger that had grown wings and soared to the sky in one go. In the past, Fan Yuan had a flaw, he did not have lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu. But now, Land Spirit of Langia had a large number of lifespan Gu, he was handing them over. Fan Yuan already knew about Providence. If he had Wisdom Gu's help, how could he resist it? He would be like an eagle flying in the sky or a dragon swimming in the sea. And with the sovereign immortal aperture. Oh my God! Sixth Hair sighed in his heart. Just these few factors alone were enough to shake heaven and earth. Shocking the world. If they were used together, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. How could they let the others live? This won't do. Sixth Hair quickly shook his head. Without a physical body, how can Lord Ing Wuxie escape from this predicament? He has a physical body. Fan Yuan laughed. I have plenty of strength path immortal zombies here. We can trade one for one. I guarantee you won't lose out. In fact, the strength path immortal zombies will have more down marks than my physical body. You will be making a profit. Make a profit, my ass! Sixth Hair scolded Fan Yuan for being shameless. His expression turned ugly as he stared at Fan Yuan and sneered. I won't beat around the bush, Fan Yuan. How can I not know what you are planning? Oh, it seems you already know about wisdom goo. Fan Yuan rubbed his chin. I can sell immortal goo and information, but the physical body cannot. Sixth Hair rejected sternly. His tone was as tough as steel. But who knew that Fan Yuan's expression changed faster than him? Then there's no room for discussion. Leave. I won't be sending you off. Fan Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. Why do you want to read this book, W? One seeing that he was not moving, Fan Yuan sneered inwardly. He flicked his sleeves and left. He was about to enter the back hall. Sixth Hair came to his senses, he said. Fan Yuan, wait. You agreed? Fan Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. I won't sell the physical body, but we can discuss the rest. Sixth Hair insisted. Fan Yuan snorted, he quickly turned around and was about to leave Sixth Hair's sight through the side door. Sixth Hair quickly followed. A transaction requires both parties to be willing. Fan Yuan, why are you forcing me? If I am harmed, you will be harmed as well. Fan Yuan stopped, but this time, he did not even turn around, he directly faced Sixth Hair with the back of his head. It was very rude. Sixth Hair only heard Fan Yuan say, You are right. But so what if I am harmed? At most, I will just die. Sixth Hair walked a few steps. Catching up to Fan Yuan, he urged. Fan Yuan, why are you saying this? Who would believe you if you are deceiving yourself? Are you willing to die? With our shadow sect outside, how much hostility and attacks would we attract? Without us, how long can you live freely? Do you think you can deal with Providence? Even my main body had planned for 100,000 years, but it failed. Right now, we are facing a great enemy. Why are you doing this? Noisy. A sword wave suddenly appeared around Fan Yuan. Rank 7 sword wave immortal goo. Sixth Hair was forced back, he quickly said. Careful, careful. Don't touch the immortal goo, you will destroy my arrangements. If the land spirit of Langya finds out, either of us will have a good ending. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, taking a step forward. The physical body is my condition. If it cannot be met, there is no point in talking. I will give you 3 days. Go back and discuss with your Lord Ingwuxie. Sixth Hair stomped his feet. 3 days. Fan Yuan, you know that Lord Ingwuxie is in danger. We need to make full use of every second. Fan Yuan moved further away. His voice could be heard. It is good that you are aware of this. Agree quickly. After the transaction, you will need some time to refine goo with immortal materials, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression. He gritted his teeth. He pointed at Fan Yuan, killing intent surging. Fan Yuan, don't push your luck. So what if I push my luck? I was not the one who died first. With Langya blessed land, I can still live freely for some time. But what about you? Without Ingwuxie, the demon Venerable's main body is trapped in a super dream realm. The great spectral soul demon Venerable actually died earlier than me. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed. He passed through the door, his figure vanishing from Sixth Hair's sight. Sixth Hair's eyes were wide open, they were bloodshot. Fan Yuan's shamelessness dealt a heavy blow to him. However, in less than half a day, Sixth Hair found Fan Yuan again. Lord Ingwuxie agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fan Yuan. He wanted to skin him alive. A bright light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes for a moment. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly, looking at it from another perspective. Ingwuxie's situation was not optimistic. This was a good and bad thing. Fan Yuan wanted to obtain the greatest benefits from this transaction, But he also wanted Ing Wuxia to stay outside and attract the firepower for him. Letting the Celestial Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces fight each other was a good idea for Fan Yuan. Let's exchange immortal zombie bodies first, one for one, then we can talk about the next transaction. After Fan Yuan said that, he added, If I see you doing anything to my body, I will not be able to kill you. Don't blame me for falling out. You know, I am someone who has been reborn. Some of my methods come from the future. That is impossible. The transaction will be completed in one go. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool. But Fan Yuan was harder to deal with than him. A moment later, Sixth Hair was defeated. He raised 3 fingers and gritted his teeth. Alright, the first transaction is the immortal zombie body. But there are only 2 more transactions. This transaction can only be divided into 3 transactions, and will end in 3 transactions. 3 days later in Langya Blessed Land, both sides completed the transaction. Alright, next is the immortal goo. I want all of my immortal goo. Including self-strength, man as before, landscape as before, and so on. Fan Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a strange gaze. So many immortal goo, do Fan Yuan have enough immortal materials to buy them? Fan Yuan smiled. Of course I have enough. A few minutes later. This is your of course I have enough? You actually casually changed the price we agreed on? The immortal materials you paid can't even buy 30% of the immortal goo. Sixth Hair shouted in anger. The price we agreed on can naturally be discussed. What do you mean casually changing it? I am not casually changing it, I am very sincere. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Sincere your ass! Sixth Hair scolded. Fan Yuan's expression turned stiff. So you don't want to trade? Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sixth Hair was even more furious. You are leaving just because we can't come to an agreement? You are doing this again? I don't care, I won't be the one to die first anyway. Fan Yuan shrugged, knowing that Sixth Hair was going to die. Sixth Hair's expression froze, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt that he was really stupid. Why did he expose his weakness? However, with Fan Yuan's ability, even if he did not say it, he would be able to sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Fan Yuan's asking price was too ruthless, Shadow Sect was not one to be trampled on. In just a few days, after dozens of difficult negotiations, both sides finally came to an agreement. Fan Yuan gave in slightly, but still obtained a great victory. Sixth Hair's face was filled with defeat, his tall and straight body was now hunched. Fortunately, there is still one last time. The third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions, why did you extend it to 10? Fan Yuan, you shameless bastard, you animal with no bottom line. Don't you have any sense of the big picture? Die at most, we will all die together. Sixth Hair shouted until his throat was hoarse. Blood was flowing out of his nostrils. But Fan Yuan only said one sentence and retorted. I won't be the one to die first anyway. If Ing Wuxia dies, the Demon Venerable's main body will probably die as well. After all, such a huge dream realm consumes the soul very quickly. Very quickly, very quickly, quickly. Fan Yuan's words lingered in Sixth Hair's mind. Then, he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1086. A pool of soul water was dark and gloomy, there were countless ripples on its surface. Ing Wuxia's eyes were wide open, ghost fire burned in his eyes as he observed the surface of the soul water. In his vision, there was a scene that others could not see. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with regret and shame. Lord, I have committed a grave sin. During Fan Yuan's tribulation, if I had not used it. I said, this is not your fault. Speaking of which, I used my trump card to increase my luck, allowing Fan Yuan to take advantage of me. Ing Wuxia's voice was transmitted to Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method that Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia used to communicate. It was a soul path power, but it had the effect of information path. It was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, as well as Langya Blessed Land. Not only could they communicate in real time, they could also block the senses of Land's spirit of Langya. Right now, Ing Wuxia was no longer in Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie body. But because this body was old, its immortal aperture was already destroyed, Ing Wuxia only obtained a pure physical body. It was not like the previous Fang Yuan body, which had an aperture and an immortal aperture. This way, it was not convenient for Ing Wuxia to use goo. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they could only live in his skin, blood, flesh, bones and other parts. Not only would their aura leak, enemies could easily detect them, it was also very unsafe. When the physical body was attacked, goo worms would also suffer. Goo worms were very fragile. Ing Wuxia's transaction with Fang Yuan could be said to be a huge loss, but right now, his expression was calm. Instead, he encouraged Sixth Hair. You did a good job this time. Throughout the transaction, you showed weakness to Fang Yuan, very good. Especially the fainting at the end. If not for your efforts, I would not have obtained the immortal material I wanted. Sixth Hair sighed. I purposely fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not attack me. Since he knows our background, he will naturally be very cautious. Moreover, we have already transacted many times. Both sides have something on us, and he's also afraid that we'll report him to the land's spirit of Langya, Ing Wuxia said. This time, he was in a hopeless situation. After thinking it over, he realized that Fang Yuan was the only way out. There was no other way. Before he decided to trade with Fang Yuan, he had already prepared himself mentally. The list of immortal materials that he gave to Fang Yuan was exaggerated in content, and the number was expanded, hiding the immortal materials that he truly wanted. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He struggled in a hopeless situation and found a slim chance of survival. As long as he could overcome this obstacle, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Forget about the other immortal goo, the crucial thing is that not only did Fang Yuan regain his body, he even obtained the spring-autumn cicada. Isn't his current foundation too great? Sixth Hair was still very worried. Ing Wuxia snorted coldly. Even if Fang Yuan got his body, would he dare to use it? The spring and autumn cicada did not have to worry about it either. It had already been sealed and was about to starve to death. Even if Fang Yuan got rid of this problem, spring and autumn cicada itself has a chance of failure. It also contains providence, he will not be able to use it for a long time. Furthermore, the attention of the celestial quartz goo immortals will also be drawn there. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the worry on his face lessened by a lot. He nodded repeatedly. Lord is right. Ing Wuxia heaved a long sigh. Next, you still need to monitor Fang Yuan. You have already been exposed, but Fang Yuan will not touch you. If he cannot be restrained, then so be it, it doesn't matter. He obtained so many immortal goo this time, it is definitely a huge burden. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations have taken away his main focus. I will let him develop. When I gather my strength and save my main body, I will settle the score with him. He had learned from his mistakes, he had experienced many things. Ing Wuxia was maturing rapidly. He learned to give and take, and even more, he learned to endure. He was after all one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he had the huge aptitude to become an expert. Torture and setbacks were wealth in life, he was maturing rapidly. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. It had been some time since the transaction with Ing Wuxia ended. Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie body in front of him. He heaved a sigh. I don't dare to use it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After obtaining it, he had used almost all the methods he could currently use to inspect this immortal zombie body thoroughly, but he did not find any problems. But what was Ing Wuxia's origin? What was the origin of Shadow Sect? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, one of the few Gu Venerables. He had once ruled the world and ruled over all living beings. Could Ing Wuxia, one of his split souls, possess some sort of soul Dao technique and set up this body as a sinister trap? It was highly possible. Fan Yuan and Ying Wu Xie's transaction was not restricted by information path from start to finish, because they did not trust each other. And Fan Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to the other parties. If he used information path methods to restrict himself, the other party might secretly undo it. This was even more disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. Thus, he could not guarantee the safety of this body. Fan Yuan wanted this body mainly to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition and draw the light of wisdom. Thus, he wanted to send his soul into this immortal zombie body. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters involving the soul. Although Fan Yuan did not find any problems, maybe Ying Wu Xie did not do anything, it was more likely that this immortal zombie body was hiding a huge problem, but Fan Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the ancestor of Soul Path. Fan Yuan was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert by using Soul Path in front of him. It seems that I need to inspect this body again. I cannot be too careless. If I am not careful, I might fall into Shadow Sect's trap. Fan Yuan warned himself. Only when he was absolutely sure of his safety would Fan Yuan use this body. Or if he had no other choice, Fan Yuan would choose to take the risk. Although I cannot use Wisdom Gu, regaining this body and Spring Autumn Cicada is already an excellent result. Spring Autumn Cicada had always been Fan Yuan's greatest trump card since rebirth. Now that Fan Yuan wanted a body, as his vital Gu, it was fixed in the first aperture, it naturally came along. During the negotiation, when Fan Yuan had just mentioned asking for Spring Autumn Cicada, he was firmly denied by Sixth Hair. He refused to admit that Ying Wu Xie had Spring Autumn Cicada. Because they were not restricted by information path, no matter what he said, Fan Yuan could not tell the truth. Lying casually had no consequences. But Fan Yuan was even more unreasonable, he said. Impossible! If you really don't have it, then refine it. I don't care about anything else, you must return my Spring Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan played with it without any bottom line, his attitude was extremely firm. Even when Sixth Hair swore and swore with all his might, Fan Yuan's attitude did not change. After a lot of trouble, Fan Yuan regained his body and Spring Autumn Cicada. But there was a problem with Spring Autumn Cicada. It was sealed by the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals using a strange method. It was isolated from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fan Yuan also knew that Spring Autumn Cicada had providence. This was the greatest internal threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring Autumn Cicada both had hidden dangers that could not be used. But even so, Fan Yuan was very happy. Even if I can't use it, as long as it is in my hands, it will be a huge victory. Especially Spring Autumn Cicada, it is a great killing weapon. After getting Spring Autumn Cicada and the body, Fan Yuan asked for fixed immortal travel the second time. But how could Sixth Hair take it out? No matter how forcefully Fan Yuan forced it, it was useless. Moreover, he had guessed that fixed immortal travel was probably destroyed. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could have already used it to escape. Why would he take the initiative to come here and be extorted by Fan Yuan? Of course, Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair had already made a deal. As long as they made the deal, they would be betraying Langya sect. Sixth Hair had Fan Yuan's weakness, and the land spirit was pure and stubborn. If this was exposed, no matter how Fan Yuan tried to explain, it would be useless. Thus Fan Yuan gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he did not get fixed immortal travel, Fan Yuan still obtained a large number of immortal Gu from this transaction. A large number. Among them were He Lolan's Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, and Flying Bear's Strength Immortal Gu. There were also Tai Bai Yinqing's Man as before and Landscape as before. Fan Yuan's own Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and Connect Luck Immortal Gu were put into Jewel Yellow Skies and sold. This time, when Jewel Yellow Skies closed, these two Immortal Gu were trapped in Jewel Yellow Skies. As for Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, fixed immortal travel, star shoot, star mark, and starlight, they were all destroyed by Fan Yuan's special will. Ing Wu Xie could not save them in time. Of course, the above situation might not be the truth. Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair's transaction was not restricted by information path. Both sides had probed each other's bottom line. Maybe Ing Wu Xie had secretly kept some immortal goo. But Fan Yuan had already tried his best, he could not make Ing Wu Xie spit them out. After all, every time Fan Yuan made a transaction, he would be betraying Langya sect once, his dominance would decrease by a little. As for Shadow sect, they would obtain a portion of the immortal materials, their weakness would decrease by a little. Of course, from start to finish, Fan Yuan had the upper hand. After all, Ing Wu Xie's situation was not good. But Fan Yuan did not want Ing Wu Xie to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Fan Yuan would be in deep trouble. It was good to have him attracting the firepower. Celestial Court and Shadow Sect could weaken each other. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan watched from the sidelines. Even though Fan Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would definitely try to kill him after he obtained Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. But this was also the reason why Shadow Sect protected him secretly. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fan Yuan knew that he was the Ma Hongyun in Shadow Sect's eyes. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It was just that the current situation did not allow them to do so. Since Ing Wu Xie took the initiative to make a transaction with Fan Yuan, it meant that he was truly at his wit's end. Fan Yuan had to give him some hope. If he really forced him into a corner, and made him give up in despair, Fan Yuan would also be in trouble, he might even be finished. Chapter 1087. A few days later, Langya blessed land. Two figures tore through the sky and landed suddenly. This place is very barren, it is suitable for us to spar. The first figure looked around and said leisurely. What Brother Fang said is absolutely correct. The second figure was a hairy man Gu Immortal, he was called 12th Hair, he spoke in a friendly manner, and had a cheerful expression. Compared to the other hairy man Gu Immortals in Langya sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he cultivated refinement path as well as enslavement path. He cultivated refinement path and enslavement path together. Gu Immortals dual cultivating was not easy, because almost all Gu Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they undergo immortal ascension, they would use a Gu worm to detonate their immortal aperture, and their main path would be fixed at that moment. After that, when they undergo tribulations, the down marks gained would mostly be of their main path. But in this world, there were many Gu Immortals who dual cultivated rank 6 or 7. They cultivated one path while cultivating another path. Such Gu Immortals often had fortuitous encounters and had immortal Gu that were suitable for dual cultivation. For example, Fan Yuan's Eat Strength Immortal Gu could devour Strength Path immortal materials to gain Strength Path down marks. Gu Immortals of other paths could cultivate Strength Path after obtaining it. 12th Hair was no exception. When he was refining Gu in his early years, because of an accident, he obtained a new incomplete Gu from failure. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path down marks to his body. This way, he was quite special among all the hairy man Gu Immortals. The previous land spirit of Langya had taken care of him. Even though refinement path and enslavement path had little relation to each other, he encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating them. Because 12th Hair had enslavement path down marks, it would be very helpful in refining enslavement path immortal Gu in the future. The current land spirit of Langya looked at him in a new light. But what was important was his battle strength. 12th Hair had enslavement path cultivation, this was a good foundation. The land spirit of Langya gave him beast enslavement immortal Gu, intending to nurture him into an enslavement path battle strength expert among the hairy man Gu Immortals. A new ruler brought his own subordinates, but 12th Hair was even more popular, he was the favorite of the current land spirit of Langya. Fan Yuan said to these hairy men. It wasn't clear at first. However, after the secret trade with Ing Wu Xie, he had obtained quite a lot of information regarding Langya Blessed Land. Although this information was not very valuable, it was still very valuable to Fan Yuan. However, it was of great help to him, allowing him to have a comprehensive understanding of the Langya sect. Fan Yuan and 12th Heir both landed on the ground. The ground of cloud-covered continent was formed from condensed cloud soil and was pure white. When Zhang Xian stepped on it, it felt somewhat soft. It felt quite different from ordinary soil. "Brother 12th, please." Fan Yuan gestured with his hand. "Ha, Brother Fang, then I won't stand on ceremony. Come out, chestnut yak." 12th Heir laughed loudly. He did a somersault in the air, and then knelt on the ground. He slammed his palms on the ground. This posture was like performing a juggling act before suddenly kneeling down and kowtowing to Fan Yuan. Gu immortals paid attention to their demeanor. Human Gu immortals would definitely think of ways to avoid such a shameful thing. But hairy man Gu immortals were different. These hairy man Gu immortals had been nurtured by the previous land spirit of Langya. They were all very pure and had extremely low battle strength. Fan Yuan had already gotten used to this. 12th Heir knelt down towards Fan Yuan with an excited expression. Suddenly he froze. Eh? He raised his head, looking at Fan Yuan. "I'm sorry I failed." "No problem." Fan Yuan smiled warmly. "Immortal killer moves, failure is unavoidable. Try again." Yes. 12th Heir nodded, he somersaulted again, and with a loud sound, both his knees and hands touched the ground. There was no movement. After a few breaths of time, 12th Heir stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. "Oh my, I failed again. Let me try again." "Heh." He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fan Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. "Let me try again." "I don't believe it." 12th Heir was ruthless. "Heh." He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fan Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. I'm sorry, please wait a while." 12th Heir greeted Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled warmly. I can understand. Take a look." 12th Heir nodded gratefully, and tried again. Heh. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fan Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. After more than 10 attempts, 12th Heir did not succeed even once. Fan Yuan had yet to make a move, but 12th Heir had already vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Blood was also flowing out of his ears, and his face was turning paler. If the activation of an immortal killer move failed, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. Even Fan Yuan could not watch it anymore, he reminded. I have observed it many times, Brother 12th. Your somersaulting seems to be useless against immortal killer moves. Why don't you give it up? Somersaulting? 12th Heir scratched his head, showing an innocent expression. This is a movement I meticulously designed. Don't you think somersaulting first will make me look imposing? Fan Yuan's expression was almost black lines. He could not help but think. Your action of proactively kneeling to the enemy is indeed very imposing. However, 12th Heir was an obedient child who knew his mistakes. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, I will change it. Thereupon, 12th Heir no longer somersaulted. Instead, he knelt down towards Fan Yuan. After a few breaths of time, he stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying unwillingly, Let me try again. After a few attempts, a blue gem light suddenly shone from 12th Heir's hands. The light quickly spread, and the ground was dyed into a blue lake. The lake water gushed out, and a bull-shaped desolate beast stepped on a huge wave, charging towards Fan Yuan. Swoosh! The blue lake water washed to the shore, and the giant bull stepped on solid ground, raising its head and roaring. Moo! The formless sound wave squeezed the air and created a whirlwind out of nowhere. The giant bull's entire body was greenish-black. Its head was heavy and big, and its mouth was square and thick. A pair of horns stabbed diagonally into the sky from both sides, and the distance between them was very large. The cow's chest was very wide, and its abdomen was also very large, but it gradually became slimmer at the back of the waist. His body was big at the front and small at the back. The bottom of the body and the forelegs. They were all covered with a thick layer of long hair, almost reaching the ground. The tail behind his buttocks was thick and big, like a brown broom. Without a doubt, this giant bull was majestic and mighty, and the effect of its entrance was excellent. It was domineering and awe-inspiring, forming a sharp contrast with 12th Hair's previous performance. It's just Fan Yuan didn't care at all. Although the chestnut yak was a desolate beast, it was famous for its low combat strength. This was the main impression that many Gu immortals had towards it. However, the taste of beef was unique. It could be eaten raw, just like eating chestnuts. This was also the origin of its name. Of course, among the desolate beasts, the chestnut yak's battle strength was not the weakest. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast, which Fan Yuan was currently raising, was the desolate beast level dragonfish. You finally used it. 12th Hair was overjoyed. He pointed at Fan Yuan and shouted, "Chestnut yak, charge!" Moo! The chestnut yak raised its head and roared again. But it did not move. 12th Hair's face was filled with awkwardness. As if he was holding back his anger, he ordered again. "Charge, charge, charge, you stupid bull!" The chestnut yak then began to charge. The distance between it and Fan Yuan was very short, and after a few steps, it arrived in front of Fan Yuan. A strong wind blew towards them. The chestnut yak's body was huge. When it charged, it was like 4 buses stacked on top of each other. It was quite powerful. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. In his immortal aperture, change form immortal Gu flew up first. Next, all kinds of mortal supplementary Gu worms also flew up, revolving around change form immortal Gu. Immortal transformation path killer move, flying bear transformation. Light suddenly blossomed. The intense light forced 12th Hair to close his eyes. 12th Hair quickly activated his investigative Gu. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of transparent crystal as he opened them again. The light had not faded yet. But 12th Hair could clearly see the scene in the battlefield. Bam! The chestnut yak also collided with a giant beast. This giant beast's body was even bigger than it. The chestnut yak's charge was in vain. At this time, the light faded, revealing the giant beast's true appearance. This was a giant bear. Its body was thick and fat. Its body was covered in short and thick white fur, as white as snow. It had 4 sharp claws, a short tail, and its body was curled up like a huge snow-white pom-pom. It actually looked a little cute. This was the desolate beast flying bear that Fan Yuan had transformed into. The chestnut yak saw this flying bear and immediately stared with its eyes wide open. Its aura instantly fell to rock bottom. It gave a miserable cry and actually turned around to run away. 12th Hair saw this and angrily scolded. "You cowardly yak, you are still a desolate beast, damn it, come at me!" He activated his enslavement path method. The chestnut yak ran for a long distance before it was enslaved by 12th Hair again. It turned around and charged towards Fan Yuan's flying bear transformation. The chestnut yak was a herbivorous desolate beast. It had a gentle nature. This chestnut yak was raised by the previous land spirit of Langia. His goal was to use its meat as an immortal material for Gu refinement. And because of the Shadow Sect's sudden attack, the other desolate beasts in Langia blessed land had all died. Thus, 12th Hair first used this chestnut yak to practice. Fan Yuan did not move until the yak was in front of him. He exerted strength in his limbs and moved. Whoosh! The flying bear's huge body did not slow down its speed, it easily dodged. The chestnut yak and the flying bear brushed past each other. The flying bear opened its mouth and roared, suddenly turning around and leaping up. Looking down from above, the flying bear stretched out its right claw and slammed down on the chestnut yak's back. Bam! There was an intense vibration. White cloud soil was sent flying everywhere. The chestnut yak was heavily injured. It was slammed into the ground by the flying bear's attack. The originally flat ground had turned into a huge crater. In the blink of an eye, the chestnut yak was completely defeated. It laid motionlessly in the crater, its eyes revealing a terrified expression. Its body was trembling. Chapter 1088. The chestnut yak was slapped into the pit by Fan Yuan, and didn't dare to climb out again. 12th Hare tried his best, but he couldn't get the chestnut yak to get up and fight again. Not desolate beasts, not Gu immortals. Fan Yuan shook his head inwardly, dispelling the immortal killer move. In the blink of an eye, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From the light, Fan Yuan's figure slowly descended until he landed on the ground. This time, I've lost again. Brother Fang is really amazing. 12th Hare tried hard for a long time, but to no avail. He could only cup his fists and admit defeat to Fan Yuan. He had sparred with Fan Yuan several times. At first, after he lost, he still refused to admit defeat and was a little stubborn. But after so many times, he was already numb to it. Losing was normal, but winning was abnormal. Brother 12th, you need to practice this immortal killer move more. As for this chestnut yak, it's weak and timid. It's best to change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fan Yuan casually gave some advice. 12th Hare nodded and sighed. Isn't it because Jewel Yellow Skies is closed? When it reopens, I will immediately go there and buy a dire beast that can fight. This yak had been raised to the point where it had lost its wild nature. I had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. However, I have to bear the cost of purchasing the desolate beasts myself. This was the rule after the establishment of the sect. Sigh, my beast enslavement immortal Gu is not mine, I still need to pay the sect a fee. Let's not talk anymore, I need to rush back to refine Gu and try to sell more immortal Yuan stone. Then I won't see you out. Fan Yuan nodded. 12th Hare put away the chestnut yak and left in a hurry. All right, 20 contribution points. I got it again. Fan Yuan looked at 12th Hare's departing figure, feeling a slight joy in his heart. These days, not only was he sparring with 12th Hare, he was also sparring with other hairy man Gu immortals. They all had similar interactions. It turned out that Fan Yuan and 6th Hare made a secret deal. Although the deal was over, 6th Hare repeatedly took the initiative to go to Yunqing guarded by Fan Yuan, which was a small flaw. Even though Fan Yuan joined Langya's sect and became an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man Gu immortals. After all, the current human race was very powerful. Hairy men were a branch of the variant humans. They had been persecuted by the human race in history. Fan Yuan was one of them. But the hairy man Gu immortals kept their distance from him. Why did 6th Hare suddenly take the initiative to visit Fan Yuan? This aroused many doubts. To make up for this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hare intentionally or unintentionally revealed to the other hairy man Gu immortals that he was looking for Fan Yuan to raise his battle strength. Because of the Shadow Sect's attack and this tribulation, he felt that he had a huge weakness in terms of battle strength. He wanted to make up for it, so he sought out the human Gu immortal Fan Yuan for guidance. In order to increase the degree of credibility, 6th Hare even took the initiative to spar with the other hairy man Gu immortals, defeating them one by one. 6th Hare was a traitor of Langya's sect. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had deep battle attainment. If he displayed just a bit of his true strength, he could easily defeat everyone. This matter caused a huge commotion in the hairy man Gu immortal circle. Even the land spirit of Langya had heard of it. He affirmed 6th Hare's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged the other hairy man Gu immortals. He also sought guidance from Fan Yuan. After all, hairy man Gu immortals had very low battle strength. This had always been the sore point of the land spirit of Langya. After 6th Hare, other hairy man Gu immortals came to spar with him. After thinking about it, Fan Yuan understood 6th Hare's intention. He warmly welcomed the other hairy man Gu immortals. Because to Fan Yuan, there were only benefits and no harm. Firstly, he needed to rely on Langya's sect for a long time. His cultivation would be smoother, and his tribulation would be safer. Thus, it was necessary to have a good relationship with these hairy man Gu immortals. Secondly, like 6th Hare, Fan Yuan also needed to cooperate and make up for the flaws in this transaction. Finally, Fan Yuan needed Langya's sect contribution points. From now on, he needed to ask the land spirit of Langya for help and borrow Langya Sek's strength. He could not negotiate with the land spirit of Langya every time. Earlier, he could transact with the land spirit of Langya because the land spirit of Langya wanted his Luopa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. From now on, if he wanted Langya Sek to work for him, he would need to use sect contribution points. This was Langya Sek's rule. Even the land spirit of Langya obeyed it. The land spirit of Langya had issued sect missions earlier. One of them was to guide Harry Man-Gu immortals and raise their battle strength. Even the land spirit of Langya was not suitable for this mission. Fan Yuan was the only suitable candidate. These last few days, Fan Yuan guided many Harry Man-Gu immortals. The response was very enthusiastic. Even if the subsequent Harry Man-Gu immortals did not get good results, they did not blame Fan Yuan. They found their own reasons. On one hand, Sixth Hair had set an example. On the other hand, Fan Yuan knew about these hairy men and used his exquisite communication skills to interact with them passionately. This caused the Hairy Man-Gu immortals' impression of Fan Yuan to change greatly. As for why Fan Yuan knew about these Hairy Man-Gu immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land from Shadow Sect during the transactions. Fan Yuan calculated. This way, my sect contribution points are over 140. This is really a good deal. Every time he guided them, Fan Yuan would get 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fan Yuan lent out Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he only got 200 to 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a portion of the flowing light fruits. With this thought, Fan Yuan rushed towards the first cloud city. When he arrived at the first cloud city, he saw the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya sized up Fan Yuan, praising. As expected of change form immortal Gu. When you transform into a hairy man Gu immortal, there are almost no flaws, unless I use investigative immortal Gu. When Fan Yuan arrived, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Along the way, he activated change form immortal Gu and turned into a hairy man Gu immortal. His motive was obvious. He wanted to get close to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had the ideology of hairy democracy. When he saw Fan Yuan, he smiled and praised change form immortal Gu. In fact, his impression of Fan Yuan became even more pleasing to the eye. He felt much better. Fan Yuan, however, sighed with a tone of pity. This transformation is not complete. Although I have changed form immortal Gu, I lack eternal Gu. If I had eternal Gu, I would be able to completely transform into a hairy man and truly integrate into Langya sect, becoming a member of the hairy men. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but these last days I have interacted with the other hairy man Gu immortals and had a deep feeling about it. Us human Gu immortals are all crafty and guarded against each other. But hairy men are honest, united and warm. This is a true home. I am already starting to feel nostalgic about this place. The land spirit of Langya heard this and laughed heartily, patting Fan Yuan's shoulder. Oh Fan Yuan, it is good that you have such awareness. If he knew that Fan Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect a few days ago and did not report the traitor of Langya Sect, he would definitely skin Fan Yuan alive. But unfortunately, the land spirit of Langya did not know about this. I have seen your performance these last days. You guided those children and caused their battle strength to rise by a lot, especially Sixth Hair. Not bad, not bad. These last days I have heard good things about you from other hairy man Gu immortals. What matter do you have for coming here? The land spirit of Langya asked. I want to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fan Yuan answered. This is a small matter. As long as you have enough contribution points, there will be no problem in exchanging for flowing light fruits. The land spirit of Langya waved his hand generously. Fan Yuan pretended to be hesitant. I have some insignificant opinions about Langya sect's development. I wonder if I should say them? Go ahead, I am listening. The land spirit of Langya squinted his eyes and smiled. Fan Yuan said, These last days I have sparred with many hairy man Gu immortals and gained some insights. The battle strength of hairy man-goo immortals needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise it is a problem. Because almost everyone cultivates refinement path. Although refinement path has offensive methods, they are not as strong as other paths. The land spirit of Langya nodded. Fan Yuan's words had touched the bottom of his heart. He could not help but sigh. This is what I am worried about. Fan Yuan continued. Actually, there is a good way to raise battle strength rapidly. That is transformation path. Transformation path? That's right. Fan Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Looking at all the goo cultivation paths, the path that can raise battle strength rapidly is naturally blood path. But blood path is extremely harmful. It is a huge threat to others. In the cultivation world, its reputation is completely ruined. Everyone wants to beat it up. Moreover, if we cultivate blood path to a higher level, we will need to enter the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. That will expose us. Thus, blood path is not a good choice. You are right. The land spirit of Langya nodded in agreement. Actually, he himself was quite wary of blood path. If hairy man-goo immortals cultivated blood path, he would be worried that it would cause conflicts and hidden dangers within Langya sect. Fan Yuan continued to speak. Other than blood path, the path that can raise battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low. Immortal killer moves do not need planning. Any transformation is an immortal killer move. Ordinary immortal killer moves need at least several years of planning. And Langya sect has a large number of immortal goo recipes, among which are transformation path immortal goo recipes. They have many immortal goo recipes but few immortal killer moves. Hairy man-goo immortals mainly cultivate refinement path while also cultivating transformation path. They can make use of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Hairy man-goo immortals are simple and honest. Raising their battle strength is not something that can be done in a day. If they transform into desolate beasts, they have thick skin and flesh. Even if they make a few mistakes in battle, it is not a problem. They can turn the situation around and fight again. They are not like other paths like fire path and water path, where the human body is extremely fragile and has no defensive methods. It is very dangerous on the battlefield. Transformation path immortal goo recipes are easy to deduce. Immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus immortal goo are also easy to refine. Chapter 1089. Fan Yuan's words were reasonable. Land spirit of Langya nodded repeatedly. That's right, he praised. I wouldn't dare. This is just my humble opinion. Fan Yuan was modest. Land spirit was naive. He did not understand Fan Yuan's modesty. He shook his head and retorted. No, this is not a humble opinion. It is an insightful opinion. Your words are a great inspiration to me and also a great contribution to Langya sect. Originally, according to Langya sect's rules, just this contribution would raise your status by 1 level. For example, 6th hair would be promoted to 5th hair. But you are not a true hairy man-goo immortal yet, so you can only get 200 sect contribution points. At the end, land spirit of Langya looked at Fan Yuan and sighed in regret. Fan Yuan's face also showed an extremely regretful expression. He was only an external elder now. He did not need to do any missions. He would get 10 sect contribution points every month. But the other hairy man-goo immortals had good roots. They would get much more in this aspect every month. Moreover, the higher the rank of the hairy man-goo immortal, the more sect contribution points they would get every month. I really want to become a true hairy man. Fan Yuan sighed. His face was filled with sincerity, as if he really wanted to. Land spirit of Langya said, It is a pity that Jewel Yellow Skies is closed now. Once it reopens, I will conduct a large-scale purchase of desolate beasts in the market. Regarding this, I also have a humble opinion. Fan Yuan quickly said, There are many hairy man-goo immortals. To nurture them, no matter how big our sect is, we cannot afford such expenditure. This is not the orthodox way of doing business. I suggest we create our own resources. Oh? How do we create our own resources? Land spirit of Langya asked. Fan Yuan answered. Very simple, we will occupy the resources of the 5 regions outside world like other super forces. Land's spirit of Langia showed a difficult expression. He had this idea before, he had carefully considered the pros and cons, he felt it was not a good idea. The reason was very clear, the hairy men were variant humans, in the current situation, they could not be seen. Even though there were variant human forces in northern plains. The most obvious example was the Inkman city. But this Inkman city only had one Inkman Gu immortal on the surface. Moreover, in history, Inkman city's ancestor, immortal Yen Yen, also paid a heavy price. Only then did he reach an agreement with the giant sun immortal. Due to these two factors, Inkman city managed to survive in the cracks of countless powerful human forces. 1. If such a hairy man force appeared, and so many hairy man Gu immortals appeared, it would definitely challenge the mental state of the current human Gu immortals. This was a huge violation of their bottom line. Whether it was the righteous Tao, demonic Tao, or loose immortal forces, none of them would allow such a powerful force to exist. Although the land spirit of Langia was simple, it was not stupid. Even though he wholeheartedly wanted the hairy men to rule the world, he could still see the current situation clearly. But Fan Yuan had already expected such a reaction from the land spirit of Langia. He continued, First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting Langia sect to compete with other human forces for the outside world's resources. Instead, we will occupy the resources that they do not have and continue to develop in secret. Land spirit of Langia realized. You are talking about those dangerous forbidden areas? Northern Plains was vast, but the super forces had already divided up those cultivation resources. The remaining ones were mainly the 10 great fierce lands. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fan Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up. He had an expression of admiration. Although the 10 great fierce lands are dangerous, they also contain abundant fortuitous encounters. In my opinion, Earth Trench is very good. We can set up a teleportation Gu formation inside, allowing the hairy man Gu immortals to freely travel between the Blessed Land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. It is suitable for the hairy man Gu immortals to train in combat. Moreover, after killing these desolate beasts, we can use the local materials to refine transformation path immortal Gu. We can even use beast enslavement immortal Gu to enslave these desolate beasts. We can make use of them and strengthen the Blessed Land's defenses. One of the crucial points in this matter was the teleportation Gu formation. Specifically speaking, it was a Gu formation that could teleport Gu immortals. Langia's sect undoubtedly had such a method. Because Fan Yuan had rushed over from southern border earlier. He had used the teleportation Gu formation under Fengbo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts, and arrive at Langia Blessed Land. That teleportation Gu formation had left a deep impression on Fan Yuan. Land spirit of Langia fell into deep thought. This is an important matter, let me think about it. I am just saying, it is an important matter in the sect. Of course, it is up to you, First Supreme Elder, to make the decision. If my suggestion is wrong, I hope First Supreme Elder can forgive me. Fan Yuan knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he changed the topic to the flowing light fruits. After a while, he took away a large number of flowing light fruits from Land Spirit of Langia's hands. After bidding farewell to the Land Spirit, he returned to his cloud city, and the first thing he did was to deal with these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure lumps of light. If an ordinary person used their hands to hold them, the light would only pass through their hands. They had to use special methods to collect these fruits. These fruits were not like ordinary fruits that grew on plants, but were formed purely from dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of all colors, so flowing light fruits were the same. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and so on. Flowing light fruits were the fodder of attitude Gu. The reason why Fan Yuan wanted flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transaction, the number of immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's hands had increased sharply, reaching an astonishing level. Let's make a calculation. Rank 9 immortal Gu, Wisdom Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu, Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu. Rank 7 immortal Gu, Change Soul Gu, Sword Eyebrows Gu, wave sword goo, sword escape goo, calamity beckoning goo. Rank 6 immortal goo, unravel mystery goo, woman's heart goo, blood asset goo, dark limit goo, dog shit luck goo, change form goo, strength chi goo, self strength goo, flying bear strength goo, pulling mountain goo, pulling water goo, landscape as before goo, man as before goo, star eyes goo. Among them, woman's heart goo was left in Hu immortal blessed land by Fan Yuan to refine Bo Qing's sword path goo before the battle of Yitian Mountain. He used the light of wisdom to construct a goo formation. Unravel mystery goo and woman's heart goo were part of it. But unravel mystery goo was only used for a while in the initial stage before it was removed by Fan Yuan. Woman's heart goo, however, needed to be kept in the goo formation until Bo Qing's sword path immortal goo was refined successfully. Precisely because of this, after the battle of Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan used Langya sex strength to move all the resources in the two blessed lands. Woman's heart also followed him to Langya blessed land, eventually ending up in Fan Yuan's hands. As for connect luck goo and iron crown eagle strength goo that originally belonged to Fan Yuan, because Ing Wuxia sold them to Jewel Yellow Skies during the transaction, he could not obtain them. After the transaction, it was even more impossible for Fan Yuan to take them back. Among the Star Path goo worms, only Star Eyes ended up in Fan Yuan's hands. The other immortal goo like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Thought were all wasted in Ing Wuxia's hands. It was unknown if they were still around. During the battle of Yitian Mountain, graceful chaotic dual stage disintegrated, many goo worms were destroyed, but some goo worms were left in the immortal zombie's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan was not familiar with these goo worms. He could not even remember their appearances. Because of amnesia, he did not know how many were kept by Ing Wuxia. It was not that Fan Yuan did not think of snatching these goo worms. But before he could do that, Ing Wuxia had already ended the transaction. Normally speaking, immortal goo value quality over quantity. Forget about mortal goo. No matter how many mortal goo there were, goo immortals could raise them all. Immortal goo were an important factor in determining a goo immortal's strength. Very few goo immortals could raise as many immortal goo as Fan Yuan. Even the current rank 8 goo immortals did not have as many as Fan Yuan. This was not an exaggeration. Most goo immortals only needed to raise 2 or 3 immortal goo. Of course, these immortal goo had to match their rank. Because one immortal goo could be used with a large number of mortal goo to use different immortal killer moves. They could form different effects, including offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. But just one immortal goo was not enough. Because when a goo immortal only had one immortal goo, they could only use one immortal killer move. A defensive killer move would be used. They would have no offensive methods. They would also lose their movement methods. They could only take hits passively. They had offense but no defense. Goo immortals were too dangerous. They needed at least 2 immortal goo that could be used at the same time. They had to be comprehensive. If they used more than 3 immortal goo, the immortal goo would become a burden. Normally speaking, they could neither raise nor use them. After all, activating immortal goo would expend immortal essence. There were very few cases of people using rank 7 immortal goo like Fan Yuan. His experience was a special case. He was different from most goo immortals. When goo immortals chose immortal goo, they had to choose carefully. The carefully here did not just refer to quantity, it also restricted the range of the immortal goo. A fire path goo immortal would naturally choose fire path immortal goo. If they chose water path or ice path, they would be asking for trouble. Even if there were immortal goo of other paths, they would at most be supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. Immortal goo value quality over quantity. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. As long as one was a goo immortal, almost everyone knew this. But to Fan Yuan, this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was big enough, there was no need to worry about space. Time was fast enough, resources could be regenerated quickly. These were all potential. Fan Yuan had already seen clearly that he had the potential to raise large numbers of immortal goo. Since it was potential, he had to excavate it as much as possible. The second reason was that Fan Yuan was earning money every day. His current financial situation was very good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. The 1 year here referred to the immortal aperture's time. In the outside world's time, it was 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This was already a huge amount, even the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. But compared to Fan Yuan's monthly profits, the difference was even greater. It was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. This meant that Fan Yuan had the capital to raise immortal goo. Moreover, Langya's sect was an external force, he could rely on it to a certain extent. With these three reasons added together, Fan Yuan was determined to raise immortal goo on a large scale, to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, be it against providence or calamities and tribulations, Fan Yuan had to ensure his strength. A goo immortal's battle strength mostly came from immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Right now, Fan Yuan had few immortal killer moves, wisdom goo could not be used, deductions required too much time, Fan Yuan could only focus on immortal goo. Fan Yuan was naturally aware of Ying Wuxie's plan. He wanted to give these immortal goo to Fan Yuan so that Fan Yuan's burden would be extremely heavy, Fan Yuan's attention would be diverted, and he would not be able to pay attention to Shadow Sect's movements. But Fan Yuan needed a large number of immortal goo to ensure his battle strength. He also had the potential and capital to raise these immortal goo. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. Chapter 1090. Most of Fan Yuan's attention had entered the immortal aperture. Swoosh! Large numbers of light path mortal goo flew in the air, bringing the flowing light fruits along as they flew into the sky. After passing through layers of heavens, after a long flight, these flowing light fruits finally arrived at the top layer. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After thinking about it, Fan Yuan placed all the flowing light fruits into the top layer. Although there are many space path down marks in the immortal aperture, I cannot use space path down marks to teleport like land spirits. After all, there is a huge difference between goo immortals and land spirits. Land spirits are unique existences formed from the combination of heavenly power and goo immortals' obsessions. The sovereign immortal aperture is huge. It seems I need to set up a teleportation goo formation in the future to move resources, adjust the structure and make arrangements. Fan Yuan's thoughts were scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the top layer of the sky. Fan Yuan mobilized goo worms, bringing the flowing light fruits to their designated locations. Puff puff puff, at the next moment, light explosions could be heard. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after another. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but when they self-detonated, the sky was filled with colorful aurora lights. It was extremely beautiful. The essence of these flowing light fruits was the condensation and concentration of aurora lights. The reason why Fan Yuan collected these flowing light fruits was to feed attitude goo. But why did he self-detonate these flowing light fruits? As it turned out, although the quantity of this batch of flowing light fruits was not small, but it was far from enough to feed attitude goo. Attitude goo was a rank 8 immortal goo, although the feeding interval was very long. However, the number of flowing light fruits needed to be consumed every time they were fed was enormous. This was the normal state of feeding goo worms. Normally speaking, the higher the rank of the goo worm, the more food it needed to feed, but the feeding interval was also longer. There were 9 ranks of goo worms. Rank 8 was second only to rank 9, attitude goo's food was a huge amount. Thus, Fan Yuan collected these flowing light fruits in order to accumulate fruits with fruits. Next, he self-detonated 80% of these fruits. Only 20% of the fruit was left. He allowed them to float high in the sky, nourished by the aurora that filled the sky. As for the light path mortal goo that brought them here, Fan Yuan stored them all for future use. Originally, my sect contribution points weren't much, but I didn't expect that my suggestion would cause the land spirit of Langya to take the initiative to increase my sect contribution points. Using these sect contribution points to exchange for the flowing light fruits, I immediately obtained a satisfactory number. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of mortal goo, dazzling light goo, to allow this aurora light to grow. Dazzling light goo could burst out with a bright red aurora. It needed to maintain their survival. Fan Yuan wanted to add more food for them here. It was called the Grand Yen Stone. However, Langya Sek's storehouse did not have these two items. Fan Yuan had to wait for jewel yellow skies to open again in order to carry out this plan. Moreover, dazzling light goo is only the simplest method to increase aurora light. It is not efficient. In the jewel yellow skies, there were also goo immortals who directly sold flowing light fruits. I remember that among them were strange cloud devourer guests, Qing Huizi and Fairy Kai Xia. Maybe I can ask them for advice. I can pay a price and buy their business experience. Of course, whether this matter succeeds or not, it will depend on the other party's opinion. There was still a long time before Attitude Goo would be hungry. Fan Yuan's action was to prepare for a rainy day and make arrangements in advance. After all, Attitude Goo's appetite was too huge. If he made hasty preparations, it would be disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. In the current situation, Fan Yuan was quite calm. After all, he had a lot of immortal goo, but most of them had not reached the time to be fed. Moreover, the first earthly calamity had just ended. There was still plenty of time. Next, Fan Yuan planned to properly accumulate his foundation and focus on managing his immortal aperture. The feeding of Attitude Goo has already begun. But this Attitude Goo is not mine, it contains He Lulan's will. Now, it is clear that He Lulan betrayed the alliance agreement and sided with Ing Wu Xie. Then, some of the information path alliance agreements on me will be undone. This way, I can directly refine this Attitude Goo and turn it into my own rank 8 immortal goo. Speaking of which, Attitude Goo was one of Fan Yuan's recent huge gains. Even when Fan Yuan borrowed the goo from He Lulan, he had not thought that Attitude Goo would fall into his hands one day. But to refine Attitude Goo was not a simple matter. Because Attitude Goo was not a wild immortal goo, it was also a rank 8 goo immortal. In contrast, Fan Yuan was merely a rank 6 goo immortal. If he wanted to forcefully refine someone else's rank 8 immortal goo, not only would it be extremely difficult, he might even destroy Attitude Goo. But I have a method that can help me refine other people's rank 8 immortal goo. That is the goo formation that I had thought of before. I will call it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fan Yuan casually gave it a name. He did not care about these minor details, he only gave this goo formation a name now. Back then, he stole many sword path immortal goo from immortal zombie Bo Qing. To refine them, he used the light of wisdom and star thoughts to deduce and design the Wisdom Refinement Formation. Using the light of wisdom, with woman's heart and unravel mystery as the cores and large numbers of mortal goo as supplementary, he could construct the Wisdom Refinement Formation. Change Soul Immortal Goo, Sword Eyebrows Immortal Goo, Flying Sword Immortal Goo, Sword Escape Immortal Goo, Wave Sword Immortal Goo, as well as the rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo, were all refined by the Wisdom Refinement Formation for Fan Yuan. But the problem now was that Wisdom Goo did not acknowledge Fan Yuan. Without the light of wisdom, how could he set up the Wisdom Refinement Formation? But to activate the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan's body and soul had to fuse into one, and obtain Wisdom Goo's acknowledgement. So this problem came back to the previous point, that was Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body. Refining Attitude Goo and turning it into his own immortal goo, this plan could only be put on hold for now. Fan Yuan's next plan was to feed Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was like Attitude Goo, it was also a rank 8 immortal goo. It belonged to Sword Path, and could also be considered Wisdom Path. Wisdom's sword cuts the threads of love. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qin used this immortal goo to cut the Wisdom Path Dao marks planted in his body by Love Goo, breaking free and regaining his freedom. He even used this plan to rebel against Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao, turning her into his own. This Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo could be said to have helped Bo Qin turn defeat into victory. And now, Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo had already been refined by Fan Yuan, it was in his hands. But in the current situation, it was quite difficult for Fan Yuan to use it. Fan Yuan could barely use rank 7 Immortal Goo. If green grape immortal essence was used to activate Wisdom Sword immortal goo, using an example from Earth, it was like installing 1 or 2 AA batteries on an aircraft carrier. Wisdom Sword immortal goo was a very orthodox rank 8 immortal goo. It needed rank 8 immortal essence to activate. From this, one could see the outstanding aspect of attitude goo. Although they were both rank 8 immortal goo, attitude goo could be activated with mental strength, and rank 6 goo immortals could use it freely. As expected of a legendary immortal goo recorded in the legends of Renzu, Wisdom Sword immortal goo needs multicolored overlord flowers as food. This flower is extremely huge. Every matured multicolored overlord flower can cover an area of 1,000 li. For each flower to mature, it needs large amounts of light, dense sweet air, and pearl soil. This was very difficult. It was much more difficult than the flowing light fruit. Flowing light fruit was only a rank 6 immortal material, but multicolored flowers were rank 7. If Fan Yuan wanted to plant multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The first was light. It was very difficult. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture had over 100 light path Dao marks. It was filled with light, unlike his immortal zombie dead aperture, which was completely dark. But this light was not enough to satisfy the multicolored flowers' requirements, unless he used the aurora lights of the flowing light fruits. But if he did that, the flowing light fruits plan would be completely ruined. Light was expended, especially when those aurora lights did not have an origin. The most fundamental solution was to add more light path Dao marks to the immortal aperture. The immortal apertures of light path goo immortals with deep accumulations were usually filled with endless light. But for Fan Yuan to achieve this in a short period of time, other than hoping for the next earthly calamity to be a light path tribulation, he had to kill light path goo immortals and absorb their Dao marks. The former relied on providence. It was not reliable at all. The latter was dangerous and also unreliable. Everyone understood the principle of danger and danger in battle. Back then, when he killed Qi Zai, Fan Yuan was chased by Qi Zai. Qi Zai looked down on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face to kill him, leaving his corpse and soul intact. The first condition, light, was the most difficult to solve. The other 2 were sweet air and pearl soil. There were many ways to obtain them. Especially pearl soil, it was sold on a large scale in jewel yellow skies. It was not expensive. Of course, Langya Blessed Land did not have it. These were just the plans to feed Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo. It was enough to trouble Fan Yuan. Fortunately, the feeding of rank 9 Wisdom Goo had already been taken over by the land's spirit of Langya. Wisdom Goo's food was lifespan goo. Fan Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he himself had to fight for food with Wisdom Goo. The feeding of rank 8 Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo has already been arranged. Next is the rank 7 Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, and Calamity Beckoning. Fan Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Goo with the black blood of the 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 snake heads. Fan Yuan had once purchased snake bones from Jewel Yellow Skies, but now, for the long term, he planned to move several desolate beast snakes into his immortal aperture to reproduce. As for the other rank 7s, they all had their own feeding plans. Fan Yuan needed to arrange and plan them well. Of course, Fan Yuan did not forget that Chu Du still had his rank 7 flying sword immortal goo. He would leave it to Chu Du to feed. In any case, Chu Du was concerned about Fan Yuan's tribulation method. How could he starve flying sword immortal goo? Chapter 1091. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Kingdom's capital. There was a hubbub of voices. The national competition had already entered the final stage. On the battle stage, the final 2 Goo masters were fighting intensely, vying for the throne of victory. The surrounding hairy men were all supporting one of them, because the other was Guyue Fanjing. He was a pure human Goo master. He naturally could not obtain the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair Kingdom's king, who was watching this battle from the high platform, frowned. He did not want the winner of the first national competition to be a human goo master. Wouldn't this make the other two kingdoms laugh their heads off? They would even think that Black Hair Kingdom was lacking in talent, allowing a human goo master to easily become famous. If Fang Jing won, it would severely damage Black Hair Kingdom's political benefits. Thus, the Black Hair Kingdom's king had already made arrangements in advance and tampered with this battle. He finally did it. The Black Hair Kingdom's king was overjoyed. His eyes shined with bright light. On the battle stage, Fang Jing felt dizzy and almost fainted. "What's going on?" Fang Jing turned pale with fright. At the same time, he subconsciously pushed with his hands. With a whoosh, a torrential wave appeared out of nowhere and poured towards his opponent. The one fighting Fang Jing was a hairy man rank 5 Fire Path Goo Master. Fang Jing's sudden attack gave this hairy man a fright. He immediately jumped into the air to avoid the wave. His furry legs were stepping on two lantern-shaped flames, allowing him to float for some time. But precisely because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fang Jing. Fang Jing recovered, but he still felt extremely dizzy. He was in a terrible state, but he had experienced many setbacks and trials. At that moment, he had already converged his emotions. His expression did not change, and there was nothing wrong with his appearance. The wave came and went quickly. The hairy man rank 5 Goo Master quickly landed from the sky. He was not a flying master. This state of standing in the air made him the best target. Dodging the wave earlier was a last resort. Now, he immediately made up for his weakness. Both sides faced each other again. "Fang Jing, you've been ambushed." "Unknowingly when?" "Your soul was secretly implanted with a goo worm." Fan Yuan's consciousness revealed the truth to Fang Jing. "How could this be?" Fang Jing was shocked and angry. Fan Yuan's will sighed. "This soul path goo worm has a faint connection with that black hair emperor on the platform. It seems like he was the one who plotted against you." "Damn it! Damn it!" Fang Jing clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he finally revealed a look of hatred. "What's going on?" Fang Jing's opponent was observant, and suddenly saw Fang Jing's expression change. Thinking that he was going to use a big move again, he immediately put up his guard. Fan Yuan's will sneered. "Do you believe me now? I told you long ago that the higher-ups of Black Hair Nation would not allow you to win. From start to finish, this competition is a tool for the ruler. Although it claims to be fair on the surface, only a fool would expect it to be fair." "You're right." Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes were wide open as if they were spewing fire. "But I want to win even more." "Heh. This spirit is still too young, my foolish little brother." Fan Yuan's will could see through Fang Jing's unwillingness, and sneered inwardly. Actually, the best response was to deliberately lose to the opponent, and become second place. This way, he would not be tired and Black Hair Nation's higher-ups would be happy to accept it. This result would not only show that Black Hair Nation had many talents, but also that the Emperor was magnanimous and promoted talents regardless of their background. Even human goo masters could be accepted. But Fang Jing insisted on getting first place. Not only did he make things difficult for himself, he also made other hairy men hostile towards him. What was the difference between first place and second place? It was a temporary victory or defeat. It was not a crucial turning point in one's life. Was it really so important? But Fan Yuan's will was happy about this. Fang Jing had a deep prejudice against him. Only by using external pressure could he get along with Fan Yuan's will and be influenced imperceptibly. And now, Fang Jing's choice. The obstruction he caused would be huge and would be greatly beneficial to Fan Yuan's training plan. Thus, Fan Yuan's will decided to help Fang Jing achieve his wish. He said, "I'm only a will. You can only think of ways to get rid of this soul path goo worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured and you cannot use the river-swallowing toad anymore. After all, controlling the river-swallowing toad to fight will expend a lot of your mental energy. Although you lost this trump card goo worm, you still have a chance of winning. From now on, you need to listen to my instructions." Fang Jing gave a muffled snort. Although he was very unhappy, in the current situation, he could only silently agree with Fan Yuan's will. Fang Jing himself might not be able to sense it. After these few days of interaction, he was indeed changing. When Fan Yuan came out of Luopa Valley, he happened to receive a portion of his will. After carefully inspecting and finding no problems, Fan Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like a tide, wrapping around this will and closely communicating with each other. In a short moment, Fan Yuan knew about Feng Jing's current situation. Oh? He has already defeated his opponent under the guidance of my will and obtained first place. He is doing quite well. But this way, Black Hair Nation's face will be lost. Haha, interesting. They won the competition but lost even more. The following days will not be easy. However, this will be of great help to my training, won't it? Moreover, I have a backup plan in Steel Thread City that is still being prepared. When Fan Yuan learned of the situation, he once again condensed a lump of his will. The scale was very large, several times more than the will that returned previously. Training Fan Yuan required thinking. This way, his will would continue to be consumed. He had to obtain Fan Yuan's replenishment from time to time. Immediately, Fan Yuan pointed with his finger, and several rank 5 goo worms flew out, protecting this huge lump of will. Then, it flew towards Black Hair Continent. When it flew to the sky of Black Hair Continent, this lump of will split into two. One flew towards Black Hair Imperial Capital, while the other flew towards Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City Lord was the female hairy man who had doted on Fang Jing. Fan Yuan's will quietly entered her mind. It was very easy for a Goo immortal to plot against a Goo master. The female city lord was handling documents at her desk, meticulously managing the affairs of the city. She did not feel the existence of Fan Yuan's will, nor did she notice that there was a slight bulge in her abdomen. The hidden plan has been set. In the sky above Cloud Cover Continent, Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He retracted his gaze leisurely. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals indeed had the aura of an immortal. In the end, it was because the strength of Goo immortals far surpassed mortals. Fang Jing's training has already achieved some results, and it is going very smoothly. However, the blood deity immortal Goo recipe has not been deduced yet. The problem is still the same, wisdom Goo. At this time, several days had already passed since Fan Yuan stored the flowing light fruits into his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan felt more and more. There was no trouble with the light of wisdom. But the problem of the immortal zombie body was also being resolved. Fan Yuan knew that his soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect. But he still thought of a solution: increase his soul foundation. This was dealing with myriad changes by remaining unchanged. If his soul went through cultivation and became as powerful as Spectral Soul's main body, then any soul path sneak attacks on his body would not be a problem. Of course, Fan Yuan was still far from becoming Spectral Soul's main body. But Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Ing Wuxie's hands. He was only a split soul. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as his main body. Thus, these days, Fan Yuan had not only been managing his immortal aperture, he had also given pointers to the hairy man Goo immortals in battle, earning a large amount of sect contribution points. He had also arranged time to enter Luopa Valley to temper his soul every day, before leaving the valley to use Guts Goo to heal his injuries. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that were praised by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Although it had not even been 10 days, Fan Yuan's soul foundation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It had already accumulated quite a lot. But at this time, Fan Yuan still did not have the confidence to test it himself, to test the possible traps in the immortal zombie body. Another day passed. Fan Yuan came out of Luopa Valley. But he saw an information path Goo worm flying towards him. Fan Yuan took a look. It was the land spirit of Langia who had summoned him to discuss some important matters. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He had actually been waiting for the reaction of the land spirit of Langia these last days. He immediately set off. Not long after, Fan Yuan, who had transformed into a hairy man, returned to the first Cloud City. He arrived at the first Cloud City. The land spirit of Langia called out, "You are here, sit here." Fan Yuan had just sat down when he heard the land spirit of Langia say, "I have considered your suggestion for a few days, it is very reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not appropriate. You might not be aware, but Earth Trench is very chaotic now, it is much more lively than before. Large numbers of Northern Plains Gu immortals from the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators appear there." Fan Yuan showed a surprised expression, asking even though he already knew the answer. "Why is that?" "Because of the Battle of Etion Mountain, the Zombie Alliance of all regions became empty shells. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also suddenly disappeared, causing many suspicions and probing. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members are dead. The probing Gu immortals and forces saw that the other party did not respond, so they became more daring. Not only did they occupy all of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they even invaded Earth Trench. That is Zombie Alliance's final territory. There are rumors that a Wisdom Path Gu immortal of the Righteous Path deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had directly sunk into Earth Trench and disappeared. The land spirit of Langia replied. "So that's it." Fan Yuan had a look of realization. "In that case, Earth Trench is a dangerous area. It seems that my earlier suggestion cannot be implemented." While saying this, Fan Yuan thought inwardly. It seems that even though Shadow Sect purposely sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they did leave behind some backup plans. For example, Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. According to Shadow Sect's methods, since they could sink Dark Flow Giant City into Earth Trench, they must have hidden it very well. It will be very difficult for Northern Plains Gu immortals to find it. They might even return empty-handed. The land spirit of Langia continued. "The situation in Earth Trench is too complicated, we will not interfere. But your suggestion is very good, I have already decided to adopt it. The current location is also one of the 10 Great Fierce Areas, that is it." Saying this, the land spirit of Langia pointed at a corner of the map. Fan Yuan looked over and saw that the furry finger of the land spirit of Langia was pointing at the lower right corner of Northern Plains. It was at the southeast of the Super Force Guan tribe, and at the northwest of the Huangjin tribe, Lu tribe. Fan Yuan saw that his expression did not change and was secretly happy. "It is here." Chapter 1092. Land Spirit of Langia was referring to Tai Chio. Fan Yuan's true target was Tai Chio PBTT. But he could not say it clearly, he could only probe and guide, letting Land Spirit of Langia comprehend the answer himself. Tai Chio, one of the 10 Great Fierce Areas of Northern Plains. Here, there was a type of giant grass growing everywhere. This grass was extremely thick and huge. One stalk was the size of a 100-year-old tree. Tai Chio was filled with giant grass like this. The huge bushes formed a large primitive jungle. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in the forest. There were even traces of immemorial desolate beasts. Thus, even Gu immortals did not dare to barge in. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. If they were careless and caused a huge commotion, they could cause a beast tide here. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance here in order to possess another body. After that, Fan Yuan and the rest fought intensely in Taichio. This place, you should be familiar with it, right? Land Spirit of Langia looked at Fan Yuan and smiled. Fan Yuan said, I am familiar with it, because of Dongfang Naganori's matter. Saying so, he looked at Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia clearly knew about this history. I intend to set up the teleportation Gu formation in Taichio. What do you think? Land Spirit of Langia asked. Fan Yuan pondered. To speak the truth, I do not recommend my sect to set up a Gu formation in Taichio. Because I am familiar with it, I feel that we cannot do that. This place is like a hornet's nest. If we make any big movements, we can cause a beast tide. This beast tide is not a simple mortal beast tide. There will be desolate beasts, or even ancient desolate beasts. There is a possibility of drawing out immemorial desolate beasts. I had an intense battle there earlier. But that was because Dongfang Naganori used an immemorial ruined bat's corpse to set up the stage. The immemorial desolate beast's aura effectively blocked other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was precisely because of this that there was no beast tide. However, after the calamity, the primordial desolate beast's aura had been cleansed. It was immediately divided and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. From this, we can see how terrifying Taichio is. We need to set up a teleportation goo formation in Taichio. If it is at the periphery of Taichio, we can retreat. But our goo immortals are also easily discovered by other forces. If we set up a goo formation inside Taichio, once the battle goes south, our goo immortals will not be able to escape. Even if he chose an excellent geographical location, he could take care of both. However, if the battle spread even a little, it would lead to a beast tide. It's very easy to be discovered. It's because of this that those super forces don't want to touch Taichio. My sect has even more to worry about. This place is not a good choice. Fan Yuan gave a thorough analysis of the pros and cons. He looked like he was trying his best to persuade him, and was very loyal. The land spirit of Langia laughed out loud. While smiling, he patted Fan Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a while before saying, "Fan Yuan, you said it very well. But don't worry. Look, what's this?" Land spirit of Langia handed an information path goo worm to Fan Yuan like a treasure. After checking, Fan Yuan pretended to be shocked and overjoyed. He cried out involuntarily. This. There was actually such a detailed topographic map of Taichio. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Ah, that's not right. Our sect's foundation is actually so deep. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid they won't believe it. Ha ha ha, good lad, you've seen it, haven't you? The land spirit of Langia beamed with joy and bounced on the spot. He danced with joy. Impressive, impressive! Fan Yuan gave a thumbs up, his face filled with sincerity and admiration. The land spirit of Langia explained excitedly. This is the result of my main body's repeated actions in order to obtain immortal materials in Taichio. Combined with the deductions of others, I obtained the topographic map of Taichio. So that's it. Fan Yuan showed a look of realization. Actually, he was already aware of it. This information was a small portion of what he had obtained from the transaction with Shadow Sect. Because of this Taichio topographic map, Fan Yuan purposely mentioned Earth Trench. It was to guide the land spirit of Langia in this direction. The land spirit of Langia pointed at the information path goo worm in Fan Yuan's hands, saying, "This map not only records the terrain of Taichio, it also has the distribution of beast groups. However, there was a huge flaw, and that was that this topographic map was created too long ago. After so many years, Taichio must have undergone many changes. First Supreme Elder is right, I also have such concerns," Fan Yuan quickly added. The land spirit of Langia continued, "Aren't you familiar with that place? You are a human goo immortal, and now that you have changed form immortal goo, I want you to make a trip there with this map." Before the land spirit of Langia finished speaking, Fan Yuan stood up and said enthusiastically without any hesitation, "First Supreme Elder, please give the order. It is my honor to work for our sect, and it concerns the development of our sect." The land spirit of Langia laughed heartily, patting Fan Yuan's shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down. "Oh, Fan Yuan, you are very good, I did not misjudge you. Don't worry, our sect will not mistreat you this time. Act according to the situation. The main thing is to inspect Taichio's terrain and refine this map. If there is a chance, set up an initial teleportation goo formation at a suitable location. Look at this map, there are 3 locations. These 3 locations are marked with the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Inspect these 3 locations, it would be good if you can set up a teleportation goo formation there. Of course, you need to protect yourself and move secretly. Even if someone finds you, you cannot expose our sect's existence." The land spirit of Langia instructed carefully. Fan Yuan quickly nodded, patting his chest. "First Supreme Elder, don't worry. I will make some preparations and set off immediately." "Good, very good." The land spirit of Langia laughed. he was very satisfied with Fan Yuan's performance. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation. Fan Yuan placed Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu here. He could be at ease. Even if there was a traitor in Shadow Sect, it would not affect the overall situation. Sixth Heir could only cause a small commotion, and with the fact that Shadow Sect could barely fend for themselves, they could not attack Langya Blessed Land anymore. As for the Celestial Court, even if they found Langya Blessed Land, so what? During the Five Regions Chaotic War, the Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land several times. Eventually, Feng Joga sacrificed himself to take down Langya Blessed Land. Not to mention the current situation where the 5 regional walls were still around. After inspecting the immortal Gu, Fan Yuan chose to bring almost all of them with him. As for the immortal zombie body, he brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture could naturally afford to bring it along. Speaking of which, the immortal zombie body was a problem, and the spring-autumn cicada inside was even more troublesome. Spring-autumn cicada was sealed by an unknown method. It could not absorb water from the river of time, it could only starve and move towards destruction. Not only that, spring-autumn cicada also contained providence. Fan Yuan had already learned of this from the previous transaction. He also knew a lot of precious information about providence. The gains were huge. I have the sovereign immortal aperture. This is a small world that is independent from the outside world. But this time, I have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of Providence's snow monsters. There will definitely be obstructions when I go out of Taichio. It is similar to when I was rushing from southern border to northern plains. I encountered cloud beasts and Chi's eyes pursuit. Fan Yuan understood. He was no longer ignorant about Providence. He knew a lot about it. Providence was not invincible. Providence had its own limitations. After understanding Providence, the threat of Providence decreased by a lot. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamity had a huge increase in power. Fan Yuan knew that this was a sign that Providence wanted to get rid of him. However, he had accidentally transcended the tribulation in the northern ice plains, which had helped him greatly. Because a large portion of the earthly calamities were influenced by reckless savages' true meaning and pushed out Providence, forming iron crown eagles, ruined bats, and other calamities. And the snow monsters were the true form of Providence. They were filled with pure Providence. They wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan. They would not rest until Fan Yuan was dead. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning weakened the threat of the snow monsters to a large extent. Right now, these snow monsters were still in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. All of them had Providence, similar to spring-autumn cicada. If Fan Yuan wanted to go out, Providence's perception would be as obvious as a torch in the darkness. Providence cannot act personally, unless it is during a calamity or tribulation. If I go out this time, Providence will definitely make arrangements to influence others to kill me. I will deal with it when it comes. Light flickered. At the center of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young Gu immortal appeared out of nowhere. His clothes were white like snow, he was warm like jade, his black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, his black eyes were bottomless. It was Gyue Fan Yuan. I'm out! Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his defensive Gu worms and investigative Gu. A large number of investigative methods were activated at once. Scanning his surroundings, he could sense everything within 10,000 steps of him. He was temporarily safe. Ever since Langya Blessed Land moved out of Crescent Lake, only the land spirit of Langya knew where it was. This was Langya Blessed Land's greatest secret. The land spirit did not tell anyone. But he had also set up several teleportation Gu formations outside, to allow Gu immortals to enter and leave easily. This response was several times more brilliant than the previous land spirit of Langya. Langya Blessed Land's teleportation Gu formation was set up at Fengbo Cliff. Right now, Fan Yuan knew the location of the second teleportation Gu formation. It was here, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. Fan Yuan willed. Gu worms flew in his immortal aperture. His body shot up like an arrow, soaring into the sky. His field of vision widened. Looking down, Dragon Elephant Plain entered his eyes. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain. It had an extraordinary aura. Water and grass were lush. Groups of dragon elephants were scattered around, some near, some far away. This was the famous dragon elephant habitat of northern plains. It was controlled by a nearby superforce. Chapter 1093. 15 minutes later, Fan Yuan was already far away from Dragon Elephant Plain. There was a large patch of white clouds ahead. Fan Yuan's speed subconsciously slowed down. He was paying more attention to the white clouds now. The last time he was in southern border, he had encountered those annoying cloud beasts. He had learned from his mistakes. Fan Yuan was very vigilant towards any large patch of white clouds. After inspecting for a while, Fan Yuan relaxed slightly. There was no problem with this patch of white clouds. He flew into the cloud. His vision was immediately shrouded by a vast expanse of white clouds. But it was not a problem. Fan Yuan had other investigative methods. Be it hearing, sound waves, or divine sense, they could allow him to fly freely in the white clouds. He would not be flying around like a headless fly. At Gu and mortal level, mortals had countless methods. They had almost everything. Fan Yuan's speed fell. He stopped all his movement methods. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he mobilized the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of blood path mortal Gu moved like the wind, creating a blood-red whirlwind in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, the core immortal Gu flew up. Rank 6 blood asset immortal Gu. It was like the arrival of a monarch. It had an extraordinary aura. The other mortal Gu were supplementary. In an instant, an immortal killer move was prepared for Fan Yuan. Blood torrent. Blood light burst out of Fan Yuan's body. It quickly liquefied and turned into surging blood water. The blood water carried Fan Yuan as it tore through the sky, rapidly moving forward. It was extremely fast. It was a completely different concept from before. Fan Yuan wanted to leave Dragon Elephant Plain earlier. That was the territory of Righteous Path superforces. Thus, he did not use immortal killer moves. Because most immortal killer moves would leak out a strong aura, it would attract attention. On the way out of Dragon Elephant Plain, Fan Yuan had been using all sorts of mortal killer moves. Now that he was far from Dragon Elephant Plain, he could finally use immortal killer moves. His speed rose as he moved rapidly. A long red trail was left behind. It was pulled out. But it was covered by thick clouds. It could not be seen in the outside world. This was the benefit of flying in the clouds. If there were no clouds, Fan Yuan could only conceal his tracks. It was too ostentatious to fly in the air. In just a short while, Fan Yuan had directly penetrated through this vast cloud layer. He had already traversed a distance of several thousand miles. Once they were out of the clouds, Fan Yuan deactivated blood current. During this period of time, the blood Dao fiend immortals in the 5 regions could not be seen. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Everyone in the blood path wanted to beat him up. They were like street rats. Fan Yuan did not want to attract trouble because of blood path. Especially since Providence was still watching him closely. Unless I modify blood torrents so that no one can recognize it. A thought flashed past Fan Yuan's mind. Actually, blood torrent. He had already improved it once more. While cultivating in Langya blessed land, Fan Yuan continued to practice blood path and strength path killer moves. One day, during practice, Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration and modified blood torrent. Originally, when blood torrent was activated, hundreds of mortal Gu would appear around Fan Yuan, flying around him like a huge ring. After the modification, these mortal Gu were flying around in the immortal aperture. Even though this was a small modification, it made up for a huge flaw. Flying around a Gu immortal could easily be attacked and destroyed by others, but it was very safe inside the immortal aperture. Just based on this point, the improvement was not small. But blood torrent was still very powerful. It flew in the air and created a long river of blood. It was hard to not notice it. There was also a thick smell of blood. It was nauseating. If these flaws were not modified, Blood Torrent would not have a wide range of uses. If the light of wisdom could be used, Fan Yuan could easily modify it. But as an immortal zombie, Fan Yuan could not be sure of its safety. It was fine if it was covered by clouds, but without clouds, Fan Yuan did not intend to use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan flew into the sky at an angle. Compared to Blood Torrent earlier, his current speed was even faster. Just Sword Escape Immortal Goo alone surpassed the rank 6 Blood Path killer move. Even though with his current cultivation level, using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Sword Escape Immortal Goo would not last long, Fan Yuan was determined to do it. The most important thing for him was speed. Fast. High speed. This was all because of Providence. Providence is the will of the heavenly Tao. It takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. It views me as a thorn in its side. But the heavenly Tao has its own rules. Providence has to act according to the rules, thus it is limited. Providence cannot act casually. It can only attack me during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Providence can only plot to kill me. How did Providence plot? It was to influence all living beings. Like back then, when Fan Yuan was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will. Providence was vast, it was everywhere, it could naturally influence other living beings. This kind of influence was imperceptible, and it was guided according to the circumstances. Most of the time, it was a momentary lapse of thought. Providence could influence countless living beings at the same time. Every single lapse of thought would influence them again and again, gathering these living beings together and forming a trap. But this way, influencing others and setting up a trap would require time. Thus, Fan Yuan emphasized speed. The faster he was, the less time Providence had to influence other living beings and set up a trap to deal with him. On the way from southern border to northern plains, Fan Yuan did not know this and lacked an effective movement method. Especially at the start, it gave Providence enough time to set up a trap. Now that Fan Yuan knew about Providence's weakness, he naturally had to make use of it. This was also an effective method for Shadow Sect to deal with Providence. Shadow Sect's main aim was to hide and accumulate, and when one move is unleashed, like a volcano eruption, lightning fast, achieve your goal. Fan Yuan learned this point to perfection. To deal with Providence, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are my best role models. They are my mortal enemies, but on my mortal enemies, I have to put aside all prejudices and learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to cleanse themselves, to guard against Providence's hidden influence. Because a complete otherworldly demon cannot be affected by Heaven's will. In order to defend against Heaven's will, Fan Yuan activated Sword Escape and expended a huge amount of Immortal Essence. To guard against Providence, Fan Yuan activated Sword Escape, not caring about the huge consumption of Immortal Essence. Fortunately, Fan Yuan kept most of his accumulated cultivation resources. Although he wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture, most of his plans had not been implemented yet. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, the things he obtained from Langya Sect's treasury, they were still very limited. Fan Yuan tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds along the way, as if he had turned into a flying sword. He moved unhindered in the desolate plains, his sharpness unstoppable. Suddenly, a cry that was filled with pain and panic rang out. An ancient desolate beast was desperately escaping. Chasing it was a wild rank 7 Immortal Goo. The two entered Fan Yuan's vision like this. The one in front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild Immortal Goo behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast with a single horn on its forehead. A Pegasus with 6 wings was an ancient desolate beast. And this dragon centipede was slender, it was 7 li long. It had a centipede body and a dragon head, with countless legs moving on both sides of its flat body. Its copper-like shell shone with a dazzling golden light under the bright sunlight. It was very mighty, majestic and beautiful. Wild and mortal goo lived in the bodies of desolate beasts and plants, absorbing their nutrients and using them as food to survive. This was only the majority of cases. Dragon centipede was a ferocious wild and mortal goo. It directly captured desolate beasts and plants, using them as prey to survive. This was the only dragon centipede immortal goo in the world. It was already rank 7. It hunted ancient desolate beasts and plants to fill its stomach. Fan Yuan was flying straight. This pair of pursuers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. As expected, something happened. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Last time, it was a cloud beast group. This time, it was a horned 6-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede immortal goo. Wild immortal goo had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Providence goo. The horned 6-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Horses were more intelligent than most beasts. Providence goo was hard to influence. But it was escaping in a panic. Providence goo only needed a thought to change the direction of the horned 6-winged Pegasus. These two became obstacles for Fan Yuan. The Pegasus was escaping. It would destroy all obstacles in front of it with all its strength. Meanwhile, Dragon Centipede's ruthless gaze landed on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's goo immortal aura burst out. He was a rank 6 goo immortal. In terms of aura, he was much weaker than the horned 6-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was overflowing. This came from the rank 7 immortal goo's sword escape. This attracted Dragon Centipede's attention. Because Dragon Centipede itself had sword path down marks. Its countless limbs contained sword path down marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Fan Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly stored sword escape immortal goo, his aura vanishing. Dragon Centipede was confused, but its attention was still there. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey that could conceal their aura. Fan Yuan's body shook, countless figures appeared. Combination of enslavement and strength path, immortal killer move, myriad self. In the previous transactions, Fan Yuan obtained many strength path immortal goo. His strongest killer move was back. Even though he did not have cleansed soul immortal goo, Fan Yuan used other mortal goo to replace it. Myriad Self's battle power had fallen by a lot, but it was still very useful to confuse the enemy. Countless Fan Yuan scattered. They were like a large group of fish in the deep sea that encountered a whale shark, escaping in all directions. Dragon Centipede was even more confused. Its speed paused for a moment. Next, its 7 li long body lashed out like a whip. Bam bam bam. Countless Fan Yuan strength path figures dissipated. The horned 6-winged Pegasus also destroyed many Fan Yuan's phantoms along the way, escaping quickly. Dragon Centipede saw that the Pegasus was about to escape. It focused its attention on it again. The two chased, quickly flying out of Fan Yuan's vision. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His true body had already descended to a low altitude. With a thought, countless Fan Yuan phantoms disintegrated on their own. Go! Fan Yuan used sword escape again, flying into the sky and leaving. Chapter 1094. Fan Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When he saw the thick clouds, he used blood torrent. Most of the time, he used sword escape immortal goo. Along the way, he passed through several dangerous areas. There were lone cultivator goo immortals or super forces. Fan Yuan did not dare to use immortal goo openly. He used mortal killer moves instead. His strategy was correct. After the incident with the horned 6-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, there were no other incidents. Providence needed time to make arrangements. On the other hand, Providence's influence on other lifeforms was limited. Like when it affected the horned 6-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, Providence could not directly order the dragon centipede or Pegasus to attack Fan Yuan. Providence's influence was mainly based on the situation. Fan Yuan was very fast. Providence could not make arrangements. But Providence could still think and scheme. This was mainly due to star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to Shadow Sect's information, Providence was much easier to deal with before star constellation Immortal Venerable. But after her, Providence became very crafty. Thus, Fan Yuan's route was not a straight line. He moved forward in a zigzag manner. If he moved in a straight line, Providence could easily deduce his route and make arrangements along the way, waiting for Fan Yuan to enter. In fact, Providence could even deduce Fan Yuan's true destination, Taichio, and set up arrangements there. That was too dangerous. Not only could Fan Yuan's sect mission not be completed, his own life would also be in danger. However, as Fan Yuan moved forward like this, he could not move. Providence could not stop him in time. Of course, Fan Yuan would not purposely turn back. If Providence's arrangements were formed behind him. When it formed behind him, he had already flown away. It would be foolish to charge in now. This way, the distance was already very far, but now, it was several times longer. But overall, Fan Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, Taichio slowly entered his vision from the horizon. Taichio was in sight. A vast expanse of ordinary weeds formed a huge yellow plain. The appearance of Taichio. It was like a dense green forest with towering jade towers and buildings. On this yellow plain, it was extremely eye-catching. As Fan Yuan got closer, the dense green of Taichio continued to spread on the horizon, expanding in Fan Yuan's field of vision. It was like a pool of beauty being rapidly painted on rice paper. Finally, Taichio covered the entire horizon and covered Fan Yuan's entire field of vision. A vast amount of giant grass covered this piece of land, and the shadows of beasts could be seen everywhere. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf reverberated through the air from time to time. It was a vast and desolate scene. At this moment, Fan Yuan was no longer hiding anything from Providence. It was already useless. He slowed down and stopped using the Immortal Gu, directly entering Taichio. Compared to the giant grass, he was short and small. Compared to the entire Taichio, it was like being in a palace. A mosquito flew in. The dense giant grass blotted out the sky. The entire Taichio. Not only did it hide many fierce beasts and plants. There was some commotion ahead. It seemed like a terrifying beast tide was about to happen. Fan Yuan snickered, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal one's aura and prevent deductions. To a certain extent, it could hide from Providence. Change form Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, fusing into Taichio. The commotion ahead was chaotic for a while before dissipating. If Providence had emotions, it would be shocked and furious now. Fan Yuan smiled, shaking his head and sighing. It is a pity that Providence is heartless. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fan Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lulan was still Immortal Gu Master, she used this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength, true martial physique's aura and survive. Why were the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques so extraordinary? It was because Providence did not want the existence of the 10 extreme physiques to affect the balance of the world. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. His calamities and tribulations were many times greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effects. Fan Yuan suddenly thought. Fairy Jian Yu is a member of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect is fighting against Providence. They must have many tools like Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Ying Wu Xie can escape from this predicament, with the help of Shadow Sect's remaining forces, he will have a bright future ahead of him. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This desolate beast was very common in Taichio. Even though it looked weak, it fused perfectly. It was not like the Gu immortal body from before, which was out of place in Taichio. Soon, he encountered a desolate beast. It was a golden sand dark horse. It was a huge horse. It was even larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fan Yuan had transformed into. Its muscles were bulging, its bones were strong, its skin looked like it was made of dark gold, it had 6 hooves that were dark in color. The golden sand dark horse was eating grass. Sensing Fan Yuan's coiling mountain goat transformation, the golden sand dark horse raised its head curiously, looking at this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their own territories. Fan Yuan's coiling mountain goat form entered the golden sand dark horse's territory. But the golden sand dark horse did not eat meat, it had a calm nature, while the coiling mountain goat was also a herbivorous desolate beast, and the golden sand dark horse's survival instincts, the coiling mountain goat posed no threat. But it was still very vigilant. It stared at Fan Yuan, until Fan Yuan went around it and left. It lowered its head and continued to eat grass. Fan Yuan chose to transform into the coiling mountain goat. He had naturally considered it carefully. Actually, in northern plains, there were many wolf desolate beasts. But if he transformed into a wolf desolate beast, the golden sand dark horse would react intensely. After crossing the golden sand dark horse's territory, Fan Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taichio. Even if he could not remember it, there were many information path goo worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fan Yuan looked ahead. But the giant grass grew taller. The edge of the giant grass was as tall as a tree, while the deeper he went, the giant grass was like a tower. The giant grass at the center of Taichio. It was like a mountain. The coiling mountain goat was not small, but as Fan Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and denser, making the coiling mountain goat look smaller. Along the way, Fan Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. Some of these desolate beasts moved alone, while others moved in groups of 2 or 3. Most were herbivores, but there were also carnivores. Fan Yuan used his brain. His intelligence was not something desolate beasts could compare to. Thus, after some effort, he managed to cross all of them. Ba ba ba, the incessant cries of the sheep entered Fan Yuan's ears. In the bushes ahead, there was a large group of coiling mountain goats. Fan Yuan sighed internally. It seems that I have entered deep into Taichio. This is the first time I have seen such a large desolate beast group. There were close to 100 goats in this group. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground and basking in the sun, while the younger ones were playing with each other. Fan Yuan walked into their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they had seen someone of the same species. Fan Yuan was careful. Even though he had changed form immortal goo, there were hidden dangers. If one of the goats in this group had some investigative wild immortal goo on it, if they could see through Fan Yuan's disguise, they would be unlucky. To be safe, Fan Yuan secretly used attitude goo. Immediately, the goats sensed Fan Yuan's attitude. Their gazes towards him became much more gentle. Fan Yuan walked a few steps. There were even 2 or 3 young coiling mountain goats that ran towards him. Its curious eyes stared at him from a close distance, while 2 others ran around Fan Yuan. They jumped and jumped. Fan Yuan walked out safely, leaving the goats' field of vision. The young coiling mountain goats followed him for a while. When they gradually moved away from the flock, they were called back by their parents. This made Fan Yuan feel that it was a pity. If he could kidnap these 2 or 3 young goats and bring them to the sovereign immortal aperture to raise, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have the chance to do so. After leaving the coiling mountain goat's territory, Fan Yuan was already very close to the first location marked on the map. He was not careless, he inspected himself. Dark limit immortal goo's concealment is weakening, but it can last for some time. Fan Yuan made an accurate estimation. Dark limit immortal goo needed to rest for a long time after being used once before it could be used again. Its power was left on Fan Yuan's body, concealing his aura. But as time passed, or due to other external forces, it would weaken. And depending on the target, the effect would be different. For example, it was used on He Lulan, the effect was very good. On Dark Path Goo Immortals, the effect would be lower. On Goo Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even lower. Thankfully, Fan Yuan's Dao marks did not interfere with each other, otherwise, the effect would be very bad. In short, Fan Yuan had to complete this mission while Dark Limit Immortal Gu's concealment was still around. Otherwise, if the concealment dissipated, Providence would notice, countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Taichio would attack Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's outcome would be dire. A moment later, Fan Yuan got close to the first location. Before even reaching it, Fan Yuan knew that this location had changed. Because it was recorded on the map that there used to be an immemorial desolate beast level energy Grand Lion's corpse here. The corpse was guarded by a large group of Chi Grand Lions. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But now, the mountain of corpses had already disappeared without a trace. The Chi Grand Lions were gone too. Fan Yuan used his investigative killer move and heard faint wolf howls. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Desolate beasts, black blood wolves! And this scale, there are at least 30 of them. A small desolate beast wolf group. Even though there were few of them, they were carnivorous beasts. The territory of a wolf group was even larger. Fan Yuan did not need to observe closely, he only used mortal investigative methods and his hearing to obtain a lot of information. This was human intelligence. These desolate beast wolves might have immortal goo inside them, but they could not be used. Compared to goo immortals who had immortal goo, they were completely different. Fan Yuan thought. The first location is gone. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Chi Grand Lion corpse, or those desolate beasts and ancient desolate beast level Chi Grand Lions. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but 300,000 years later, this place is occupied by a small black blood wolf group. Fan Yuan did not hesitate. He gave up on this place. Chapter 1095. One day later, Taichio. 1 Book 1? K. A. Nsh? Here. Fan Yuan held onto a giant grass that was 600 to 700 feet tall. He looked into the distance. The remains of a huge tree were like a huge ship stranded on the beach. But only half of it was left. It was black and broken, as if it had been struck by lightning. Fan Yuan's current appearance had changed greatly. He had turned into an ape. Fire-swallowing ape. Ancient desolate beast. Although it was not big, it was not to be trifled with. Fan Yuan had long stopped using the coiled mountain goat form. The coiled mountain goat could not go deep into Taichio. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts often appeared. The fire-swallowing ape was one of the more special ones. It was strong, but it only ate flames. Hence, it roamed around. It did not fight with other desolate beasts for food. Hence, it was a suitable target for Fan Yuan to disguise as. If he did not turn into a fire-swallowing ape, Fan Yuan would not be able to move an inch. 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree. Fan Yuan looked into the distance and murmured. This was already the third target on the map of Taichio. The first location was now occupied by a group of desolate beasts, black blood wolves. The second location had been completely abandoned. It had become the gap between two large groups of carnivorous beasts. Fan Yuan's current location was the last marked destination on the map. 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree had once fallen here. This tree was as big as a mountain. It covered the surroundings. It was of the immemorial level. It had 77,770 branches. They were like willow branches or long snakes. At the end of the branches, there were snakes. The roots of this tree were deeply rooted in the ground. They were thousands of feet deep. It fed on passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. When it hunted, the tens of thousands of branches would dance. They were like 10,000 pythons slithering and entangling. After it was entangled, it absorbed blood to survive. After a long time, countless living beings died under the tree. Their flesh rotted and their bones piled up. It was filled with resentment. 1. Book 1, Layers of Yin Qi. Yin and Yang attracted each other. Every time there was a thunderstorm, the 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree would attract mighty lightning to strike down. It would be fine if they encountered an ordinary thunderstorm, but if they were unlucky and encountered a heavenly thunder formed by an extraordinary phenomenon, they would not be able to withstand it. That would be terrible. The 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree had almost no natural enemies. It was a primordial desolate beast that dominated an area. Perhaps it had attracted the attention of Providence, which led to the lightning tribulation. Anyway, 300,000 years ago, Taichio was engulfed in a sea of fire. The Thousand Snakes Haze tree burned like an erupting volcano, illuminating half the night sky for several months. However, this Thousand Serpents Haze tree, he's not dead yet. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he had left behind this Taichio topographic map. It had been more than 300,000 years since then. The Thousand Snakes Haze tree had been struggling at death's door for more than 300,000 years. It was actually not dead and still showed signs of life. Although humans are the most intelligent of all living beings, their vitality, lifespan, physique, soul, and so on are far inferior to other living beings. The life force of the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was absolutely formidable. It was struck by lightning, burned by fire, but it's still alive. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. The Thousand Snakes Haze tree was now completely collapsed on the ground. More than half of its thick trunk had rotted away. There was only a section that was a few miles long left. In its complete state, the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was as tall as a mountain. The attack range of its branches covered a radius of 100 miles. Fan Yuan acutely observed that there were still dozens of branches moving about on the broken wood of the Thousand Snakes Haze tree. There were still dozens of branches moving about. They were like dozens of pythons, entangling and wriggling slowly. Once a prey entered their hunting range, they would attack with lightning speed and kill the prey. Although the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was in such a miserable state, it was still a primordial desolate plant. It could easily hunt ancient desolate beasts and groups of desolate beasts. Fan Yuan observed for a while and had a new discovery. Fortune and misfortune really do exist together. A complete Thousand Snakes Haze tree killed a large number of living beings, causing the corpses under the tree to pile up like a mountain. But this Thousand Snakes Haze tree only has this small section left. There is not even one left. The prey it hunted was limited. It did not accumulate any yin qi or grievance energy. There is no more heavenly lightning. This was the reason why this Thousand Snakes Haze tree was still alive. Fan Yuan gradually frowned. He took a huge risk to come to Taichio. He wanted to find a suitable location to set up a teleportation goo formation. 1. Read books. 1. Taichio's map gave Fan Yuan 3 targets. But the first 2 were gone, the third was not suitable. Because the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant, it had shocking battle strength, it could fight rank 8 goo immortals. Even the weakest rank 8 was not something Fan Yuan could take down. Even for the huge Langya sect, it was a tough nut to crack. And if he fought here, he might attract a terrifying beast tide. In that case, I've succeeded a small part of my mission and failed a large part of it. Even though I completed some parts of Taichio's map and eliminated 3 targets. But I did not find a suitable location for Langya sect to set up a teleportation goo formation. There is no choice. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power is weakening. I need to leave now. I will explore Taichio after some time. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. If he could succeed this time, it would be great. After all, Fan Yuan was doing well recently, internal and external problems were not urgent. But if he did not succeed this time, Fan Yuan would not have much time and energy next time. After all, he was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge and complex project, not to mention his own cultivation, the problem of his immortal zombie body, and teaching Fan Yuan. But there was no choice. In this world, there were many people who did not live according to their wishes. Fan Yuan quietly retreated. He chose the closest direction to retreat. But the bad thing was, after walking for a while, Fan Yuan found many peculiarities. First, there were 2 ancient desolate beasts fighting. The commotion was huge. Next, for some reason, 3 desolate beast groups were facing each other. They were restless. A huge battle was imminent. Coincidentally, these 3 desolate beast groups blocked Fan Yuan's path. These are all signs of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of my dark limit immortal goo has already weakened to this extent. Although Heavens couldn't pinpoint my exact location, it had already sensed the general area. Thus, it is preparing to create a beast tide in Taichio. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right, I still have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of snow monsters. Both of them have providence. Even though they are restricted to my immortal aperture world, they are one with the outside world's providence. They seem to resonate with each other. Fan Yuan's frown deepened. He had underestimated providence's power. According to logic, any immortal aperture world, be it blessed land or grotto heaven, they were independent. They had nothing to do with the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Providence could not control these small worlds. But now Fan Yuan knew. If small worlds also had providence, then they would be able to resonate with the outside world's providence. They would be able to work together from the inside and outside. By relying on providence's cooperation and the weakening of dark limit immortal goo. Even though providence could not find Fan Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide to find Fan Yuan and eliminate him mercilessly. True knowledge comes from practice. Or rather, Shadow Sect did not give me enough information on providence. I cannot stay here for long. Fan Yuan thought of this and immediately moved. He stretched his arms, jumping on giant grass, trying to avoid the beast groups in front of him and get away from the traps set by providence. But heaven did not grant his wish. He was too late. The 2 ancient desolate beasts fought their way into the beast groups. Immediately, an earth-shattering chaotic battle ensued. The aftermath of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, causing even more chaos. After layers upon layers, a beast tide was formed that engulfed Fan Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were all in an extreme state of chaos. They lost their usual rationality, they listened to their survival instincts, they roared and screamed in their bodies. The prey actually dared to attack the hunter. Many of the beasts that usually lived together had fallen apart. There was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts ran in panic, forming a strong force. Other ferocious beasts were also involved in this force. Even if the fierce beasts did not want to be trapped, they had no choice now. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger, forming an unstoppable force like a flood, engulfing everything. Anyone who dared to block this force, no matter how many desolate beasts or how strong the ancient desolate beasts were, would die on the spot. At this moment, Fan Yuan felt like he was a small boat in a raging sea. He had no choice, he could only be trapped by the beast tide. Charging forward, he had to continue his disguise. Once he was exposed, providence would cause the surrounding beast tide to engulf him. By then, even if he had immortal essence and large numbers of immortal goo, he would die. After all, he was only a rank 6 goo immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fan Yuan had transformation, attitude, and familiar face, he could not keep up the disguise. Dark limit immortal goo's power was weakening. At a certain point, Fan Yuan would be exposed under providence. He could not expose himself, that would be courting death. He could not endure it, that would be waiting for death. Fan Yuan was in deep danger, he could not think of a way to resolve it. Maybe I can take a risk. This thought flashed in his mind. If there was no other way, this was his only choice. He placed his hopes on Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo. But this was deep in Taichio. There were desolate beasts everywhere, even ancient desolate beasts were everywhere. Providence had too many targets, he could choose and influence them, he could easily block Fan Yuan. Right at this time, the beast tide suddenly changed direction. It was moving in a straight line, but now, it turned into a slight arc. This is? Fan Yuan looked far away, his eyes were wide open, he was overjoyed. In the distance, he saw a mountain of crimson skeletons. The bones were burning with blue flames, the temperature was reserved, there was no heat at all, but it gave Fan Yuan an extremely dangerous feeling. This was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. It seemed to have died not long ago, the immemorial aura was surging, even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.